If anyone's behind a pillar, you can come out from behind the pillar into some of these seats, especially 3 rows ahead.
Yeah, we would love to see your faces.
We asked for a transparent pillar, but they couldn't do that. Sorry. So lots of good seats here, really good seats.
And they actually look a little bit more comfortable than the ones back there, just saying. Just saying. Okay. Folks, before I introduce the first of our opening remarks, we would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional and unceded territory of the Anishinaabe, Mississaugas, and Haudenosaunee peoples in which this forum takes place on. Toronto is in the Dish with One Spoon territory. The Dish with One Spoon is a treaty between the Anishinaabe, Mississaugas, and Haudenosaunee that bound them to share the territory and protect the land. Subsequent Indigenous nations and peoples, Europeans, and all newcomers have been invited into this treaty in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. We would also like to take this moment to reflect on what reconciliation looks like in Canadian digital spaces. It is essential that as current and future leaders in internet governance, we actively work with Indigenous communities to ensure they preserve their autonomy and cultural heritage amidst the rapidly evolving digital age. One of the many ways this can be achieved is through active listening and by upholding Indigenous data stewardship principles in our work, ensuring that communities across Canada have the right to govern the collection, ownership, and application of their data. Additionally, building community and capacity, addressing challenges related to internet access and technology are vital steps towards ensuring that Indigenous communities can fully participate in and shape the future of digital policy and internet governance. As we engage in this forum, it is important to reflect on how policy and how we collectively support equitable access and inclusive decision-making in digital spaces for all Indigenous peoples. Finally, we encourage everyone participating in this forum, both in person and virtually, to become familiar with the traditional territories in which you have the privilege to live, work, play, and grow on. We've also taken the liberty of ensuring this forum is accessible and available in both Canada's official languages. You may follow the QR code on the screen to Wordly and input your language preference to follow along. For those in the room, our on-screen closed captioning will be provided in English throughout the day. Additionally, just some housekeeping. Washrooms are outside to the right. Gender-neutral washrooms are not available on this floor, but are on floors 1 and 3. There's an elevator outside to the right and down the adjacent hallway. Food and refreshments will be made available throughout the day and will be at the long tables in the back. Emergency exits can be found to your right down this adjacent pillar and towards my back down the right hallway. We ask that you please use the main exit for re-entry as other doors do lock. And if you did not have a chance to check in with registration, we kindly ask you to connect with the registration desk during lunch to ensure we can track your attendance today. For free Wi-Fi, please use TMU's Wi-Fi. The passcodes should be found on the screens around the room. Yeah, at the back there on the whiteboard where Luzellen is. Luzellen, if you don't mind waving. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'd also like to note that today's event will be recorded and live streamed courtesy of the Internet Society and live through the Canadian Internet Society's YouTube channel. We also have a photographer who will be taking pictures for the day. And if you would not like your photo to be taken, please speak with our photographer, Cooper and Lane. Cooper's at the back there, Lane's there. They're just waving. Thanks, folks. You are also more than welcome to live post throughout the day. We kindly ask that you use the hashtag CanYIGF2024. We would also love for you to tag us. And if you don't already follow us on socials, please make sure to catch us on LinkedIn. I would also like to emphasize that this forum is a safe space for all of those attending. We will not permit derogatory or offensive language, interruptions of panelists, or any physical altercations. Those who do not follow this code of conduct will be asked to leave and escorted out by security guards. If you have any questions throughout the day, we ask that you connect with one of our event organizers. This team's headshots and names are available in the digital copy of the program, and you can easily access this program via the program QR code on the screen. or via the email that was sent to you yesterday or the day before that. Now I would like to warmly introduce the first of our opening remarks. Karim Bardeesy is the Executive Director of the Dais. Please join me in welcoming Karim to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. So thrilled that you're here today. The Dais is a policy and leadership think tank at Toronto Metropolitan University, working on the biggest economic, education, and democracy policy and leadership challenges of our time. And we're all about building more shared prosperity and shared citizenship for Canada. And you, by being here today, are part of this work, part of this movement. But it couldn't happen without a few folks. So I first want to I just want to acknowledge in the room, Kamara Chambers, Catherine Embergy, and not in the room, but who has been a big help on this effort, Famita Kamali from the Dais at TMU, who have helped worked with Dana to put this event together. Also, a big thanks to CIRA Canada Internet Regulatory Authority for their role in supporting this work. Thanks also to TMU, Toronto Metropolitan University, and the Creative School and the staff here, and Brian for their support in putting on these proceedings, as well as the people who help provide the food, clean the room, help set up the room, all the work that goes into having you have a good experience. We had team members stuffing bags, registration. This is a big effort, and everyone's playing a part. The folks who are out there, they might not be as deep into the content as you're going to be today, but they're part of this movement. They're part of this larger piece of work. And this larger piece of work is picking up now. It is happening now. Your time to have a better, safer, more responsive internet, companies, platforms, devices that work for us. It's your time for that. It's our time for that. This is the time. Just this week, the Online Harms Act, Bill 63, was called for a debate in the House of Commons. Today, you'll be hearing from Minister Arif Virani. I was just at another event called The Kids Are All Right. Is it a question mark or an exclamation mark? I'll leave that up to you. There's an online safety conference happening today, hosted by McGill, which we're involved with at the Dais. Dana was there, and Dana will be sharing some of her, I hope, insights into that movement, because this movement is happening. We have folks visiting this week from the United States who are driving real change in Congress, in states. You in this room are driving real change. There's a lot of folks outside this room who are depending on you. They know, like you know, that these safe spaces are not as safe as they need to be. You know, and they know that the platform companies, the people who are profiting off our attention, need to do a better job. You know, and they know that the space that we have spent so much of our time in can bring glory and beauty and can bring some of the most challenging issues of our lives. This is a shared mission. Folks in this room might have more knowledge, but folks out there, they know. When you're going to have conversations today about all kinds of issues. And I've looked at the agenda. It's such a well put together agenda. And it's also a set of issues that it's shared in this room and it's shared outside. The next step is the policymakers. The next step are the people in power. But they're here. They're going to be here today. They're going to be here today, and they're effectively here in a sense to feel a sense of accountability to you. We have the Minister of Justice who is championing this act, the Online Harms Act, and he's going to be here speaking about it, maybe speaking about some of the related issues. And you're going to have a chance to engage with him. And if you think it's a good act, he's going to ask you for some help. And if you think the act needs to be improved, then you have that chance to engage with him. It's our moment, it's your moment, and it's our moment, not just for the Online Harms Act. What's happening in Canada in 2025? What global event is happening in Canada in 2025? A little quiz. The G7. Canada is hosting the G7. The 7 most influential Western nations, I guess you could say, although it includes Japan. A coalition of the countries that are, in part, united for a free, safe internet, but also housing the companies, the knowledge and the generation of knowledge that is making the internet great and is causing some of the problems. Canada's hosting the G7 in June in Kananaskis, Alberta. That's where the world leaders, the prime ministers, the presidents, the chancellor of Germany, they all get together. But before then, it's a whole set of things that happens. There's a whole civil society engagement. There's something called the B7, Business 7th, where the biggest chambers of commerce come together. All these things will be happening in and around Canada next year, culminating in that gathering of world leaders in 2025. One of the big issues at that conference is going to be the future and the governance of AI. I'm the first person to say AI maybe today. Probably not the last. It's our moment. It's your moment. This is the chance to actually be in the presence of the people who are actually making the decisions. And they have an accountability to this generation because this generation can drive the change. I have seen it. When I worked in government, in the provincial government, I was part of, on the receiving end of student advocacy around changing student financial aid system in Ontario. And a government that was interested but wasn't convinced saw the evidence from those student advocates and proposed a free tuition program, which really cut the amount of tuition a lot of students were paying and cut their loans and turned them into grants. I've seen it with the awakening around the climate movement, the awakening around the justice movements for Indigenous peoples and Black peoples. This is happening. This is possible. It is being led by youth, and you are on the vanguard of that. But you're not just any vanguard. You're people who are based in the evidence. You have the experience. You have the connections. You've decided to work in this institution, in the institutions of government, with the government. Now in this room, I looked at the agenda. There's probably going to be data protection people. If you're a data protection person, raise your hand. Language protection, one on the language protection side. I saw a few of those. Online harms, people who care about online harms in this space. Okay. All different issues. But today we are one people. Today we are one people gathered for a better and safer internet. And we're being led by, in this work, Dana Cramer. Dana is a PhD candidate in communications and culture at Toronto Metropolitan University and York University. She's a global youth ambassador with the Internet Society. She's a digital policy hub fellow with CG. And perhaps most importantly, for my purposes and your purposes, she's a Can Study US fellow. Dana has imagined this work and has brought together such an incredible community. This is, I think, the first time you've all been in person together in this work. So what a celebration, what a chance today. This is a beginning of something big, but also the end of that piece of work. So this is, I think maybe this is the end of the beginning. And the next phase where Canada is going to be on the agenda, where the folks in this room will be driving the agenda. Thank you for doing this work. Thank you on behalf of the people who are outside this room. And now I'll hand it over to Dana.
Much, Karim. I'm not going to thank for removing the mic for me. I'm just kidding, of course. Let me just bring my water up just in case. So hello, and welcome to the first ever Canada Youth Internet Governance Forum. My name is Dana Cramer, and I am the President and CEO of Youth IGF Canada. IGFs are a global process at both the international level as well as through national and regional IGF initiatives. This forum allows multi-stakeholder dialogue in efforts to enhance learning and knowledge sharing of complex internet governance topics. Youth IGFs have propped up in various countries, with Youth IGF Canada recognized by the United Nations Global IGF as Canada's National Youth IGF Coordinator. We have brought Canada more in line with other countries by ensuring our youth's voice is heard in internet governance conversations. Youth IGF Canada is a volunteer, youth-led nonprofit working to build the next generation of Canadian internet leaders. We are spread over 5 provinces and value diversity, regional plurality in how we work to fulfill our mission. We recognize the internet experience is not equal for all youth in Canada and are working to change this, with hosting today's event as a step in that direction. This forum represents a catalyst of change in stakeholder consultation for Canadian digital policies. Youth IGF Canada have limited representation, youth in Canada have limited representation as consulted stakeholders in the development of digital policies. We also have not been well represented in international internet governance. This forum changes that trajectory. Today, we are gathered with one goal: to ensure Canadian youth have representation within both domestic and international internet governance dialogues to be changemakers in their communities through this empowerment of having a network within the broader and growing internet community. To bring Canadian youth to internet governance could not have come at a more crucial time. This past week has marked a new horizon of global internet governance and what will be further domestic digital policies. In New York, the United Nations General Assembly have agreed on the Pact of the Future, which includes the Global Digital Compact. This document is a roadmap for steering the global digital sector to ensure inclusion and fairness in digital technologies rested on the internet. We are now entering a phase in the internet's evolution of greater government steering of this space. Canada has been undergoing various digital policy shifts in recent years, with the introduction of the Online Harms Act and Online News Act, as well as proposed legislation like the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, and as our keynote will discuss, the proposed Online Harms Act. These examples show Canada is moving towards regulating the internet in new ways. We are not a first mover as a country on digital policies. Internationally, regulating the internet is growing. In this policy shift, all stakeholder groups need to be consulted. These include other government actors, the private sector, civil society, academia, the technical community, and what we argue is an incredibly important group, but often overlooked, the youth as stakeholders. No country and no policy can succeed without the enthusiastic support of its youth in building and reshaping our nations. In our digital landscape, this sentiment is more profound. Youth have grown up and in many ways been raised by the internet. Digital services like social media are intent to capture our interests as long-lasting users of them. As the younger they get us, the longer they will have us on their platforms. Our generation will be poised to be incredible users of AI programs, many of these AIs being purchased by companies and organizations, which we will go on to work in and refine how AI is used in the workplace. But as much as our generation are the refiners and innovators of new technologies, our capacity to experience these is differentiated amongst ourselves. Indigenous communities year over year are less connected than the rest of Canada. Broadband access is an issue which limits the potential for youth, which the internet can bring. The services we use are also not built with equality in mind, with people who have disabilities as not necessarily thought of in crafting these technologies. Young women are also privy to a different internet experience, with misogynistic content circulating and gender-hateful content targeted towards specifically racialized women. All women can be excluded from the internet based on nothing other than their gender, which limits their ability to use the internet as a tool in their personal and professional growth. We at Youth IGF Canada recognize the unequal internet experience, which is felt, and offered a travel and accommodations honorarium program targeted at youth who are Indigenous, people with disabilities, and young women working to end technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and are happy to say we offered 20 youth spread over 9 provinces and 2 territories this travel support to attend this inaugural Canada Youth IGF. These honorariums and this event as a whole could not have been possible without the support of the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, or otherwise known as CIRA's Net Good Grant program. We are so thankful for CIRA's support in ensuring youth have the capacity to be a consulted stakeholder group in multi-stakeholder internet governance. Additionally, we would like to thank our lunch sponsor as the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, or ICANN. ICANN enthusiastically works to create opportunities specifically for students, and we encourage young attendees to get in touch with ICANN and we can help facilitate these conversations. I would also be remiss not to give thanks to our venue sponsor, the Catalyst at Toronto Metropolitan University, for this beautiful space. Finally, our community partners made this event possible and include the Centre for International Governance Innovations Digital Policy Hub and the Young Diplomats of Canada. Please join me in thanking these sponsors and community partners. All events are also made possible by those who are willing to participate as panelists. I would like to thank all of the panelists and their organizations, which include TELUS, North End Connect and the Indigenous Connectivity Institute, CG, ICANN, the Indigenous Friends Association, Point Quebec, Typothec, Open Media, as well as other youth organizations and academic institutions. I would especially like to thank our government members here today from Innovation Science and Economic Development Canada and the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission. Your participation today is a guiding light to our young participants in your capacity and tenacity in engaging with these youth, both as speakers throughout the program and at this forum today. As well, thank you, Senator Cardozo, who we will hear from soon, for representing the upper chamber. I would especially like to thank the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, Arif Virani, for taking time out of his busy schedule to be our keynote. We have had a program adjustment for his speech, which will now be taking place at 11 o'clock this morning, moved up from the initial 4 o'clock in the afternoon time slot. Finally, I would like to wholeheartedly thank the Dais for partnering with Youth IGF Canada to host this inaugural Canada Youth IGF, especially Kamara Chambers and Catherine Ambergy. The Dais is an organization which deeply follows its values of empowering young leaders. We at IGF Canada would have just learned so much about hosting such a complex program and honorariums initiative, which we could not have succeeded without the Dais. Thank you for our learning so we can grow as a youth organization for years to come. As well, can we please get a round of applause to the Youth IGF Canada team? We are a group of 18 volunteers, and each member of our executive has put in countless hours on top of their studies and jobs to ensure this event's success. I am so amazed by what we have accomplished in less than 1 year as a full executive. And thank you to all of our participants. I hope today you are able to meet one another, network, and find synergies with those in attendance. When you go back to your communities, we at Youth IGF Canada are so excited to see the initiatives you put forward in crafting a better internet in our country. We could not be more thankful for your engagement at this forum today. And before passing the microphone to the Honorable Senator Cardozo for his inspiring remarks to youth here today, I would like to finish with these lasting words. We can go faster alone, but we can go further together. As a growing young internet community, we together can work to shape the evolution of the internet in our country to ensure it is a tool of our common prosperity. Thank you.
Should I go ahead? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead then. Thanks so much for inviting me, and I really regret my schedule didn't allow me to be there in person. And as I've been looking at the agenda the last few days more closely, I am really regretting I'm not there because it sounds like a fascinating conference. I will say a few words, so it'll just be a few minutes, and I just say to the organizers, my apologies. I'm the kind of opening speaker you don't really want, because I'm going to start by challenging the framework of the conference and say, I think you need to be expanding it. I don't think you've got it right. I think there's a bigger picture you need to be looking at. And it's for the following two reasons. One is you, the youth, the young people, you are the first generation of digital natives. Psychologists tell us that because you have been on the internet since birth, You understand it better than the rest of us. So people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, we've learned it over time, but you understood it instinctively and intuitively. My guess is there are several of you who, as soon as you could crawled over to the television in your family room and tried to change the channel by swiping the screen and wondered why it wasn't working. We didn't do that in my time. So there's a lot you understand about the internet more intuitively than the rest of us. So I think about people at ICANN, at CIRA, at CRTC, and I was a commissioner at the CRTC some years back. They're all a lot older, and they need to have more of your voice in there. So I think what you're focusing on, it being part of the regulatory network, is really important. I think that you understand it, you understand the internet, you understand where it's going, and you can imagine where it needs to go in the long term, or the short term and long term, better than people who are not digital natives. The other thing is you'll be around a lot longer. So I've been thinking about this. So I am 68. I'm in public life. Everybody knows my age. No secrets anymore. Given my family history and other ancestors, recent ancestors, I'm probably going to live to, let's say, 98. So I've got another 30 years to go, not just on this earth, another 30 years of internet. You folks, if you're going to live till, say, 98, you've got 78 years to go with the internet. So, and this is something I want to break to you, and I hope you don't take it wrong, but you're not going to be young a whole lot longer. Youth is a short period of life. Before you know it, you're not going to be youth anymore. You're not going to be attending youth conferences, and you're just going to be another old person. So what I really encourage you to do is yes, look at all the issues you have outlined from a youth perspective, but I want you to suggest you go one step further, and that is think about the long term. There are certain advantages, of course, to being young, in that you're not encumbered by too much information, and I say this in a positive way, because you can dream big, you can challenge people, and you don't have to listen to people who say, oh, it can't be done that way, or we've always done it that way, because you can just dream what you want to see the way you want to see it. I think that the issues you've identified are really important, whether you're going to be dealing with issues like regulatory oversight, effects on mental health, cyberbullying, AI, sexual victimization. I mean, AI is huge. We really don't know where it's going, but that is going to be a huge thing in your lives. So as I look at this long list of issues, I would encourage you to, yes, look at it from a youth perspective, but think about the next 78 years that you're going to be around for the internet. The way I see it is you, the youth, are really the guardians of the long-term future. You understand the internet better. You understand where it can go. You can dream about where it can go better than all those folks who are in government, who are at ICANN, at CIRA, at CRTC, and all the other organizations. I mean, you're going to talk to the Minister of Justice later this morning. He's younger than me, but in internet terms, he's an old dude. He's 52. He gets a lot of it, but I think you get it better, and he's a smart guy. And you'll find him very interesting. I know you will. But you understand a lot about the internet better than he does, in a more intuitive way, in a more instinctive way. And you should be confident about that, confident about talking to him about the issues. Lastly, I'd just say, I do look forward to hearing what you think about the online harms bill. I'm a senator, and I'm on one of the committees called the Transport and Communications Committee, which will be studying that bill. So just quickly how Parliament works. Federally, every law that goes into effect has to pass the House of Commons and the Senate. There's a process of 3 votes and committee hearings in the House, and 3 votes and committee hearings in the Senate. During committee hearings, we look at the bill more closely. We hear from a lot of people. I hope you will be part of that. I hope you will come forward and share your perspectives. But I will challenge you, if you come, to talk not only about a youth perspective, but about the long-term perspective, because that's what you can be doing. I really mean it when I say you are the guardians of the long-term future of the internet. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for being involved in it. Think big and give us your best, because we're looking forward to that. If there's time, I'm happy to take a question or two, but I'm probably out of time. Thanks very much for inviting me. Have a good conference.
Thank you, Senator Cardozo, for your remarks. I think we're gonna move to the next panel just for time reasons, but we really appreciate your remarks. Take care.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce our first moderator of the day. Juliana Kalasar is the Director of Engagement and Programming for Youth IGF Canada, and this panel is titled What the Online Harms Act Means for Youth, and it's intended to set the scene for our keynote speech to follow right after. So welcome, Juliana.
Thank you very much, Bianca. Okay, I'm just going to welcome my panel up to our chairs. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Testing. Here we go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today at our inaugural Canada Youth IGF. My name is Juliana Kalasar, and I will be the moderator for our first panel, What the Online Harms Act Means for Youth. So I'd like to give everyone a chance to just introduce themselves briefly. We've got Youth IGF Canada's very own Bianca Salamis, and we've got Amira Shusha, Danelle Kadima, and Esley Chan. So please, everyone, feel free to introduce yourself.
I can go first. Hi, folks. My name is Bianca Salamis. I'm your MC. I'm also a member of Youth IGF Canada's Executive Council, and I'm also currently completing my Master's of Public Policy at Simon Fraser University in British Columbia. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone. My name is Amira Shusha. I'm the founder of the Youth Guide, which is an organization based in Alberta that supports marginalized youth. I'm also currently an executive on the Young Diplomats of Canada team, and I am pursuing a dual master's in international business and business management at Ivey Business School in London, Ontario.
Thank you, Amira.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Danelle Kadima, and I am the lead research coordinator at Children's First Canada. And I'm really excited to get to speak more about that experience. In terms of my academic background, I'm in my 4th and final year of my undergraduate degree at the University of Calgary. So thank you.
Thank you, Janelle.
Hi, everyone. My name is Esley Chan. I'm a researcher and PhD candidate in the Department of Political Science at McGill University. My research focuses more on gendered forms of extremism, so looking at incels, trad wives, white supremacist groups. And I'm also affiliated with the Media Ecosystem Observatory and the Center for Media, Tech, and Democracy out of McGill, working on disinformation narratives, public opinion online.
Thank you very much, Esley, and thank you for those great introductions. So I'd like to flag to our audience members that your questions will be asked towards the end of the panel, and they will be populated into Slido and Menti. So the first question that I've got for my panel is, we all know that the internet is not the nicest space, especially for women. So we now have a proposed online harms bill, which we'll be hearing about more from the Minister of Justice shortly. My question for you all is, what are your thoughts about the proposed Online Harms Act?
Should I go first?
Sure. Thank you,
All right.
Bianca.
Yeah, I think that initially I thought I still do think that the act has a lot of potential. Yeah, if we just look at, where we are now over the past 10, 15 years, let's say like around the time of like a precedent-setting case, which the first one that pops into my mind would be like the Amanda Todd case. I think that culturally, as a society, we've come to really, we understand the lasting effects that are associated with online harms. However, I still think that there's kind of a social psychological element to conducting oneself, and let's say like the cyber environment. And I think it was Dr. Maya Ganesh who kind of coined this idea of incoherence. Like when women and girls are in these online spaces, they are kind of perceived or portrayed as incoherent bodies. And I think that really sitting with that as a woman and as someone who has dedicated their graduate studies to researching the effects of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, sitting with that kind of idea of being disembodied when being in these spaces is kind of what led me to identify this critical gap within many forms of online safety legislation. And that's that a lot of the times they fail to address the rate at which technology evolves, and that is, as many of you know, at a very, very rapid rate. And you know, I commend the folks at the ministry who have in the initial consultation stages have identified the 7 forms of online harms, which, just to name a couple, things like doxing and revenge pornography and deepfakes and whatnot. But I think my hope for the bill is that there will be more clarity surrounding whether there are provisions in the Act for future amendments or adoptions, because we need to keep pace with the technological advancements that contribute to more nuanced forms of online harms. So yeah, I would say that definitely has a lot of potential, but as Senator Cardozo is saying, we have to think long term. We have to think about the rate at which technology is advancing. So yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for a thoughtful response, Bianca. Amira or anyone else, would you like to go next?
So I think that my initial thoughts on the bill is that it's been a long time coming. We really need some sort of direction in Canada around legislation with online harm. But I do think that it does need some improvement. And I think that there are areas that the bill does not address. And when it comes to, for example, protecting children from exploitation, I think that the bill does address that. But areas, for example, around holding platforms accountable for mental health issues that exist in online spaces as a result of what happens is not necessarily addressed in the bill as far as I've seen it. And I think that that's really important because that in and of itself will have long-term effects, not just on young children, but also as they just age through basically the way that the internet evolves. And I think when it comes to things like, for example, AI and how integrated it's become in our daily lives, it's really, really important for a lot of these changes to also be happening almost as rapidly as the change is happening, because by the time the bill catches up, it's already moving on to the next stage. And I think that that's a really important part of making change when it comes to legislation or even just in different communities. And yeah, I'd say those are my initial thoughts on the bill.
Absolutely. Thank you for such a thoughtful response, Amira. Danelle?
Of course, thank you. So I would just like to echo the responses from my fellow panelists here, where we do have to recognize that there is an importance in having legislation on the regulation of how we use technology in our online spaces. And I think this is particularly important for the youth space because, one, we are a vulnerable population for internet use, especially because when we have these experiences growing up on the internet, it can sometimes be hard to really understand the difference or the relationship between the online presence that we have and how it translates to real world implications. And from a researcher's perspective on child health and child well-being, technology misuse incorporates itself into other major issues, including climate change, systemic racism and discrimination, limited physical activity. These are all things that we're looking at and saying technology does have an impact on those things. So it's really important for us to understand that. And for the legislation that is being proposed through the Online Harms Act, we are seeing that there are areas for improvement, and there are areas where we can further address specific threats to youth as a vulnerable population. Something we're finding in the research space is that there's a growing concern related to online child sexual exploitation. And this is a widespread thing. We're finding that over 97% of non-consensual intimate content is being targeted to youth aged 12 to 17. So this also brings in the conversation of women and girls who are disproportionately affected by technology-facilitated gender violence. So it adds a bit of nuance to not just the population we're looking at, but how the Online Harms Act is able to address the concerns of that population. So these are some of the concerns that we're looking at. And although we have the Online Harms Act, which is definitely a step in the right direction, we also need to be mindful of the improvements that can come from that as well. So.
Thank you very much for that thoughtful response, Danelle. And Esley.
Yeah, I think the bill sets a good foundation, but I think it needs to address some of the more systemic issues that we see when it comes to online behavior. And I'll talk about that kind of in two ways. So the first is the fact that we hear often from parliamentarians talking about this bill that they're not going after people that are awful but lawful. They're only going after people that do the worst forms of harm. The problem is that awful and lawful will very quickly become awful and unlawful. And so I think one of the main concerns we have, especially amongst young boys, we see now that like Andrew Tate is a big figure amongst boys in elementary schools. And while now they're maybe just seeing that, oh, this is a form of entertainment, that can very quickly develop into misogynistic behavior, into a cult mentality amongst other young boys. And so I think we need a more systemic and long-term view when it comes to that, when it comes to also providing like social support for counselors in school that have to deal with these kind of problems. The second is that when we think of online harms and we think of the term technology facilitated gender-based violence, we should also think of how it facilitates violence offline. And so I think we need to stress that connection between online and offline violence. One of the pieces of research I did was look at the incel attack here in Toronto, actually back in 2018. And what I found is that our public safety risk assessment models don't assess online forms of misogynistic violence as seriously as other forms of extremist threat. And so I think we need to make better connections, especially when it comes to gender, of how online harms can translate to offline harms.
Thank you very much, Esley. That was great. So I have a quick rapid fire question for everyone on our panel now. So do you think this bill will actually make the internet safer in Canada based on your work in digital safety and community building?
Yeah, I'm going to start first again. Okay, yeah, sure. I think that what will make the internet safer is if we begin to advocate for policy interventions that are more aligned with the lived experiences of, let's say, women and girls in this situation that face online abuse or who are most subject to face these types of harms. And what does this look like? Well, I think that this looks like not solely focusing on quantifying how many women and girls are victims of these harms. It's important to get the statistics. We need the statistics. We will get those, I'm hoping. But it's also really important to, I think, have some kind of participatory action research in terms of, really amplifying the voices of women and girls and co-producing solutions when it comes to making the internet safer. Especially in the case for women and girls, I think there's a lot of ways to go when it comes to harm reduction solutions. And that I think they need to be far more victim centric in order for the internet to be safer.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca. Amira?
So I think initially there will be definitely some improvement in how safe people feel on the internet and how that impacts their day-to-day actions. But I do think that it's really, really important to understand some of the underlying reasons as to why people fall victim to some of these online harms. And so understanding like the youth experience and what are some like tactics that are utilized by different types of people that make them victims in those situations. And I think that that's really, really important research, because if that is integrated into an act and legislation, then it could actually have true meaningful impact. My worry, though, is that there will be further ostracization and marginalization of specific communities because of this act. And I think because there's maybe a little bit of lack of transparency about what some of these platforms will be flagging, how are they going, like what are the consequences that they would be facing? Like there's, I think, a little bit more room for improvement in that space, where just to understand like what is the gravity of the punishments that people will face, and actually making it so that there's like a scenario where somebody that basically harms people online, and just youth specifically, becomes the case where you don't want everybody else to my apologies. So basically making a case of someone so that these things are not repeated in our communities. And I think that is really, really important when we are talking about internet governance beyond just this generation of AI, for example.
Absolutely. Thank you, Amira. Danelle?
So just to touch a little bit more on that, because I do think that's an excellent point. A lot of the legislation that can be produced around online safety can be a little bit controversial, given concerns over freedom of speech and the levels of things that can be published or posted online. So a lot of those things can be addressed by actually having genuine conversations, discussions like these conferences, to say, okay, how can we actually have legislation that has meaning or that has translational implications on different acts of harm that are taking place online? And as well, I think there's also room to discuss the importance of digital literacy and what does it mean to actually have digital well-being, especially as a child or as a youth or a child in Canada. I don't know about the rest of you, but for me personally, no one actually taught me how to use the internet. And I know we're having discussions on it being intuitive, but having healthy and well-rounded internet use was not something that I was taught in a classroom or had that kind of experience. And I'm not sure if I'm the only one in that. But that also raises the importance of having digital literacy, especially as a young woman from a marginalized community. It also adds nuances to what it means to be digitally literate and what are some practical routines that youth and children in Canada can implement to be better online users, not just for what they're propagating online, but also for their personal protection. So that's also another case of really understanding how our internet presence or our online presence has translational and real world implications on our daily lives. So digital literacy is something that is a growing field of study, especially in the field of well-being and how that translates to other parts of our lives. But I definitely think that it has context in the conversation around online harms. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Danelle. And the digital literacy piece is such an important aspect. As a researcher who focuses on critical media literacy in my own work, I do find that to be such a critical point. So thank you for that. And Esli?
Yeah, I think the researcher side of me questions what the subjective nature of safe means. But I think this bill does just kind of introduce new enforcement measures that we haven't seen before. But I think its focus on individual platforms needs a much broader view. And so what I mean is that it needs a better view of the ideas of platform design, of social media platform design, in order to create safer spaces. And so I think about how there's this idea of like toxic virality, right? Like these platforms will reward behavior that is like polarizing, that's controversial. And so the design of platforms itself almost encourages sources of like sometimes violent media, as well as like cross-platform engagement, how people can post the same content across other platforms when they get deplatformed. Even the idea of deplatforming, that these individuals can go and create their own platforms and then often spread even more hatred speech. And so, yeah, I think this kind of connected view of platforms and the way that it is initially designed needs to be better kind of incorporated within this bill.
Yes, thank you very much, Esley. Okay, and for our final question, it's actually a rapid fire question. So in 30 seconds or less, what areas of online harms need to be considered for Canadian youth going forward? Yeah,
I can go.
please feel free,
Yeah,
Bianca.
sure.
Thank you.
30 seconds or less. Okay. I think despite the promises that this bill will penalize and work to prohibit these forms of online harms or penalize individuals who commit technology facilitated violence, it's going to be important for, I think, I'm going to call on who will be the legislator should the bill pass, the Digital Safety Commission, to really understand and recognize, and kind of to what Esley was saying before, talking about people or offenders or perpetrators who will eventually find ways to evade legislation, just given the nature of technology and the environment and deplatforming content and whatnot. And so I think it's inevitable. You can't catch them all, but I think that it's going to need to really consider that.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca. Amira?
So I think for me, there are three main areas that I think really need to be highlighted, especially with working with different sectors of youth and their experiences. The first being the concepts around body image and disordered eating. I think that that's an issue that's really on the rise on social media, with that being glamorized. And that is technically an online harm, but not necessarily one that is as commonly seen as like bad or evil, let's say. A second area would be all the impacts of mental health. I think that there is a lot of correlations, and I'm sure my fellow panelists that are researchers would be able to say that. There's a lot of correlations between mental health and social media, and I think this is an area that needs to be expanded a little bit more. And then the third would be extreme ideologies. I think those are really important to also address, and essentially mapping out some of the behaviors that exist on the internet and how children and youth fall victim to that and are unable to protect themselves. And I really like the idea about digital literacy. And I think that that's a really important mechanism that we can address some of these issues with, but I would like to see some improvements with the act.
Absolutely. Thank you, Amira. Danelle?
So in 30 seconds or less, I would say that a big thing that I would like to see moving forward in the online space is the idea of a multidisciplinary approach to addressing online safety. It's really important to have the work of healthcare providers, researchers, stakeholders, civic society, anyone under the umbrella that might be working with youth, and youth as an equal partner. I think it's also really important not to just see youth as agents of change for the future, but also for right now. And I think when we change our mindsets to really understand youth as an equal partner, we actually start to incorporate their ideas, their lived experiences into the conversation and into the design of legislation, of digital literacy, and any other intervention that we have. So I just wanted to stress really the importance of having youth as an equal and bilateral partner in developing a multidisciplinary approach to online safety use. So that's what I would say.
Absolutely. Considering youth as an equal partner is such an important aspect. So thank you very much. And Esley?
Yeah, I think one thing to consider is also how we talk about the Online Harms Act. I think a narrative we often see is kind of like hate speech versus free speech. And I think that presents a very false dichotomy where free speech kind of enables this absolute freedom to say whatever you want. And I think that's often very laden with like power dynamics, especially in the online space. And it also minimizes the harm that's felt when it comes to hate speech. And so I think as we see these debates kind of grow in the public space, is to think about how we're framing free speech as relative to hate speech.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, that concludes the end of our first panel. I would like to thank Bianca, Amira, Danelle, and Ashley for such a critically engaging conversation. Thank you all. That was phenomenal. Okay, I'm now going to be passing the mic to Dana once again for our keynote speech. Thanks again, everyone.
So thank you, Juliana and the panel, for sharing your input on online harms. And thank you to everyone in attendance here today. When we began planning this forum, we were lucky enough to be in communication with the Minister of Justice and his office early on. This past year, the federal government introduced Bill C-63, otherwise known as the Online Harms Act, as a key proposed digital policy in Canada. Today, our keynote speaker, Minister Veronica, will discuss this act and what it means for Canadian youth. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, Arif Virani. Please join me in welcoming the Minister.
What Dana neglected to mention is that I'm also her local MP, which means we both live in the best area of the city, if not the country, which is Parkdale High Park. But how is everyone doing this morning? Good, good. Je vais juste ajouter quelques petits mots en français comme une députée fédérale que je suis tellement content d'être parmi vous autres aujourd'hui pour cet événement et pour cette discussion, parce que c'est assez important. The second thing I want to do is just acknowledge, you've already started your conference, but I will acknowledge the territory that we are on. This is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, the Anishinaabe, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit. I always insist on doing land acknowledgements, but as we approach September 30th, which is our third annual day for Truth and Reconciliation, we should all be reflective about what we can do to advance reconciliation in this country. So it's really important for me to be here. It's really important also for me to be listening to you. I appreciate you want to hear from me, and I'm happy to discuss aspects of the bill that I've been promoting in Parliament these past several months, which is a really important piece of legislation. But I think I just wanted to underscore at the outset, your ideas and input are also critical to me in terms of helping to perfect what I think is already a good bill, but not a perfect bill, in terms of what can be done to improve it and make it even stronger. And what I'll say to you is that in terms of just sort of at the outset, I'm just going to pour myself a bit of water. Is sort of setting up sort of where things are at. And I appreciate many people in this room are a lot younger than me. I am at the tender age of 52. I've got the bald spot back here to prove it. But it's a different world that many of you have grown up in compared to the world that I grew up in. And I appreciate that world comes with challenges. I also appreciate, as a father raising two young boys, the challenges that every young person faces in terms of adjusting, sort of finding their voice and sort of coming to terms and sort of as they embrace adulthood. And that's a trepidous sort of route for any person, sort of, I think, 10 to 25-ish, anywhere they are in the world, whatever era we're talking about. But this is a very specific time that we're in and a specific moment that we're in. I think that's really important to underscore. And what I want to also emphasize is that the safety concerns that have been expressed to me are safety concerns that I see, that I hear about, but also ones that I am personally sort of privy to. And what do I mean by that? I mean that I cannot divorce my work on this bill from sort of who I am and what I represent. So yes, I'm a parliamentarian. Yes, I'm a lawyer. It's good to have an attorney general that's a lawyer. But I'm also an individual who came here as a refugee from Uganda in 1972. I'm also a Muslim racialized man. I'm raising two Muslim racialized boys. And I think in terms of when we embrace online safety, we have to understand sort of what people are facing in terms of where they are, how they look, what they represent, what they're trying to articulate. And that looks different for somebody who's Indigenous. It looks different for somebody who's LGBTQ. It looks different for someone who's Black, for somebody who's racialized, for somebody who's a religious minority. because there's a lot going on online, and a lot of it is cloaked under an anonymity that emboldens people to really challenge other people's safety. And I think a lot of you in this room can understand what I'm speaking about. But the online world has become increasingly unsafe. And I want to pause for a moment to reflect on, if you guys, I hope there are some nerds in the room. I presume there's a few who've been following sort of this legislation closely. But when I tabled it, it was either the 26th or the 27th of February. And I was at a podium like this, and I was surrounded by a lot of fellow parliamentarians. But also I was flanked by a few different people. And one of the persons I was flanked by was a woman named Elise Beauvais. You don't need to know her name, but I hope you do remember her name. But Elise Beauvais is a Black woman from Montreal, a Francophone, who dared to enter the fray of discussions about systemic racism and anti-Black racism in the wake of George Floyd. And what Elise Beauvais faced was intense backlash. So much so that Elise Beauvais sort of resiled from that discussion because she couldn't handle it. She resiled from communicating with anyone. Physically or online, resiled into herself, and it affected her anxiety levels, her trauma levels, depression, you name it. And I raise that because I feel like there's a lot of Elise Beauvais out there that are not able to find their voice. And I raise that because people talk to me a lot about this legislation and about people's voices, and what are you doing to protect free expression and freedom of speech, particularly online. And I'm going to address this at length a bit later on in my comments, but what I'd say just at the outset is that I think what we need to ensure that we all understand is that so much of discourse in civic debate, in civic society right now, is, notwithstanding the fact I'm here in front of you at a microphone, and I'm pleased to be here in person, it takes place online, on our phones, on our computers, etc. And if people are impeded from penetrating that virtual town square, that virtual public space, then their expressive rights are being limited. I'd also want to point out that there is a great deal of information that is happening online and that is affecting young people. And the statistics really bear this out. The statistics are that a quarter of teens experience cyberbullying, that the number of hate crimes reported by police in Canada has increased by 83% since 2019. The Toronto police here in our city have reported that they've experienced a 130% increase in hate-related calls. And in 2022, 71% of young Canadians reported seeing online hate content in the previous 12 months, which is well above the national average. 1 in 8 people saw online content daily that could incite hate or violence. And I raise this because it's something that just came up earlier this morning. I was speaking at another group about this very same idea. And it's about, given that statistical path, I feel it's incumbent upon legislators like me, particularly people with roles like me as Minister of Justice, to take action. And people said, Reef, it's really helpful when you sort of give us illustrative examples. So I'll go back to my youth. So my youth was not with a smartphone. There was one phone in our house. It was a dial phone like this, for those of you that remember what those look like. I've got one colleague who does. That's good. But I remember, I've got a sister who's 3 years and 3 months older than me. I remember my dad getting very angry when people would call our house after 9 or 9:30 or 10 o'clock to speak to my sister. It was always boys wanting to speak to my sister. He was being a protective dad. I'm not the father of a daughter. I'm the father of 2 boys. But I think any dad would probably react in the same way. But I raise this both partly flippantly, but also partly just to point out that we don't generally tolerate people who would show up at our houses, show up at the playground, or show up on the phone at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night, particularly if they're wanting to chat about things that maybe might be harmful to our children. And yet that's exactly what's happening online all of the time. And we need to take action to prevent that in terms of protecting young people in particular. But I'd also say to you that it's not just about protecting my kids. And my kids are literally at that stage where they're 10 and 13, and the 10-year-old isn't at the stage at all, but the 13-year-old is graduating from a brutal flip phone to he wants a smartphone. My wife and I debated. He's just starting grade 9, and he's got a smartphone. He's allowed to have one app on it, so he had to choose his app. Apparently, Snapchat is the way to go in grade 9 at his high school. But I also can't divorce the fact that he's not just a boy trying to become a young man, but he's also a boy with a different name. He's a boy that has the same skin color as me. He's a boy that is Muslim. And what he's going to face is different than what some other people might face. And I raise that because it's not just my children's reality that informs how I approach this legislation, but it's Canada's reality. And Canada's reality is, unfortunately, just today, I've had lots of engagements as Minister of Justice, including with international counterparts, including at things like the G7. And it really troubles me that Canada leads the G7 in a statistic that I don't want to lead in. Like, I want to lead in all these great economic indicators and democratic governance indicators. We lead the G7 in deaths due to Islamophobia. 11 since 2017. That's pretty startling, right? 11 people have been cut down because of their faith in this country, and that faith was Islam. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the Quebec mosque shooter, whose name I will not repeat, in 2017, who killed 6 individuals. And I'm talking about the person who decided to take a car and drive into a family, killing 4 and orphaning 1. Right? That's the Afzal family in London. I don't want to lead in that statistic. And the reason I raise that statistic is because it's informative for me. It's motivating for me. But it also lays clear a patent truth. Right? And people like to say, well, Varani, you're just sort of espousing. Is that just theoretical? Because I often say online radicalization leads to real world violence. In those 2 cases, and I hope, again, the type A folks in this room follow those 2 cases, both instances, the accused persons who have now been convicted admitted on the stand under cross-examination that they were radicalized online. So it's not theoretical. It costs lives, including in this country. And no, we haven't had a Pittsburgh Tree of Life synagogue attack. And no, we haven't had an Orlando LGBTQ bar attack where 49 people were killed in this country. But I'll be damned if I'm going to stand by and sort of watch it happen. So it's not just about protecting Muslims. It's about protecting lots of vulnerable people in this country. The other component that I feel compelled to speak about is this idea that people have mentioned to me, and I'm sort of jumping around my notes here a little bit, but they've said to me that, Arif, you've got a really impressive piece of legislation, and it is impressive, and it was worked on a long time. It's not sort of my handiwork on the back of a napkin. It's a 4.5-year process. And that piece of legislation addresses things such as content that needs to be taken down immediately. That's child sex abuse material and revenge porn. It addresses content where we've got to moderate the risk. So that's incitements to hatred, incitements to violence and terrorism. That is fomenting hatred. That is content that would be used to bully a child, or content that would be used to cause a child self-harm. But people have said to me, Arif, I feel like we've got this momentum behind the bill, but I'm not sure about all of the bill. Why can't we just sort of bifurcate it a little bit? Let's just deal with the kids part, because that's easy. Like, everyone wants to protect their kids. And maybe, that hate stuff, maybe we should just sort of pause for a second on the hate stuff. And what I say to people, and then they say to me, well, this is how we should do it. We should actually separate out the bill. And my response to that is as follows. Fundamentally, when I take an oath of office as the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, it is to keep Canadians safe. And I believe in keeping all Canadians safe. It's the first point. The second point is that when we look at harms that people are exposed to, we've looked at harms comprehensively. There are all types of different harms. It is not just child sex predators, of which there are many, unfortunately, but there are other types of harms that people are exposed to. And this bill is meant to address all of them. This bill is also meant to address what we're seeing. I'm here at the campus at TMU. It would be indifferent if I was on the campus at York or at U of T or any other campus around this country. We have seen, sometimes because of geopolitical events, sometimes because of domestic events, we've seen increasing polarization and division, right? And what we've seen is that we need to ensure that in those times that dialogue occurs, but hatred does not. And hatred is on the rise. And the stats that I read to you demonstrate that hatred is on the rise. But I'd also say to you, and I see, different people of different backgrounds, like TMU looks exactly like Toronto does, and that's why I love this city. But I'd also ask you to think about, for those who say, just separate the bill, Arif, because let's just protect just those young people. I'd say to you, okay, let's think about the young people, right? Think about my kids, think about your kids, your nieces, your nephews, your grandchildren. But now let's think about what it looks like for them online if it's a young girl online as opposed to a young boy. Now let's add a few layers. Let's think about if that's a young racialized girl. So now we've got a young Black girl online. Now let's think about, maybe she's of Somali origin and maybe she's Muslim like me. So now we've got a young Black Somali Muslim in a hijab. If you think all she's facing is sort of eating disorder issues about her body image, I just think you're wrong. In fact, I know you're wrong, because I know that the vitriol that circulates online is also circulating with young people, and they are exposed to hatred, and they are exposed to material that is being fomented towards them and targeting them. And what I would say to you is that we all need to think about those examples, because I think in my job as protecting Canadians, protecting those who are victimized online, I'm not going to cherry pick which victims. I'm not going to hang out to dry. I'm not going to focus only on child sex predator victims and hang out to dry the LGBTQ plus community, hang out to dry Indigenous people, hang out to dry Black Canadians, Muslim Canadians, Jewish Canadians, you name it. My job is to try and protect to the best of my ability all Canadians. But I'd also say to you, and I find this very troubling, is that, because I thought we learned more coming out of COVID about the mental health impacts of what people are experiencing online. You've seen the US Surgeon General issue a warning. Literally, think about, again, for those of you who are old enough, the 1960s, there's a warning: tobacco causes cancer. This is bad for your health. The US Surgeon General has issued a warning about social media and what it does to young people. That's significant. We know that that is significant. But what I find troubling is that I don't think anyone in Canada, regardless of whether they vote for me or hate my party's guts, I don't think anyone in Canada would countenance somebody taking a firearm into a mosque. No one's going to defend that because it's deplorable conduct. But I find it troubling that people will take less umbrage at the pernicious mental health impact and trauma that young people are experiencing who face hatred, what it does to their confidence levels, their self-esteem, their anxiety, their depression, their ability to engage. And that's something that we need to be thinking about. But it also reflect on you that when I stood at this podium and I mentioned Elise Beauvais, who was with me, also with me at the podium, which was a first since October 7th, was the National Council of Canadian Muslims and the Center for Jewish and Israeli Affairs. Why were they both there? Because they haven't been hanging out too much recently, to be blunt. They were both there because they know that online radicalization leads to targeting of both of their communities and leads to violence against both of their communities. That was salient for me. It's also salient that both of them are behind aspects of the bill that people want me to divide. So the people that say keep in the bits about child sex predators, but let's, that troubling criminal code stuff, let's just put that aside for now. We'll deal with that another time. In those criminal code provisions are things like a freestanding hate crimes offense. People have taken issue with that. Whoa, why do we need that? I gently point out that it exists in 47 out of 50 states south of the border. I haven't seen an erosion of free speech last time I checked in any of those 47 states south of the border. But I also point out that police officers are begging me for this kind of provision. Now I'm going to get a bit into the weeds here. So where's Jess? Because I usually pick on Jess. Well, I'll pick on Keith this time. No, Jess is easier to pick on. I'll pick on Jess. Jess is floating around somewhere. If I throw a punch and I'm convicted of assaulting Jess, my female staffer, I might get 30 days in a provincial facility. If it is demonstrated that I threw the punch at Jess because I was motivated by misogyny, anti-female sentiment, my sentence could be increased because it's an aggravating factor. That's 718.2 of the criminal code. But you deal with it on the back end. And we don't know how many of these incidents are actually motivated by hate because it only gets considered if a conviction is successful. And what police officers have said to me is that there's actually a lot more violence out there, whether it's mischief, vandalism, trespass, assaults, even sexual assaults, or even murders that are happening that are hate motivated, but we're not laying the charge up front, so we don't have an ability to track it. So imagine a scenario where you've got thousands of such incidents. They still only result in hundreds of convictions, but we know the scope of the problem. That's what police are telling me. Police at hate crimes units in this very city are telling me that. But those groups that are targeted are also telling me that, what's a good part about your bill? You're increasing the penalties for these types of crimes, for willful promotion of hatred, public incitement of hatred, advocating genocide. That's what's in the bill. And the last response I have to people who tell me, why don't we just divide it up? It'd be just so much easier, such low-hanging fruit just to protect the kids, is that what I say to them is that, I've looked internationally at examples about this bill. And Australia is one example we've looked at really closely. And Australia moved in this area in 2015. In 2015, 9 years ago, they dealt with children. 9 years later, Australia has gone way beyond just dealing with children. If I'm moving for the first time as a minister of the Crown to deal with this issue, I think it's incumbent upon me to address the issue as we see it now, not as the world saw it 9 years ago. So I think that's really, really important. There's a lot of components about the bill that my staff hate this because I've deviated wildly from the order that they laid things out here in my comments. But there's people that have talked to me extensively about this bill, and they said, Arif, it looks like this is just you manufacturing sort of your own vision of Canada. And they said to me quite candidly that, it looks like a bold-faced attack on freedom of expression in this country. And to that, I have several responses. The first is that freedom of expression is fundamental in a democracy. And I say that as somebody who had a very tender age, but nevertheless, my family fled an authoritarian regime in East Africa, the regime of Idi Amin. So if you want a family that venerates Canada and everything it represents, it's probably my family. If you want somebody who's going to defend freedom of expression under Section 2B of the Charter, it's probably me as Minister of Justice, not only because I practice constitutional law, but because my oath as a cabinet minister is different from every one of my colleagues. We all pledge allegiance to the king, and we all pledge to keep cabinet confidence. I pledge to uphold the Constitution, and I take that very, very seriously. But the most important thing I will say to you about freedom of expression is that hate speech is not constitutionally protected speech. Okay, so I'm just going to repeat that. In this country, hate speech is not constitutionally protected speech. That begs the question that if we don't protect it in the physical space, me here on the campus at TMU, why would we protect it online? Okay, it begs the question about, okay, well then, Varani, what's the definition of hatred? Like, did you just concoct this on the back of a napkin in some bar in Ottawa? The answer is no, I did not. Because we thought about this. We thought about the kind of criticism that we would face. We thought, what would be the safest thing? We're going to codify a definition that already exists. Whose definition? The Supreme Court of Canada's definition. Comes from two cases, Keekstra and Whatcott. Whatcott is a 2013 decision of the Supreme Court. I encourage you to look it up, the definitions around paragraphs 42 to 47. Read those 5 paragraphs. What does it say? It says, hatred is detestation and vilification. Hatred is not insulting comments, offensive comments, expressions of disdain or dislike. Okay? Why do I point that out? People love to ask me, you've done a lot of stuff in your career. How does it help inform you in terms of what you're doing now? I say it helps inform me all the time. It helped that I practice constitutional law in this city. It helped that I was a UN war crimes prosecutor on the Rwandan genocide. You know how Tutsis were described in Rwanda in 1994? As cockroaches that should be stamped out. That's called detestation and vilification, when you dehumanize another. What that definition does is it sets a high bar. It's not going to affect Accent on Toronto on October 17th. It's not going to affect colorful jokes at a Yuck Yucks comedy cabaret. It's not even going to affect people who have legitimate criticisms about our immigration policy, including which country people are coming in from. People express to me all the time, as recently as 2 weeks ago in my riding on somebody's porch, you have too many people coming in from this particular country. That is legitimate debate in Canadian society. That is protected speech. But what it is going to draw differentiation from is between a casual racial slur, what I call awful but lawful language, and somebody who calls for the extermination of a people. That's detestation and vilification. For those who say to me, oh my God, Varani, you're going to open the floodgates. Every casual comment about Colin Kaepernick taking in during the American national anthem in a football game is going to throw me in jail. I call BS on that, to be blunt. Because if you think hatred prosecutions, because it's the same standard, we have the same laws, if you think they're easy to apply right now, you're wrong. They're sparing, partly because most hatred prosecutions require the consent of an attorney general. That remains on the books because of the careful civil liberties that are at stake. What I also say is look closely at what we're doing, but also what we're not doing. Because, again, we looked around the planet. 6 countries have moved in this area already. Australia, Germany, Ireland, France, the UK. In the UK, They decided to wade into private communications. Our bill does not. Our bill does not talk about individually hosted websites that don't host user-generated content, right? In France, they went too far on freedom of expression. Their bill was struck down. This calibrates in an important manner. The other thing that's really, really important to understand, you can tell I'm a bit sort of engaged on this because I've been dealing with it for a few months now, is that we've got the law, we've got the definition. Who's going to apply that definition? Great question. Very great question. Who's going to apply the definition? So let's go back to Jess. I don't even know where she went, but she's around here somewhere. If Jess feels that something is offside the definition of hatred, Jess puts up her hand. The next step is for Meta. So Meta is going to say, well, here's the definition of hatred. Do we agree with Jess or not? Meta can then decide to moderate Jess's exposure to that material. Meta is not taking it down. Very important point. Right? I told you what's coming down. Child sex abuse material, revenge porn comes down 24 hours. All this other stuff, we got to reduce Jess's exposure to it, but we're not taking it out of the public domain. If you still think Meta's decision maybe wasn't robust enough or is too robust, too aggressive, who deals with it? The Digital Safety Commission. They come in and they say to Meta, well, we don't think you've got the balance right here. If you still feel aggrieved that, no, that wasn't hatred, that Jess is wrong, Meta's wrong, the Digital Safety Commission's wrong, you go to court. You know what's important about all four of those actors? Jess, Meta, the Digital Safety Commission, and the court? None of them are named Arif Irani or Justin Trudeau. This is not something where we as political officials weighed in on what's going to be in the public domain or not. This is where other actors, the four that I listed, apply a definition that's entrenched in the statute. That's really, really fundamental for people to understand. The other thing that has come up a great deal about this legislation in terms of sort of people criticizing this stuff, well, we like the points that deal with children and how we prosecute children, because we're beefing that up as well, where we can ensure there's a preservation of the data. The Metas of the world have to transfer that data to an RCMP, child exploitation center. They're clearly scoped into the bill, et cetera. But when people say to me that, okay, you've explained to me a bit about the criminal code stuff, but you've got this Human Rights Act aspect. And I'm not sure about this Human Rights Act stuff. Like, why should people be able to raise their hand and say, this is hate speech that's discriminatory and complain about it in front of the Human Rights Commission? And, didn't we remove that as a parliament in 2013? And you're right, the previous government did remove that under Stephen Harper. That removal deprive people of a route and a recourse vis-a-vis the individual author of the material. So understand that when we talk about the Digital Safety Commission, that layout that I just gave you, that was all vis-a-vis Meta and what it's exposing me to or not online. But here you would have Jess feeling aggrieved by an individual, Arif Irani, and what recourse would she have against me personally? People say, well, you're going to flood, it's going to be all full of BS complaints and bad faith complaints, and it's going to just inundate the commission, and oh my God, the sky will fall. Yeah, we thought about that because we heard about it. So there's four ways specifically how we address that. So the first is that we define hatred. The same definition I told you applies across the act. So Arif's casual comments do not arise to detestation or vilification unless I'm doing things like calling for the extermination of a people. Secondly, we said to the Human Rights Commission that if somebody's going to raise a complaint under this new Section 13 provision, that you have the ability to summarily dismiss it. So for the budding lawyers in the room, a summary dismissal mechanism is sort of a prima facie, the case has not been made out, they just dismiss it out of hand. No hearing, nothing, just gone. Third, they've always had the ability to weed out frivolous or vexatious complaints. And fourth, rarely in an administrative context, if somebody has used the process and is deemed to have abused the process of the Canadian Human Rights Commission, costs can be ordered against them. So it takes time and money to deal with some of these things at the Canadian Human Rights Commission. So you can have a punitive order of costs. So if Jess felt aggrieved and I abused the provision, she gets costs ordered against me and I pay for her legal costs. These are significant and these help calibrate the impact of that measure, which I think is really, really important. The key piece, I think, about the legislation is that what we're trying to do is ensure online safety for all Canadians. And we're trying to meet them where they are with respect to the threats that they're facing. Children, adolescents, adults. I think that's really, really critical. What we're trying to do is ensure that we are not leaving any particular group behind, but we're trying to ensure that people can engage online. fundamentally and engage in a safe manner. What I'd say to you is that I hope you're interested in this bill. No doubt you are, because you're here at this kind of forum. And what I would say to you is that I also need you to be reflective of Canada's reality, is that this isn't cookie cutter legislation. This is legislation that involves a lot of factors, and people have voices and concerns that they want to raise. And what I want is for those voices and concerns to be raised. Most specifically, if you have ideas about how to improve the bill, strengthen it, how to attenuate it or make it more detailed or precise, those are exactly what I want to hear both now, but also when this bill gets to committee. Because at the Justice Committee is exactly where, through parliamentary process, we're meant to be hearing about how to improve the bill. But what I'd say to you is that it's really critical that it gets to committee. And here's where I'm just going to issue a plain call to action. That we are in a minority parliament, right? I was just talking to some Americans and they can't fathom how there'd be like 4.5 parties and how does that work, et cetera. What do you mean you could have a snap election, et cetera, et cetera. So I walked them through all of that. But in a minority parliament, we need what we call a dance partner, right? We need another party to support us getting this to committee and getting this through the House of Commons. What I'd say to you quite candidly is, please engage with parliamentarians. You can engage with Liberals as much as you want, but what I would really encourage you to do is engage with the NDP and also engage with the Bloc Québécois. So if that means dusting off your Larousse and your Bechamel, if you don't know what I'm talking about, going on to Google Translate so you can translate a letter in English into French, please reach out to different parliamentarians, because it is the Bloc and the NDP that can help us expedite this bill and its passage through the House of Commons. But it will not happen without Canadians standing up and speaking out for what they believe is necessary. Because I firmly believe that in the importance of ensuring that Canadians and all Canadians, children, adolescents, and adults, are protected from what they're facing online and empowered to participate online. So I will leave it there, and I'll be very happy to entertain your questions. Merci beaucoup. Sure.
For you. Wonderful. So thank you very much for that speech today. We kind of chatted that we do know each other a bit because you're my MP. And I'm just curious, how has September kicked off for you, for your family? This is sometimes a busy time of year, especially going back to school and dealing with a bill like this that is so focused on young people.
So September started great. And we're fine. We just had 2 big festivals in the riding, as you know, which is always exciting. But it's important. I think what's really nice is being able to get back in the House of Commons and being really able to address. We've already had we had a full day of debate prior to the end of the spring session. We had another full day of debate on this bill. But to hit the ground running on this bill is really important because Canadians are talking about it as they rightfully should. And it's encouraging to see it's being prioritized by our government. We just need that prioritization to continue on the part of some of the opposition parties.
Absolutely. Now, before we head into questions, we had polled our participants in advance for questions, and you could tell by the answers how engaged Canadians are with this bill and how much they are concerned about online harms as well as the contents of the bill. And so we pulled together some questions of common themes. And so we're going to make sure that your voice as participants of this Canada Youth IGF and especially youth voices will be represented in this Q&A. And so we're going to go through some of those questions, okay? Great. So can you explain how the Online Harms Act would help protect youth in the 18 to 30 age category? We heard from audience questions in advance, specific concerns about deepfakes and how imagery manipulated with photo editing, especially artificial intelligence recently, is a concern for many Canadians, especially young Canadians. So would you speak to that concern with this explicit youth angle?
Yes, so absolutely. So what I would say is that I think the 18 to 30 cohort is critical in terms of understanding the bill as a comprehensive whole. And I think it relates exactly to what I was saying, is that some people have been urging me on the House of Commons to just really treat this as a children's bill. and only address sort of youth in terms of children, people well below the age of 18. And I've been resisting those calls. There's a different piece of legislation in the United States called the Kids Online Safety Act, which is only squarely focused on young people alone. I think that deviates from the fact that we need to be protecting all Canadians. That has been my focus, remains my focus. It is not as if 18 to 30-year-olds aren't suffering some of the same consequences. Yes, they're more mature in terms of their decision-making. Yes, they may have the ability to disconnect more readily, facing somewhat less social and peer pressure as they've already become adults, but it is not to diminish at all the serious mental health impacts that this kind of information has on them. With respect to deepfakes, you should know that there are people in the room who are some of my staffers that ensured that the legislation actually incorporated the language of deepfakes. I believe it's the first time in Canadian history that a piece of legislation has used the terminology, because when we talked about revenge porn, obviously somebody putting out an image of me that was shared in a moment of privacy would be unfair and unjust if it was shared without my permission. But now we've gotten to the stage where they take Arif's head and somebody else's body and are putting out that image. We've captured that. We've heard, interestingly, in the part of the parliamentary debate about how do we take that even further? How do we develop the concept of deepfake, even potentially criminalizing the notion of a deepfake? I'm very keen on exploring that through the parliamentary process. And that's something where I've reached out to other parliamentarians from other parties and said, that actually makes sense to me and is a good idea. That's when the parliamentary process is doing the work it needs to. And that's where things like this Youth Governance Forum can actually help inform that important work. So I mean this very sincerely. Like, if you've got concerns that relate to those provisions, please put in a written brief to the Justice Committee. Come and appear at the Justice Committee virtually or in person in Ottawa, because that's what we need to hear from, particularly from those young people that are directly affected.
I think that's a really great action item for this group, especially because even in some of our opening remarks, it was pulled in the room with hands of who is concerned about online harms and wants to work in this. And we had so many hands come up, and especially from young women. Like when you were speaking about Islamophobia in Canada and also to this youth element, I came across a statistic recently that Muslim women who are younger in that 18 to 30 category will experience, if not the same or more, hatred to their mothers as well because of that racialized element. Like, that is incredible because your brain is still developing in these years and you're finding yourself as a person. So I know everyone really wants to hear more about kind of these deepfakes and artificial intelligence, but we're going to move on to the next question, which is, can you give us some background as to how stakeholders and experts were engaged in drafting Bill C-63? So what is that history, and can you illuminate if and when youth were involved?
Absolutely. So thank you for that question. So if there's one thing we can't be faulted for, it's for not consulting enough on this piece of legislation. It's literally been over 4 years in development. It went through a lot of different iterations. It went through roundtables and expert advisory committees. The consultations that we had included youth directly and youth advocacy organizations. There are no less than 15 different youth advocacy organizations that were contacted and provided input on this legislation from right around the country, literally from coast to coast, which is really, really important because we want it to be youth-centered, but not to the exclusion of those 18 to 30-year-olds or older, as we mentioned, because what we're finding is that the usage of this kind of tactics is effectively trying to silence people, prevent them from entering the public fray, and it really directly impacts upon women more so than men, right? I face, you take the step from being a parliamentary secretary and you become a minister. Yeah, you get more Twitter followers, but you also get more Twitter trolls, right? Like it's just what happens, right? I'm just being honest with people. I'm always honest when people ask me about, what should I do? Should I run for office? Like, I give it to them like the straight goods. That being said, we've seen it very much more targeted towards my female parliamentarian colleagues that are racialized, that might wear a hijab, et cetera, face it even more. We've seen it with Alexander or AOC in the United States. We've seen it with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy and even Taylor Swift. So this doesn't know a lot of boundaries. But what I find is the motivation is always the same, is that you will be reprimanded and effectively intimidated for daring to be vocal and entering the public space. And that's what we're trying to unleash, as opposed to as opposed to perpetuate. And that's really fundamental. But back to your point is that kids' voices are critical, youth voices are critical. We've consulted with them a great deal. But if there are other groups, whether it's here at TMU or around the country, that you think want to play a further part as we roll through the parliamentary committee process, please take the business cards of my staff, because we want them on the list of potential committee witnesses.
Absolutely. And us at Youth IGF Canada are also happy to try to forward any information as well post-forum to help with this, as we truly believe in youth having that capacity in governance systems. And to kind of lighten the mood, I'm really happy you mentioned Taylor Swift as a lifelong Swiftie.
I won't sing, I promise.
So another question from our audience is that folks emphasized their concern about how startup social media platforms will fare in a more regulated internet. So some members of the audience were especially keen on understanding how to foster a broader innovation platform economy in Canada to compete with some of the large American and Chinese social media services. And so what we kind of found as a linkage between those is asking, how does this bill balance innovation in the digital sector while making for a safer internet in Canada?
Well, I think it tries to address both at the same time, right? So it's a good question. And this isn't about sort of stifling innovation or stifling creativity or limiting Canadian entrance into that broader sort of thus far sort of American or Chinese dominated space. Far from it. What it's meant to do is simply ensure that those players, and it's going to be large players at first, like we understand that there might be about 45 entities roughly that might be scoped in the first iteration of this, that is going to be subject to the Digital Safety Commissioner having some flexibility as to what gets scoped in and what does not. But we're talking about some of the main players whom you know in the social media space. We're talking about also interactive online gaming sites like Twitch. And we're also talking about adult sex sites, of which there are many in Canada. Apparently we lead this statistic for one reason or another. But it is those types of sites that are meant to be scoped in. But the idea is, whether you're large or small, if an entity was scoped in to the rubric of the Digital Safety Commission and the rules, is that what you need to provide is what's called a digital safety plan about how you're going to reduce exposure to certain material, like hatred, like violence, like terrorism, like bullying, like inducing self-harm, and ensuring that what you're doing to tailor the experience for your users. You need to also do things such as have live personnel available, be transparent in terms of the flagging and blocking devices, and helping people, an individual Dana, to curate her own feed, which is really, really important, and giving people recourse. But the significant piece is the penalties. And it's not lost upon us that the penalties are quite high, and we need to think about whether such penalties could be stomached by a smaller up-and-coming entity. But the penalties are high because we need to get the attention of the Facebooks and the Twitters of the world, right? And they are high. If you don't know how high they are, the original penalty could be 6% of global revenue or $10 million, whichever is higher. And if you contravene an order of the Digital Safety Commission, it could rise to 8% of global revenue or $25 million, again, whichever is higher. That's big. And it needs to be big to get the attention of those large entities. But the goal of our government as a general proposition, divorced even from this bill, is to foster innovation, foster Canadian sort of creative growth, foster our tech innovation, including through things like superclusters, what we're doing on AI, et cetera. That remains a key focus for our government. So I think we can do both at the same time.
No, thank you for that. And this is an excellent segue into some questions about the Digital Safety Commission. And I have been following the Digital Safety Commission quite closely with regulators. So my apologies if I might fangirl a little bit more on these specific questions and some more points for them. But we did have a lot of questions about implementation of the bill if it passes, as well as holding social media platforms accountable to content posted on their services. So could you speak about the proposed Digital Safety Commission within this bill and how the commission will work to regulate these companies?
Yeah, so the Digital Safety Commission would be created. It would be complemented by a Digital Safety Ombudsperson and a Digital Safety Office. And importantly, going back to the points I was making about free expression and who's the decider, we also went so far as to say the head of the Digital Safety Commission would be chosen by Parliament on a joint resolution of the House and the Senate. That's quite rare. It's not absolutely exceptional, but it's quite rare. But we believe that person needs to have the confidence of all Canadians. So we decided to insert that as a measure. What the Digital Safety Commission does is receives the digital safety plan from Meta, for example, works with Meta to ensure that it is a sufficient plan, works to ensure that Meta is complying with their plan. And also it has the power to do things such as, and maybe you're going to ask me about this, but I'll raise it now, but things such as the algorithmic transparency that some people want to see. So the Digital Safety Commission can take people from TMU that are studying this, like you as you do your PhD, and accredit those individuals to have access to data to understand how Meta is working, what it is or is not doing to target young women, how it is or is not preventing young women from being bombarded with images about that cause bulimia, etc. As long as the individual data does so in a confidential manner and gets anonymized data. So it's really robust what the Digital Safety Commission is going to be able to do. It's modeled also on what we've seen internationally. So we've had e-safety commissioners in place like Australia. We've looked at all of these models and decided quite deliberately that we're going to take this model, create both a commission, an ombudsperson, and an office to create this new apparatus that will also have the expertise to deal with this as it changes, because you know better than me, particularly the young people in the room. The problem with all of this is just keeping up, because it changes so rapidly. So we need to have that flexibility, and the Digital Safety Commissioner would have some of that built-in flexibility to be able to adjust to issues as they arise.
It would be really nice if social media could have a pause button on our feeds so that we could scroll up instead of scroll down. I think is a sentiment I hear from a lot of people of how you doom scroll and you can't stop, and it becomes that addiction for it. So maybe we'll see this in some plans potentially. But against that Digital Safety Commission, how can this proposed regulator nurture digital and media literacy to entice critical thinking by Canadians when we approach harmful content online, such as those deep fakes, for instance?
So it absolutely can, and I think that work is underway. We've been trying to do this kind of work going back to 2016, roughly, in terms of sort of citizens' digital literacy. But what I would always underscore is that what we came up against is that we can only put out material, and whether people sort of internalize it is sort of, it's sort of up to the individual. But secondly, what people have said to me repeatedly, and the best analogy I can give you is, I'm not going to talk about my dad and the dial phone like that again, but I'll talk to you about what every dad and mom does everywhere on the planet, not just every mom and dad here in Toronto. But at some point, everyone takes basically this step where they teach their kid to cross a road. And you're going to tell the kid to look left, tell the kid to look right, make sure it's clear and safe, and then you cross. But everywhere in the world, whether it's Lagos or whether it's Toronto, people assume that there are rules of the road, that there are speed limits, there are stop signs, and a red light, a car will stop. And I raise this point because what people have emphasized to me is that you can teach people digital literacy till you're blue in the face, but parents can only empower their kids so much unless there are adequate rules for safety on the internet. We will not succeed in ensuring people's safety. And that's what they've been begging us for, more stringent rules for the internet. So going back to that Digital Safety Commission, what it does is compels the digital safety plan and compels the fact that that plan needs to be followed. And if not, there are significant penalties attached. That's really significant. And the one thing I also want to add, Dana, is that I've been pleasantly surprised to the response of big tech to this bill. It has not been gloves off like we're going toe to toe. There's been opposition to the bill, certainly. It's been more partisan oriented than tech oriented. I've been at speeches at the Empire Club where the entire luncheon was sponsored by Meta. The Metas of the world, the Twitters of the world understand there's an issue to address and are willing to work with us to address it, which I think is a really important step.
So on these components of the critical thinking and doing the media literacy, with a Digital Safety Commission and with these plans, if we could just kind of keep on this question for a moment, how could, what types of ability would that commission be able to ensure that Canadians, that they do have that ability of, yes, these are the lines on the sidewalk, and yes, these are the traffic lights. But how will they have that mentally in understanding that at least that plethora of information, where you draw that line and when you start to have it that you need to question information, or is it going to be that platforms will, as part of their plans, will they just say that they will create a button or an AI to remove this content? How do we ensure that citizens do feel empowered, that we can move forward as Canadians in addressing all of this misinformation and disinformation that we see on online platforms?
Well, I think it's a combination of both the Digital Safety Commission and also the ombudsperson, because the ombudsperson is meant to also be almost like a concierge service that helps empower individual Canadians. So the commissioner has the ability to help boost that literacy and ensure that people are discerning, they're questioning, that they understand their rights, and their rights increase under this legislation. So an individual Dana can put up her hand and flag a particular user. An individual Dana can say, I want that to block that user's material from appearing in my feed. The metas of the world would need to follow that, and you start to curate your own material. But the ombudsperson also helps you in terms of navigating what this bill represents and where your remedies are. So your remedy vis-a-vis Facebook comes via the digital safety plan and flagging and blocking, but your remedy against an individual poster, an individual author, might come via Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. If you feel that something is not just material that falls into one of the 7 categories, but is material that is actually criminal, then your remedy is obviously a police remedy, and the digital ombudsperson can help you if you feel you've got a bona fide case of child sex predation, child pornography, etc. So there's going to be multiple sort of routes that one can pursue, but the setup of the Digital Safety Commission is meant complemented by the ombudsperson to help you navigate it and understand it in a way that empowers you and returns some of that autonomy to the individual.
And moving forward with this, I guess I have a measurement question that was posed by our audience, which is, how do we know if Bill C-63 succeeded? If it passes, how do we know that it succeeded in reducing online harms in Canada? And what can we look out for as citizens in watching this piece of legislation have an actionable impact on our lives?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I don't think it's a simple answer, but I think, like, what does success look like is the traditional question that gets asked to every parliamentarian. And I think success to me would look like a safer Canada, a Canada that is less polarized and divided, a Canada where there's clearly less violence, including no fatalities based on online radicalization, but also a Canada where you get that blossoming that deals with some of your earlier questions, where people are not just engaging in civic discourse without fear of recrimination, but people are also engaging in other avenues. Like, I've heard not just from people that might want to put their name on a ballot as a potential political candidate, but I've heard from people that might want to dare to enter journalism. You know, Mercedes Stephenson has talked about this quite compellingly about how she herself has been targeted as a journalist online. So when people feel no longer encumbered or afraid to enter into sort of public roles or public facing roles, whether they're in politics or other types of public service or journalism, I think those are some of the yardsticks by which we would measure success. But recognize that it's going to be an iterative concept, right? It's going to be constantly changing as it needs to, because things are constantly changing. 3 years ago, we would not have been talking about AI and ChatGPT, but now your first question to me was about deepfakes and AI. These things are constantly going to be evolving. We need to be showing that we're keeping pace with the times and ensuring that ultimately people are feeling a level of safety and a level of reduced anxiety. It's not lost upon me that there's actually litigation in Canada that in some respects mimics what we've seen in the United States, where you should know, if you don't already, 7 school boards in this province are taking some of the big platforms to court for the damaging impact they're having on those children's education because of the addictive nature of some of these platforms and some of these applications. That's troubling. So one of the measures of success would be, our kids' educational attainment rates improving, our kids' sort of mental health rates in schools improving. That would be hopefully something we could measure and something we could evaluate as being connected to this bill.
And I would like to emphasize with those school boards taking social media platforms to court, that was actually their second plan of action. Their first was to implement measures across their school boards to try to deal with the issue, which didn't work. And this is the second strategy in that toolkit. So it speaks a lot for a cabinet minister to come to an inaugural youth forum, both in character and in your dedication to Canadian youth. Minister Varani, I want to personally thank you for taking the time out of your day and out of your busy schedule to be with us today. It has been an honor to have you at the first ever Canada Youth Internet Governance Forum. If we could all please give a warm thank you to Minister Varani. And I will bring our MC, Bianca, back up to the stage. And so she is going to give you guys some information, but thank you so much for this conversation. We'll head over to the side.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Thank you, Minister Vrani and Dana, so much for an insightful Q&A. We would like to turn everyone's attention to the screens with Menti prompts on them. Throughout the day, you'll see populated on the screen some questions. We kindly ask you all to fill their answers to generate youth's views on Canadian internet governance. So you can now begin answering the questions on Menti. And then I would also, just before we break for lunch, I would like to turn everyone's attention to the back of the room. Today's lunch consists of sandwiches, salads, cookies, and refreshments. Lunch is self-served with dietary restrictions marked. As a note to those gluten-free and vegan, we have cookies available for you. All meat is halal from
Bonjour.
Hey, this is Patrick Jones from ICANN, just testing my audio. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, we will get started here. I just wanted to thank ICANN for sponsoring today's lunch. To students in the room, ICANN has programs available called the Next Generation at ICANN program to offer students 18 to 30 to attend and present at an ICANN meeting in their region. The call for applications for the March Community Forum in Seattle is taking applications until October 11th. Now, I would like to call up Dana, who will be moderating our second panel of the day. The panel is titled Language Diversity Online, Inuktitut and Canadian Indigenous Languages in Internet Domains.
Thank you. So our program that the next slide will show in a moment actually had Luzellen Marcos as the moderator. Unfortunately, she's had to leave, so I will be stepping in. So that is a big hint of please bear with me in this specific panel. But I know we have some amazing speakers, and I just want to say for the speakers who are coming in, we have one in person and we have 3 virtually. I think this is going to be a great panel on an incredible topic and conversation that we'll hear today. So before we start this panel, I would like to first and foremost introduce Patrick Jones from the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, otherwise known as ICANN, because of course that title is a bit of a mouthful, who sponsored the delicious lunch we all just had. So Patrick is the VP of Global Stakeholder Engagement, and we're lucky to have him virtually today. He is going to begin this panel with a presentation about ICANN to ensure our youth internet community are better aware of what ICANN is and does. So Patrick, over to you.
Well, thank you, Dana. Greetings to everyone there in person. As Dana mentioned, my name is Patrick Jones. I support stakeholder engagement across our regions and participate with our technical community in a variety of activities. I often speak about the connection between technology, internet governance, privacy, and security, as well as internationalized domain names. And I'm excited to talk to you today about that topic. I am sorry that I can't join you in person. I've been to Toronto twice for ICANN meetings, and I look forward to coming back again in the future. Very happy I could jump in at very short notice to speak to you today. So I want to give you a little bit about my journey with the internet. Began some time ago when I was a law student, learning about the internet and domain name disputes. I turned that into a career in this space, and I want to share today there's so much opportunity for you to do the same across a variety of topics that ICANN's work touches. Before I talk about ICANN, I want you to think about the devices that you use in your daily life. So you probably all have smartphones with applications, and you might use YouTube or Instagram, TikTok, Uber, DoorDash. You could use your phone for online banking, subway passes. Maybe you get concert tickets or have an airline boarding pass on your phone. And at home, you may watch Netflix or order products from Amazon or play online video games. You likely do schoolwork with a platform like Canvas or attend class on sessions like this one via Zoom. So all of these applications and systems use the internet, and in the background rely on the internet's system of unique identifiers to connect you with information hosted on someone else's computer. And that could be anywhere in the world. ICANN's role as a global technical organization is to ensure the security, stability, and interoperability of that system of unique identifiers so that you find the information you're looking for and aren't tricked into going to a criminal organization's website or just can't locate the types of information that you might be trying to connect to. ICANN is headquartered in the United States, and we have an international staff, board of directors, offices throughout the world. I'm speaking to you today from Alexandria, Virginia, but I could easily be in one of our other locations such as Brussels, Istanbul, Singapore, Nairobi, or Los Angeles. Our community is full of talented and interesting people from all over the world who share a common interest in making sure that the internet runs smoothly. We have a unique consensus-driven multi-stakeholder model where anyone can participate and have a role in the creation of policy. The internet isn't governed by a single entity or an organization, but it takes the participation of a wide variety of internet users working in collaboration together. We have some key partners, including CIRA, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, who runs .ca, governments, businesses, technical community, civil society, academic institutions, and individuals like yourselves. ICANN has a governmental advisory committee. We have 183 member governments, 39 observer organizations, and ICANN is responsible for policy and overseeing contracts with top-level domain registries and registrars. And these include global brands such as Google, Microsoft, Facebook Meta, regions of the world, major world cities and capitals, even the Vatican, a League of Arab States, have top-level domains and contracts with ICANN. Our technical functions include the allocation of top-level names, such as .com and .net, you might be familiar with, also .edu, new spaces such as .menu or .taxi or .paris or .quebec, and numbers such as Internet Protocol addresses. And we also oversee the global time zone database, which is not widely known among people. You may not realize that the very first policy at ICANN was established in 1999, and this is for the arbitration of domain name disputes. The very first decision was issued in 2000, and it involved the domain name worldwrestlingfederation.com. Since then, we've had over 85,000 individual decisions involving over 160,000 domain names. This has created truly a whole new practice of law for intellectual property attorneys and brand protection. Another policy at ICANN touches on domain name registration data and information privacy. So as ICANN is an organization, we're obligated to protect the personal data of those who participate in its technical and policy work, those who might register and attend our meetings and events and follow our website and newsletters or engage with our regional staff around the world. We have thousands of community volunteers and stakeholders that are involved in our policy discussions and technical efforts from across the various sectors that I mentioned earlier: civil society, business, technical community, government representatives, and youth participants. There are millions of domain name registrants worldwide, as well as billions of internet users, all who have personal data to protect. An important area of our work has been to support internationalized domain names, allowing for billions of internet users who read and write in non-Latin scripts to reflect their languages in the internet domain name system. Today, top-level domains are available in Arabic, Chinese, Cyrillic, Korean, and many other scripts. And I believe one of our other panelists will talk about the work to add Inuktitut to the label generation rules that allow the script to appear in the domain name system. All of this is part of our efforts to support digital inclusion and universal acceptance of names at ICANN. This is to allow domain names, regardless of their length or their character set, to work in all applications such as email addresses and software apps on your phone. And it's a huge effort, but we're doing this in collaboration with a variety of big businesses, email providers, browser developers, and technology providers. We also conduct capacity development training for groups such as law enforcement entities, public safety groups, security researchers, registries, registrars, internet service providers, and others. We have free courses on our website that you can access on our online learning platform it's called learn.icann.org. So there's a variety of classes, everything from internet governance to cybersecurity basics, DNS abuse mitigation. You can find those on our website. In the Africa region, we have launched a coalition for digital Africa. And that aims to bring together stakeholders to expand the reach of the internet in Africa. It's through strengthening of the domain name system infrastructure there, supporting meaningful connectivity and fostering multilingualism, as well as equipping participants in the region with the skills and knowledge to participate in internet governance discussions. So I mentioned earlier how ICANN administers the allocation of top-level domains. And for the first time in more than a decade, organizations will soon be able to have the opportunity to apply for a new generic top-level domain. The program is aimed at making the internet more inclusive and useful to more users. In mid-November, we're going to open the applicant support program that will make applying for a new generic top-level domain or operating a registry more accessible to applicants who otherwise would be unable to operate one of these due to the financial and resource constraints. The applicant support program is for generic top-level domain applicants that might seek financial or non-financial support. If you're interested in this, we will soon have resources on the ICANN website, and we'll be hosting a number of sessions that you can view virtually at our upcoming ICANN 81 meeting in Istanbul, Turkey in early November. Lastly, I want to mention and reinforce what was mentioned earlier, the opportunity for you. We feel it's important for ICANN's community to reflect the diversity of the world's internet users, and it's our responsibility to increase accessibility to ICANN and the internet governance ecosystem through programs such as the NextGen program. This has been an important source for attracting new participants and encouraging fresh voices in the work that we do at ICANN. And we are currently accepting applications through the 11th of October for the NextGen at ICANN program at ICANN 82 in Seattle, Washington. So that meeting will run from the 8th through the 13th of March, 2025. We will announce those that are selected by the 10th of December of this year. And maybe we'll be able to drop a link to that in the Zoom chat in a few minutes. Again, to be eligible, you need to be an undergraduate, graduate, or doctoral student between the ages of 18 and 30 at the time of the ICANN meeting, and currently living or studying in the region where the meeting will be held. So that's, in this case, North America. In 10 years of the program, which we celebrate this year, we've had 365 participants from over 214 countries and territories. Many of our NextGen participants have become ICANN fellows, or they've joined our staff, taken on roles in other internet organizations, contract parties, and government agencies. So we really need to attract younger, active participants in ICANN's work. If you're interested in these topics, such as global internet policy and ICANN's mission, we really encourage you to participate in this. And thanks to Josie, who's dropped a link to the NextGen program in the chat. Dana, I will turn it back to you and look forward to any questions that participants may have.
Thank you so much, Patrick, and thank you for coming on short notice. We were initially going to have one of your colleagues come in person, and we wish him well in just a bit of an illness coming up real quick. So thank you. We are going to have 2 additional panelists come online, as well to 1 in person. But just reiterating the Next Gen program, I personally was a Next Gen participant this past year in March for ICANN 79 in Puerto Rico. Highly recommend the program. I encourage all youth. Our LinkedIn page and our newsletter for Youth IGF Canada has been heavily promoting the Next Gen program. It is an exceptional way to develop out a global and regional community, both with other Canadians as well as to Americans, those in Caribbean countries. And so heavily recommend this, as well the fellowships thereafter that I look forward to joining Istanbul for ICANN 81 this November. So please, youth, apply. So we're going to have on the screen, my apologies, Bridget Chase, who is a language technologist at TypoSec, as well Louis Houle, who is a board member at Point Quebec and a founding member at Neuralo. But in the room, I am very excited to have our youth representative as Tisa Kennedy, who is a youth lead for program facilitator, as well as a digital artist at the Indigenous Friends Association. So please give a warm applause as we welcome our new panel. Wonderful. So we'll be holding questions until the end. That includes questions for Patrick about his presentation and ICANN as a whole. We will have mic runners to be running these questions. So thank you, Patrick. We have it that as a first question I wanted to ask is, can we begin with a round robin of the panel of everyone explaining what the internet means to them? And Sista, since you're to my left, first, if you wouldn't mind starting off with identifying what the internet means for you.
Yeah, thank you. For me, I would say the internet represents both a responsibility and an opportunity. For me as, Anishinaabe and Onondaga youth, I've come to realize that, anytime I want to see, whether it's artwork or teaching or a story from another nation, I can hop on Facebook or Instagram or anywhere on the internet really and see that in an instant. Whereas prior to colonization, that would take days, weeks, or months traveling on a trail to visit another Indigenous nation and have that cultural exchange. And so, with that being said, I think that us as Indigenous people, in some ways, are more connected than we ever been. But on the other hand, that means that, all of our data and our culture and our languages and our stories, those are all out in the open and they're all vulnerable. The plagiarism or misrepresentation or appropriation of our data and our culture is quite rampant, and the internet has made it very easy for that to take place. So when I hear about things like integrating Indigenous languages into things like domain names, I think that's, at the end of the day, another avenue for us to reclaim space on the internet. And I think that's one of the foundational things that we can do to ensure that, our data and our culture is under our own control.
That's an excellent answer. Thank you so much. Bridget, we'll turn to you virtually next, if you wouldn't mind unmuting.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
We can. Yes. Thank you.
Awesome. So thank you so much for having me. I have been working in the domain of language technology and digital access for Indigenous languages for nearly a decade now. But long before my career began, I was a kid in the 90s exploring, the brand new universe that they call the World Wide Web. and partaking in one of the biggest, if not the biggest, experiments of the modern era, which is participating in this new digital community. And, I believe in the early 2000s, it was Scott Cook who said that, we're still in the first minutes of the first day of the internet revolution. And that was a decade in to the internet being accessible by the average person. So fast forward 24 years later, and I would claim that, we've made some really amazing progress in this giant experiment. The internet looks really different today than it did, in the early 2000s or in the early 1990s. But one of the unfortunate commonalities between the web back then and the web now is that it is still a predominantly English-dominated space. But that's changing as well. Since the early days, the amount of non-English content that's available online has gone up quite a bit. We've gone from about 75% of web pages being English-centered to now down to about 50%, and other languages are beginning to take space sort of in these digital realms. And that includes Indigenous languages. And we are now at a point where there are still barriers and access issues that prevent non-English languages from really thriving in online domains. But it's very exciting to be working in this realm of language technology in 2024, because I think that we're at a point now where there's no better time than the present for Indigenous languages to be thriving on the web. And there are so many amazing leaders, Indigenous leaders, who are, guiding the way for this to happen. And so I just feel very privileged to be working in this domain alongside them.
Thank you so much, Bridget, for that insightful identification and also bringing into you as a person. Louis, I will ask you the same question of who you are and explaining what the internet means to you.
Yes, my name is Louis Hull, and I'm on the board of Quebec, the other national registry in Canada. And I've been on the board for quite a while now, and I'm giving a hand to Quebec, who's been starting a LGR work on the Inuktitut and the First Nation languages. So this is going to be my topic today. We'll go through the phases of the work that we're right in the middle of right now. So when you're ready.
Yes, that would be great. So I know you have some slides to kind of discuss the work you've been doing with Inuktitut in domain names. So we're just quickly setting those up. But if you could kind of give us just some short remarks, and we can flip when you need to, just let our tech support know.
Okay. On the internet, it's kind of a revolution. And it's the revolution of freedom also. As far as I'm concerned, it's a wonderful tool. And ICANN is a great organization that's taking care of domain names. And this is great to be part of the little fans of the organizations. So do you want to show my presentation or?
Yes. We do have the slide up here in the room. I think now it's showing in the Zoom as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation also, Dana. It's very great to be with you guys. Why the Unified Canadian Aboriginal Syllabics Reference LGR Generation Panel? First Nations and Inuit communities who do not use a Latin-based writing system remain underserved on the internet. And this is one of the motivations behind the work we're doing now. All language deserves inclusiveness on the internet. Next slide, please. So what is the scope of the work that we're doing? We're in the middle of the evolution of universal acceptance. But we must remember that universal acceptance has been at the very beginning, at the inception of ICANN, it's been a topic that's been worked on. The first policies appeared as soon as 2003. The new IDN 2008 is now the policies that we're using for universal acceptance. Universal acceptance in Quebec for SLD, which is second level domain names, in official and recognized languages. Well, this means the official language in Quebec is French, but recognized languages, of course, English. But there's 3 syllabic languages, Inuktitut, Cree, and Naskapi, and 11 Latin script First Nation languages. Scope number 2 is Canada TLD's universal acceptance for SLDs based on Canadian syllabic script for First Nation and Inuit languages. And now the composition of the working group follows the multi-stakeholder model, the ICANN multi-stakeholder model. So we have registry operator or backend service providers, IT engineering specialists, scholars, linguistic and typographic experts from an organization that you already know now, OTEC. Community and can you come back, please? Community and governments. So we have, I would say, excellent experts that help us to go through all the work that we need to do. There's 9 phases of syllabic GR for Inuktitut Algonquin, and it's a total of 29 languages. Now we've been going through the first 4 phases of that work. That counts 9 phases. Okay, next slide, please. I don't know if you can zoom on this. If you great. So in blue, we see the Inuktitut languages, Inuktitut syllabics, right? And you see that we've been starting east of Canada, and afterwards you have Eastern Cree and Ojibwe. And then you have in green, if let me check. Well, yeah, thank you. The Western and Eastern syllabics. Sorry, I had a blank. And then you have the other languages spoken in Western Canada, from Ontario to BC, actually. So next slide, please. UCAS is a script primarily used by First Nations and Inuit in Canada. It's been introduced in the 19th century by English missionary James Evans for the Crees. The Canadian syllabics are a unique writing system representing syllables. In 1870, Edmund Peck adapted and introduced in Inuit Nunangat the syllabic script. Inuktitut is one of the official languages in Nunavut, in Northwest Territories, and is one of the official languages in Nunavik. Naskapi, an Algonquin language, is the official language of Naskapi's First Nation. Northern, Southern East Cree are the official languages of the Cree Nation in Quebec. And then you have the other languages that spoken, I'd say, west of Quebec. Next slide, please. So during phase 1 in Inuktitut, the repertoire is composed of 150 syllabic code points. And you add to that the ASCII digit from 0 to 9 and hyphen minus. That's a total of 161 code points. Next slide, please. NSCAP final syllabics and ASCII repertoire is 61 syllabics code points. And again, 09 ASCII digits. So the total is 70 code points. So you see what syllabics look like. It's very different from our Latin alphabet. Next slide. Northern Eastern and Southern Eastern syllabics. The repertoire has 152 syllabic code point. And again, a total of 163 code points. Next one. I just want you to pay attention. The first line that you see there in blue, you see that for Inuktitut, we're right now in the public comment period. So it means that the experts from the multi-stakeholder model, experts from anywhere on the planet can comment on the work that's been done so far. So after that comment period, you will see the Inuktitut repository in IANA, which is the central point if you want to have the code available for registries and registrars. So you see in the bottom of the screen the detail of all the phases that we will have to go through. I said a minute ago that we were at phase 4, but to be very honest with you, the Western Swampy Cree is kind of already done. We're going to go on comments in a short while within our LGR group, of course. Next slide, please. So, as Patrick was mentioning, the ICANN community promotes an inclusive internet for all languages in IDN addresses. But before we reach that, we think that browsers must be fully compatible with IDNs. It's not really the case right now. It's compatible with some languages, but not all of them, and not the languages of the First Nations for some browsers. Registries, registrars, and ISPs must upgrade their services to be IDN compatible and email address internationalized. And there's a work that has to be done inside our own country. In Canada, we have a lot of work that must be achieved. And we are working with the Canadian government, among other partners, to try to find solutions to that problem that we are facing with international domain names. Governments must promote inclusiveness by using local languages in their communications also. If we are using ASCII only, well, then some people are not well served, but because they don't necessarily speak English, and they don't necessarily speak English or French. So we must pay attention to that reality. And well, we hope that in Quebec, syllabics SLDs will be available by 2025. So thank you for listening. And if you have any questions,
Thank you,
slide.
Louise. Great. Thank you so much, Louis. We'll take questions at the end across the whole panel, just so that our mic runners will be able to sufficiently ensure that each question is heard by our Zoom attendees, because if you shout your question, unfortunately, they won't be able to hear. So just as a note for that. We'll move on to some broader panel discussion with the panel as they were before. And our first question I'm going to pose to Tista, which is, as our youth representative on this panel, can you discuss some of your positionality as well as positionality as an Indigenous man online and conducting your art, and how you and the Indigenous Friends Association see linguistic diversity online?
Yeah, for sure. So for myself as an Indigenous artist, doesn't matter what the subject is or what the inspiration is. A lot of what I draw comes from my identity as an Indigenous person. And that can be influenced by my culture, the teachings I was raised on, the stories that I've heard, or even language and ceremonies and things like that. And so when it comes to, Indigenous online presence, whenever I see Indigenous languages or culture or artwork being posted or shared, what I realize is that it's really important that we teach the youth how important it is for them to help contribute to that. Just speaking on my position at the Indigenous Friends Association, what I do there, or one of the things I do, is teach digital art to Indigenous youth and adults. So, for example, right now we're wrapping up our third cohort, or wrapping up the first phase of our third cohort in our Indigitech program. So for the past 12 weeks, they've learned coding, UX, UI design. I taught them digital art. And they learn a few other things too. And what these do is set them up for phase 2, which is the part in which we get them into programming, or sorry, not programming, but internships with our partners. And what this does is this ensures that us as Indigenous people are growing our presence in the tech world. And so for me, when it comes to doing that work, what we're doing is we're creating a ripple effect. The more Indigenous people we get into the tech world, the more of a presence we'll have in online spaces. So for me, do you have any follow-up questions for that?
I do, yes. I do. More so about as a young internet user, as well as engaged in youth and digital policy topics. And I know that the IFA is really looking at UNDRIP in different digital policies. How do you think we can increase personal expression online as well and get that UNDRIP into some of these broader internet governance spaces as well?
Well, I would say start with the youth. Take the opportunity to educate them on the importance of online internet governance and things like that. For me, what my experience is, working with organizations, is some of them, they have a hard time reaching out to the youth. And looking back on my experiences in high school and things like that, there was a reason why I almost failed art school, and it's because I didn't really relate to studying the work of some artists from 200 years ago from Europe or anything like that. I couldn't relate to them. What I did relate to was my culture and my identity as an Indigenous artist. I wanted to portray my own stories, explore the mediums of my people, and integrate my own identity into that. And so, working with the Indigenous Friends Association and developing a curriculum for digital art, one of the things that was my biggest inspiration was actually visiting the Petroglyph Provincial Park. I believe it's outside of Peterborough. I can't quite recall. But I visited there a few years ago, and I went and looked at some petroglyphs there. And so there's these symbols and artwork carved into rock. And as I was looking at them, I kind of came to realize that our artwork doesn't adhere to rules of composition or color, or, there isn't always, these strict rules as to how you're supposed to put together a piece of artwork. What we were really doing was preserving our culture and our stories and our languages and our teachings. And so what I did with the youth that I teach, I say, go out into the bush and learn about a medicinal plant and then use that to practice shading and coloring. Or I say, think about your home territory or a territory that you're very fond of, and use that to draw landscape painting. And after you're done that, I want you to integrate 3 different plants and 3 different animals into that painting and highlight the relationships that they have with one another. And then as a final example, it would be tell a story or, share a dream that you feel represents you as an Indigenous person. And every single mentee that goes through digital art has, creates some of the most profound artwork that I've ever seen. And for me, I think that same concept needs to be applied to how we educate Indigenous youth on Indigenous, online governance. That's what I would say for that.
I can hear in your voice how much you really care about making sure that these young people who are coming after you are going to have it, that they are empowered within like these digital artist spaces. And this morning we had Senator Cardozo give some opening remarks, and he noted that you're not young for that long. It's such a short amount of time in the grand scheme of life. And it's great to hear of just what the pedagogy you're bringing to your students, with you also being young as well. Like I know you're younger than me. We're both in our 20s, but you're much younger than me, because I'm close to the end. But how we also make sure that when we're still young, that we can inspire when we're closer to that age group. So thank you so much. I'm going to change now over to Bridget, now that we have you guys back up on the screen. Bridget, as a linguistics expert, what are some of the trends and key issues you've seen in your work for having Indigenous languages available online?
For sure. So there are a few things that immediately come to mind. First of all, there are some baseline pieces of technology that need to exist and function properly for Indigenous languages to be able to be available online. The language's alphabet needs to be available in something called the Unicode standard, which is the text encoding standard designed to support the world's writing system's ability to be encoded within technology. So basically, if your digital device can't input or output all the letters of your alphabet, you're not going to be able to accurately represent and use your language online. And this sounds like maybe an issue that is long outdated, but in fact, actually, it's ongoing. It's Unicode is constantly getting updated with new characters from languages around the world. And just in the most recent update of Unicode that came out earlier this month, there were 3 new characters added for the Celtic alphabet, the Celtic orthography, and that work was done in collaboration between the Celtic community and a colleague of mine, Kevin King, who made the proposal to Unicode to add 3 missing characters that were in the Celtic alphabet, but were not able to be represented in Unicode. So these are sort of ongoing baseline access issues. And once you've ensured that Unicode works for your orthography, then speakers or users of that language then need a way to actually type those characters, right? So they need a keyboard. And this opens up a new interesting access issue where there are different softwares that allow for people to develop keyboards for non-Latin alphabets. So making sure that keyboard is built and accessible and downloadable and easily and maintained as well, right? Up to date, making sure that it's functioning so that people actually can type in their language. But then even if you can type those characters, then it's the question of, are they rendering properly? Do you have fonts that have been designed with the ability to actually output all of the letters of that orthography all the characters in that alphabet properly and appropriately. There are lots of situations that I've run across over the years where, the Unicode works, the community has a keyboard, but then when they go to design something or input their language in some place, it looks not quite right because the fonts that are available or the font that's being used doesn't know how to accurately represent those characters. So there are some very just baseline pieces of technology that need to exist and function and have been adopted, widely to be able to have Indigenous languages available online in an accessible way. But then after that, once we move past the basic technology issues, there are lots of other topics we could talk about with this, but the one that I really want to focus on is the topic of data sovereignty. And so data sovereignty in an Indigenous context refers to the concept that data that comes from an Indigenous community should be owned and controlled by that community. And data sovereignty includes the rights of a community to govern the collection, ownership, and application of their language data. And technology can really complicate this. And so Tisa mentioned this actually in his answer to the first question. He said it perfectly, so I'm going to quote him, that the internet is an opportunity and a responsibility. So how do we make sure that responsibility is upheld and that we approach these opportunities in a responsible way? And when it comes to data sovereignty, and I think that more and more tech companies are seeing the importance of building technology with linguistic diversity in mind. But often the missing piece of this comes down to the direction and guidance of the actual community and the speakers of these languages. So asking the question of what are the wants and needs of the speakers of these Indigenous languages? What do communities want to share? What's appropriate to share online? And how do they want to share it? How and where do speakers, especially youth who are using the internet at a much higher rate, want to use their language online? And so if we take direction and guidance from the real leaders in language revitalization, we can build not only better technology, but technology that appropriately and respectfully centers non-English languages in a good way.
Thank you very much. There are two things that I really heard from your answer. First and foremost, that the best quotes of today are coming from Tista. So if you're live tweeting or live posting to LinkedIn, make sure to use the hashtag CAN-YIGF 2024, because then I can collect these and then share them if you have to with the panel. Also, as well, Bridget, what you were saying with that certain characters would be lost. I think most of us know the book 1989 and how you have to shape your language and take out words and what that means for reducing your ability to mobilize as a community, and also to have that critical aspect and being able to know who you are and the type of society you want to live in. And so we can see just how important this topic is. It's not in terms of having linguistic diversity online. It can shape entire conversations amongst people in our digital platforms. So we're going to move to a question to the entire panel. And then after this, we will move to a Q&A. So based on your stakeholder positionality, what are some key elements we can work towards in furthering linguistic diversity online? And we'll start first with Patrick, because we haven't heard from you since the very beginning. And then we'll move to Louis, Bridget, and then finish with Tisa.
Thank you very much. One of the things that ICANN has tried to do for the past several years has been to promote the work of universal acceptance and allowing, as these new internationalized domain names are launched and enabled in the domain name space, to make sure that the users can actually use them the way they think they should be used. So in 2023, we had the first Universal Acceptance Day. We're going to be doing it again in March of 2025. And that is an effort to just widely promote the work and encourage greater adoption of universal acceptance across all platforms. We've started to make sure that our own systems are what we say is UA ready, so that users can use the internationalized characters and scripts in our own email systems when they register for ICANN meetings, webinars, and other events. And it's an ongoing process to do that, but we're trying to walk the walk and encourage other organizations to do the same thing. I'll pause there and turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Louis, you will be next.
Well, I think that the community has to take advantage of universal acceptance by updating all the systems that are used right now and that do not allow some languages to be displayed. For instance, well, I mentioned I was talking about the section level names, but you know how the addresses are working in the world of internet. First level, the registry.ca.quebec is the first level, and the second level is the name of your website. Okay, so this is what for those who are not familiar with the addressing system. There's one thing, the linguistic diversity, I think, is something that deserves to be cared. And we need ICANN to promote the Universal Acceptance Days like you've been doing since 2023. And it would be nice to have it with people from the First Nations and from the Inuktitut community for a UA Day in Canada in the next coming months. Finally, I would like to say that the linguistic diversity is something that in Quebec we are very sensitive at, because we're a French community in the notion of English. So it's important for us also, not only the languages that we're treating right now, with good specialists on our panel, like Kevin King, for instance. And it's important to have a diversity with our own language and our own country. So this is the other point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Or to you, Bridget. Thank you, Louis. To you, Bridget.
Yeah, so I think, it's been said, but I think that it really just comes down to speakers of languages feeling empowered to use those languages online. And so what can we do to further linguistic diversity online? That is a question of looking to communities and looking to youth and seeing, again, how and where they really want to be bringing their languages into digital spaces, and how and what are the barriers of access that we need to overcome to support them in being able to do so in a way that makes it as easy as, going on and using English, on the internet. And so this starts with making access to the tools needed to use languages widely available and easy to use. If someone needs to go through a super difficult process just to get a keyboard installed on their computer to type in their language, then that's an immediate barrier to access, as an example. So really just finding those barriers to access, breaking those down where possible, from the technology perspective, and then allowing community to guide the process in bringing and using those languages online in the spaces that are appropriate for that context.
Thank you. And Sista, as our last comment for today, based on your stakeholder positionality, what are some key elements we can work towards in furthering linguistic diversity online?
Well, I talked a lot about the youth earlier, but who do the youth look up to? It could be their older cousins, their aunties, their uncles. It could be elders in their community. So I think when people approach the idea of integrating Indigenous languages into online spaces, I think it needs to be a multi-generational approach of collaboration through, a good mind and the wanting to help contribute to reconciliation. With this being a great example of how we can help reconcile, the loss of language and the fact that we were left out of a lot of these processes and conversations in the past. For me, I always look back on something like building a ceremonial fire. Me and my brother, last year we had to create a ceremonial fire for a sweat lodge. And it's not a lot like creating a campfire where, maybe you just throw some gasoline on firewood and light a match or something like that. What you really have to do is go into the bush and collect the right kindling and chop the wood and build it the proper way. And then you have to get your flint and steel and a little piece of mushroom that holds the spark really well. And then make a little bird nest out of grass to make sure that you're able to really nurture that flame. Sometimes, creating that spark and having it catch properly, it could take 5 times, or it could take, an hour or something like that. And so for me, that's how I see creating change. You need to have that right preparation. You need to make sure that your heart and spirit is in the right place. And it could take one strike, it could take a whole bunch of strikes until you really get that flame going. And so that's how I see inspiring the youth and approaching change like this.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to this panel. We're going to move into a Q&A, and I have one online, but I'm going to just quickly identify the mic runners. We have Hamad for those in the room, and I'm going to give this microphone in an awkward segue to our second one, Juliana, who will be up the front here. But while you are all thinking of questions, we are going to read one question from the Zoom chat. So just one moment. So that question is, to what extent can the growth of different language groups on the internet lead to greater fragmentation? Won't we end up with a lot of unconnected splinternets without a universal means of communication, such as English? And so I am going to first ask that question to Patrick. Again, to what extent can the growth of different language groups on the internet lead to greater fragmentation? And emphasizing, won't we end up with a lot of unconnected splinternets without a universal means of communication?
Thanks. So I don't think that enabling greater, I think that allowing for different language groups to reflect their own language and culture in the domain name system will allow for greater connection rather than fragmentation, and that they still use the internet as a unified way to connect with people, even if they might be connecting with a smaller group that is speaking the same language and reflecting the same culture. It's not like they're separate internets, which is really what a splinternet is about, is breaking off the global internet and creating a space that's not connected or globally accessible, but allowing for more languages and people from different cultures, or cultures that might be disconnected by region if they share the same language and script, but if they're in a different country, they can actually become closer together by being able to reflect their language in the internet.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think it's important to recognize that languages don't create splinternets, different protocols do for it. Thank you so much to the person in the Zoom chat for submitting that question. I think this is great when we get this dialogue. I'm going to move in the room, so please raise your hand high. Hamad is going to be taking your left, and Juliana will be taking your right. So please raise your hands high so we can get our mic runners over to you. Lane on the back here.
You're welcome.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to thank this whole panel. My name's Lane. I'm another member of Youth IGF Canada. And my question is, it's relatively broad, so I'd open it to really any panelist who's interested in responding. Specifically, Bridget, I liked how you talked about sort of how technology isn't enough. And Shista, you mentioned this as well, how we have to give people skills and opportunities. And a lot of what we've been talking about today is talking about digital literacy. And I am wondering how you, specifically from Indigenous perspectives, how you see the interconnection of digital literacy and Indigenous data sovereignty. Because I think in order for data sovereignty to be achieved, there has to be a level of literacy and understanding. And so I was wondering whether it's kind of speculative or if it's related to your own work, what sort of futures you can envision that intertwine the two. Thank you.
Thank you. So Bridget, we'll start with you, and then we'll let the rest of our panel jump in, just because we did hear Bridget for the name for this, but of course it is an open question to the full panel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's a great question. I think that there is absolutely a correlation. And I would say that, you know, in my work, the last few years up until recently, I was managing a tool called First Voices, which is a online language platform specifically designed by and for BC First Nations communities, First Nations communities in British Columbia, I should say. And the program was developed with the theory that partnering and pairing together elders who you know are experts in the language and who are knowledge keepers of the language with youth who you know have a higher level potentially of digital literacy and a real interest in technology, you know, finding these folks who are interested in working together to bring language revitalization efforts into digital spaces would bridge the sort of gap between needing to have sort of high levels of digital literacy to be able to access and use all of these new tools with the traditional knowledge and that's held by elders in the community. And so I think, again, keep going back to Sista, but that multi-generational approach is very key. And I think that by working together with people who come with these different subsets of knowledge, it will translate to better tools being built, resources being used in more efficient and more accessible ways, and for linguistic diversity to thrive in digital spaces.
Wonderful. Thank you. Louis, I see that you're unmuted, so I'm assuming that you want to jump in.
Yes, I just want to say I've been, you know, working with ASCII for years and years. It's a Latin script, but it's not the whole Latin script. And it's going to be the same thing with the language of the First Nations and the Inuktitut. Some of the possibilities that we know we need for linguistic diversity are not available with ASCII. During the UA Days in 2023 in New York, I tried to explain I gave some examples of the limitations of ASCII in some situations. And whether you like it or not, you know, it's not perfect because it's part of the Latin script, and it's not a syllabic language either. So we need diversity, and we need to use all the tools that are available to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sista, I know that you were interested in this question as well, if you would like to give an answer.
Yeah, so for me, you know, I actually did a talk a couple days ago about digital art and how it contributes to Indigenous data sovereignty. And, one thing I talked about was how when I first introduced Indigenous youth or adults or even, elders as well to digital art platforms, much like when I first got introduced to them, I had no idea how they worked. And anyone that's ever had to work with Illustrator or Photoshop knows it's a pretty steep learning curve. And to go from that to creating beautiful pieces, one of the things you'll realize in Indigenous artwork that there is Indigenous data contained within that. So, when we think about artificial intelligence generated images, appropriating our artwork or stories or teachings or anything like that, it's very important that we have Indigenous youth and adults creating artwork to help combat, that amount of misrepresentation. And I'm sure, those concepts are definitely applicable when it comes to language as well, or stories and our presence on the internet in general.
Thank you so much. If you have a question, please raise your hand high. Great, Hamad, and we will get that to you.
Hi, I'm an MA here at TMU in ComCult. I'm just wondering, I love this movement. It's really challenging structuralist things that are put in place in the idea of seeing English as this globalized language. And in Canada, as we move towards a more inclusive society, where we're doing things like land acknowledgement and things like that, I'm wondering what are some applications, right? Working within communications and us being here in private organizations and things like that. What are some applications we can use to, I guess, be more inclusive of these languages? When we're posting things online, maybe we can also post, not just in English and not just in French, and also post it in Indigenous languages. But I'm very curious if those already are in place, if they already exist, and where can we find it?
And just your name as well?
Yeah, Silja.
Silja, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. I see that, Louis, you're unmuted again. Or Patrick, did you have your hand up? Let's start with Patrick.
Okay, thanks. So I want to give an example of where a top-level domain can help with the growth of a language online. So it's been 20 years now. We added .cat to the top-level domain in 2004. And before it was added, the number of web pages in the Catalan language were quite small, but now there's over 70 million pages available in the Catalan language, and a lot of them use domain extensions in .cat to help reach those speakers. So that's an example where a domain name, top-level domain, could be used to preserve and grow a language community. And we look forward to seeing other language communities and cultures make use of these spaces in the future.
Thank you. And Louis?
I just wanted to say a little thing. We're not used to asking our internet service provider if he's offering something else than English, and if he's accepting UA addresses. And why don't you ask? You'll have your answer.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next question. I don't think we have any in chat right now. So audience, we have at the front here.
Hi, thank you so much. My apologies. Thank you so much for this insightful panel. I wanted to know, with the Truth and Reconciliation Day coming up next week, what you think some ways that youth can amplify these efforts and the way that we can contribute to this movement, even if we don't necessarily speak Indigenous languages.
Thank you. And your name?
Amira.
Wonderful. I don't see mutes, so I'm going to let the panel just race to either unmute or bring your microphone to your lips to answer.
Yeah, so I would say that a first sort of easy access thing that you can do is, if we're thinking about Indigenous language specifically, is go online and if you don't already know, find out what the traditional languages of the land that you are currently living on are spoken, and see what sorts of resources exist. Not to necessarily learn the language, but just to familiarize yourself with the language of the land that you're on. There are lots of amazing resources, websites available where you can go and look at maps and see which languages are spoken in your area, and then and go research further about that. If you are active on, in social spaces, on social media, and, posting about things, consider, using the traditional names for spaces that, or traditional spelling things in the way that the community spells things. And that might require you to go and download a keyboard, right, for being able to type in that language, which is something that you can do for free. So I think just the first step from my perspective would be to familiarize yourself, and then remove the barriers of access that you would have to being able to use that language online, so that you can then share things in an appropriate way.
Thank you very much. Sista?
Yeah, I totally agree with, using the traditional names for, the spaces or the lands that you're in. That kind of reminded me of one time I was talking with a buddy about, plants that you can harvest, like wild edible plants and things like that. And he referred to wild rice as monomen, which is the traditional name for wild rice. And, for me, that just, it really brought a smile to my face, and even though he's not Indigenous, just making the effort to refer to Indigenous foods or, places or things like that in their name, I think that goes a long way. So that's what I would say. I agree with that.
Thank you. Words have power. Are there any other questions in the audience? I don't think we have any in the chat right now. Yes.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. My name's Wyatt. So with the advancement of AI and technology, it's difficult to imagine a future internet where sort of translation services aren't advancing. So in a future where the internet can be sort of translated into any language available, do you envision this as sort of a net positive for accessibility, or would it be more sort of problematic?
I will again wait to see who unmutes first or brings microphone to lips first. And it looks like Patrick.
Yeah, so it's definitely a net positive for our events. If you join our remote meetings, many of them, we use a tool that's embedded in Zoom, where you can click on the language that's supported for the session. And I was speaking at a conference where most of the attendees were Russian speakers, but just by clicking the icon in the bottom of the Zoom, I could hear everything in English for me, and they could probably hear me translated into Russian. So it's just an example of how these tools, and they probably do use AI, but they're going to continue to get better and allow more participants to be able to interact with events that they might not be able to participate in otherwise.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, we are also using artificial intelligence for closed captioning and open language capacity. So we only have one last response, and I'm going to give this to Tisa. Sorry for the rest of the panelists online.
I don't have a solid answer, but I do have a concern. I'm still pretty early in my reconnecting with my Indigenous languages, but one of the things that I have learned is that our languages are very closely connected to spirit and culture and ceremony. And so one thing that I would be concerned about is the loss of meaning through translation or anything like that, especially if it's being used to record the words of, say, an elder or someone speaking. How many times can that get translated before it just lose all its meaning? That's what I would say to that.
Everyone in the audience, I think this was a phenomenal panel on a topic that might not have hit the mainstream. So I would like to thank each of the panelists for being here today. And if the audience could give a resounding applause to this, and we will move into the next break with Beyond.
Check. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Dana and panelists, for your moderation of this panel. Just wanted to let folks know we're about to start our first networking break. And we will have another prompt up on the screen shortly for folks yeah, there we go. The question is, how can we make the internet more equal for all? So we encourage you to discuss this amongst yourselves and populate your answers into Menti. For those online, you can discuss this question together in the chat, as well as answer it in Menti, and we will reconvene at 2:30. Okay, we will get started. I would like to introduce our third moderator of the day. Nathaniel Sukdio is an executive member at Youth IGF Canada, and he will be moderating the panel titled Both Wireline and Wireless Broadband Access for Youth.
Sego, Nathaniel Youngyats, Ganya Gehaga, ECE. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nathaniel. I just introduced myself in the language of my mother's people, Ganyan Geha, Mohawk, just as I come home from BC, just to ground myself in this conversation that we have today. So I'd like to introduce everybody to our panel this afternoon on both wireline and wireless broadband access for youth. This afternoon, we have with us Jewel, Michelle, Greg, and Vitaly. And I'm just going to go through from Vitaly onwards towards me. Just ask them to introduce themselves, a bit of their background, and what brings them into this sphere.
Thank you. So my name is Vitaly Baird. I'm the Director of Regulatory Law and Advocacy at TELUS. In terms of how I got in here, I've always had a strong interest in technology and telecommunications. I'm a lawyer by training, and I started my legal career doing commercial litigation work focused on technology disputes. But I was saying to someone earlier, I was writing papers on CRTC stuff and competition stuff in the tech and telecom sector as far back as my undergrad. So I've been focused on this for a long, long time. So my interest in tech and ensuring that everyone has access to the positive benefits of technology led me to TELUS. And so TELUS in particular, because it's an innovative and purpose-driven company, and TELUS has been investing heavily in building out a network of fiber optic cables going right to homes, as well as our cutting-edge 5G wireless network. And the TELUS network offers fast internet speeds while also being extremely reliable and resilient. So in my current role, I lead a team of lawyers who engage with regulators, the government, and other stakeholders on the most important policy issues facing our industry. And I'm looking forward to this discussion. I look forward to engaging with my other panelists because internet access, in particular internet access for youths, is a critical issue to Canadians. My overall message today, and this will sort of permeate everything else I say, is that internet service providers like TELUS are an important part of the solution to many of the challenges relating to access to the internet for youth and for all Canadians. TELUS can help by building infrastructure, by offering additional choice, and last but certainly not least, by contributing its experience and perspectives to government consultations and to regulatory processes. Thanks, and I look forward to engaging on this panel.
Hello, everybody. My name is Michel Massereau. I'm an assistant professor of Policy Studies at the University of Toronto, Faculty of Information. I also serve a dual role at the City of Toronto, where I'm a senior management and policy consultant, specifically having to do with municipal telecom in the Connect-TO program. So I've been involved in this space for quite some time, both academically and professionally. My interest from the scholarly side has always been in trying to tease out, locate, and draw clear boundaries in between public and private interests in telecommunications undertakings. And of course, in an academic environment, there's lots of different paradigms and models and theoretical approaches you can take to that. But then interestingly, when you actually get into the field or into the mud and work in telecom undertakings in government, specifically at the municipal level, and I think it's really instructive for us to look at municipal government as a terminal site of telecommunication battles and the battle for locating and protecting the public interest. New doors start to open as an academic, and you start to look at things in a different way, and you start to see entry points into this problem, into this to this issue, into the true political economy of telecommunications. Once you start to understand, how does this stuff actually get into the ground? What are the processes? What are the mechanisms? What is a model municipal access agreement? What's the legal theory behind that? What are the principles behind it? Whose authority is diminished? Who is privileged? And all these sorts of things start to come to the surface that, frankly, in my academic training, never encountered it, only in the field. And so I'm happy now that I'm able to return to academia and bring this practitioner-based knowledge and contribute to forums like this and work with wonderful colleagues in the First Mile Connectivity Consortium and great folks like Bill Murdoch who are doing such fantastic work, and in their work uncovering many and encountering many of the same obstacles that I see here in the city of Toronto out in rural First Nations communities, trying to negotiate access with an Allstream or with Bell, and how that's buried in access agreements and does not get much publicity. So yeah, lots of great stuff to discuss. And thank you for having me.
Hey, hello. So it's really interesting that right before us was the Indigenous languages discussion, because I'm about to introduce myself and I'm really interested to see how that's going to show up on there. So Hamatakyapi, Wambadi Kuyaki Makyapi, Chante Vashtea, Nombechi Yuzupi. So hello, my relatives. My name is Where's Eagle Decoration Woman, and I greet you with a happy heart. I'm also known as Jewel Pierre Rosselli. I'm a Dakota woman from Winnipeg, Manitoba. And how I ended up in this space is I just kind of stumbled upon it, to be honest with you. I don't really have a background in telecommunications with the internet. However, a lot of my passion is within my community, and that is how I ended up here. So currently I am the director of North End Connect, which is a wireless internet service provider within the North End of Winnipeg. I also do support work with a great organization called the Indigenous Connectivity Institute, where Bill Murdoch is involved as well. And there's a lot of great folks that do a lot to support Indigenous youth and get other youth connected as well. So I just want to shout them out because that is a really, really great resource. Just very quickly, a little bit about North End Connect. So North End Connect came out of COVID, and when everything turned online within the North End of Winnipeg, we have Winnipeg, first of all, probably the highest urban Indigenous population within Canada, and a lot of that situated within the North End as well as newcomers. So when everything went online, maybe mom has a phone, mom has 3 kids, mom's in school, who gets to go to school? We have a senior center within the North End. Do they know how to use a computer? Did they? Probably not. We saw all these issues emerging, the digital equity, digital literacy, access to technology, and not even just technology, affordability, which is the biggest thing. And so that's how I ended up here. A lot of learning, a lot of passion for community, and just really believing that we can empower our community to influence positive change. So pause it there.
Thank you. Mine's not nearly as exciting or interesting. My name is Greg Lang. I'm your friendly neighborhood bureaucrat. I work at the CRTC. I am by training an economist. Hopefully there's some economists in the audience, and probably more competition. I think of myself more as a competition law guy. I spent the first 16 years of my career at the Federal Competition Bureau. Came over to the CRTC a couple years ago, along with the new chair and some of the new leadership there. That's me. I think what's more important than me is the institution that I work for, the CRTC. I think everybody probably knows what the CRTC is, but maybe doesn't know how it operates. So that's how I want to spend my time a little bit. I am part of CRTC staff. CRTC is like a court. Okay, they have matters before them. They make decisions on those matters. So there are folks here. There's actually a commissioner, the regional commissioner for Ontario is in the room, and he knew I was going to call him out. And that's why he's slinking down in his chair right now. Graham Abramson, you'll hear from him later today.
Great guy.
Those are the guys that make decisions. I work with about 150 people on the telecommunications side of the CRTC, on the staff level. And we're the folks that do all the work to bring these matters to the commissioners for decision. So we would handle in the telecommunications area a broad range of things from more competition-y type or competition policy type things, like how businesses are allowed to compete with each other, how they deal with consumers, et cetera, et cetera. We also run a broadband subsidy plan that seeks to improve or grow the connectivity in Canada. And then there's a whole host of sort of regulatory work that happens there that even in some parts of the country, we're still approving retail prices for telephones, landline telephones, for example. So there's a lot of work that comes along with that as well. So I wanted to just introduce that a little bit because it's going to be really relevant later on when we talk. So that's me.
Thank you, everyone, for that. And Greg, I'm going to go back to you first, actually. So in line with that, what are some key initiatives that the CRTC has been advancing to drive competition in the wireline and wireless broadband markets?
Great, thanks. So the CRTC, when they make decisions, they have to think about a couple things. One is a list of things, the objectives that are in the Telecommunications Act, and those are codified in the law by Parliament, and there's a list there. The other thing that the CRTC that the commissioners have to think about are any policy directions that the federal government gives us. So they have the ability to do that, and those are all things that are like checklists that we have to think about every time we make a decision. About a year and a half ago, in early 2023, the government gave us a new policy direction. That policy direction is very much focused on affordability, competition, bringing new forms of competition to bear. It's one of the reasons why competition folks like me ended up down there. And so we've had a couple things coming out, a couple initiatives coming out that are dedicated at sort of the same end goals. One is first our wireless competition. The nerds in the room might call it MVNO or Mobile Virtual Network Operator, but really what it is a program that allows smaller regional competitors to use the networks of Canada's large wireless companies to sell services and spread their sort of impact across more broadly in Canada. So that we're, in the fairly early stages of that still, but we are seeing now in the marketplace offers that weren't there a year ago, 2 years ago. You look at, Videotron going out west, for example, as one of those. That's the wireless side really briefly. On the wireline side, so your home internet side, we've had a regime in Canada for 20 plus years that allows small independent companies to use the wired networks of Canada's large providers to sell home internet services to you. So you might know companies like TechSavvy that compete head-to-head against TELUS out in TELUS's territory using TELUS's network. So it's an interesting circumstance from really an economic perspective. Where that regulation had not really kept up was in the area of fiber to the home. So TELUS and Bell and some others have been out there, very rapidly spending lots and lots of money to replace their traditional copper internet networks with fiber optics. The competitive parts of the industry, like the TechSavvies and that of the world, haven't had a practical way to sell that until fairly recently, just in August. It was August 13th. We put out a decision that will enable them to use that nationwide. So that's another thing there. One last thing I will plug. It's not really about competition. It's more about access, but it's the CRTC has a broadband fund. This is an industry funded. So the industry pays money into a fund that the CRTC administers to help support the deployment of high-speed internet, mobile services, et cetera, across Canada. And it's, I think, a reasonably less known part of the CRTC. So I did want to talk about that as well.
Cool. Thank you. I'm going to turn to Michelle now. In your research, have you come across other jurisdictions that Canada can learn from regarding competition in the wireline and wireless broadband markets?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the question in advance. And I'm going to parlay off the whole wholesale market description that was just given. So I just want to clarify this. When from the municipal telecom space, when we talk about wireless, we're talking about wireless broadband, and we can't decouple that from wireline because mobile wireless or whatever form of wireless, unless it's satellite, it requires a terrestrial fiber backhaul, massive amounts of fiber to support that. So we tend to look at those as coupled technologies in the municipal telecom space. So yeah, absolutely. You don't have to go too far afield. The models that we look at in both in the municipal space, but also in the academic space is wholesale regimes, specifically open access wholesale regimes, which in jurisdictions that are favorable. And what I mean by that is a jurisdiction that doesn't actively try to undermine the existence of a wholesale market, as has unfortunately been the case here in Canada for quite some time. Wholesale markets have been demonstrated and proven to be highly effective in terms of not just household penetration, but overall scope of reach. We don't have to, again, we don't have to go far afield to look at this. I mean, there's prime examples in Europe, there's open fiber in Italy, there's open reach in the UK. But closer to home on this continent anyways, California is a really fantastic example. So the South Bay Cities Coalition, it's a legal entity comprised of 16 municipal entities in the greater Los Angeles County area. It's a legal entity. And they all collaborate on deploying municipally, meaning publicly owned, open access fiber infrastructure. And it has been so successful that wholesale access, household, or broadly speaking, household penetration of wholesale versus facilities, because they still have facilities-based competition like we do here, it's at parity in Los Angeles County between wholesale and facilities-based competition, okay? Which really speaks to the effectiveness of that model. And it has in fact been so effective that in 2021, the state of California under Governor Newsom unanimously voted to build a massive state-long open access, publicly owned fiber backhaul. Now, California is doing that, and that was unanimously ratified by the California legislature in 2021. And to sweeten the sauce, so to speak, they're also kicking in $2 billion to fund branching access networks. So when we talk about a fiber network, you've got your transport network, which is, let's just call that the middle mile, what they have to battle or step on municipal toes to get under the sidewalks and between the poles, but to actually get into the premises, the FTTP or the FTTS, that's an access network. And that's what has been largely closed off to wholesale competitors in Canada until very recently. So without that last mile access, there was no feasible way for a wholesale fiber competitor to actually get into somebody's house, which, depending on who you ask, who knows if Canada's wholesale market is actually going to be able to rebound. But California is doing a really great thing. They're not just building the backhaul, they're kicking in $2 billion of funding to support local ISPs to build out those access networks to get into the premises. So it's not too far afield. I would say it's also a conducive legislative environment. You have the FCC. Now, obviously, there are significant differences between the US and the model we have here in Canada. The states have much more of a direct role to play in telecom than provinces generally do here. But I will point your attention to the FCC and specifically their adoption of what is called digital discrimination of access as a test, an adjudicative test. And what this is, for the first time in telecommunications regulation in US history, this is the FCC regulating the entirety of internet service delivery from cradle to grave. Not just facilities competition, not just access network deployment, all the way down to the terms of service that you or I, as a client, would actually face when signing up for services. How can I be disconnected? What are the penalties I'm going to pay? What are the terms under which you can disconnect my services? This is right down to the retail level that the CRTC will never go near. And the FCC has adopted this principle of digital discrimination of access, which effectively means that telcos are held to a much higher standard. If you're going to argue that this is not that this particular market, this particular state, this particular neighborhood is not market viable for us to go into, there's a much higher bar you have to meet now, according to the FCC, for them to accept that argument. So lots of great momentum for south of the border that we can look at. I will give credit where credit is due. I mean, the disaggregated wholesale decision, I was part of that in terms of offering my meager opinions. Thank you to the CRTC for doing that. But as an industry watcher and people in this space, I'm skeptical in terms of the ability of Canada's, what's left of the wholesale market, to actually rebound. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Michelle, for that. So I'm going to turn to everyone now, and maybe I'll start with Vitaly, and then we'll go work our way down. With regards to your positionality as stakeholders from government, civil society, the research community, and the private sector, where do you see your stakeholder group in helping ensure more youth in Canada have access to high-quality broadband services?
Okay, thanks, Nathaniel, and yeah, I might start. So from our perspective, internet service providers like TELUS it's where the rubber hits the road, right? Like we build the networks, we offer the services, and our job is to build and maintain those networks and provide those services, and we help youth access the internet in a number of ways. First, and the obvious one is by building the infrastructure and building it in a way that it's resilient and can stand up to the various challenges we're seeing from vandalism to natural disasters. The second one is by offering competitive choice and cutting edge products and services to customers. And third, and I'd mentioned this, and this often gets overlooked, but I think it's very important, by contributing ours and our stakeholders' experience and perspective to government policy consultations. So from a TELUS perspective, like we're a purpose-led organization, and that means that we believe that good business and doing good for our communities, including for youth, those are mutually inclusive. And the role we play in ensuring the well-being of our communities is paramount. And we have many programs that are intended to increase internet access for youth and for vulnerable groups and for Canadians in general. And I can run through a few of them. For example, we have a number of Connected for Good programs. So, for example, Internet for Good provides low-cost internet services to youth aging out of foster care for as low as $10 a month. Mobility for Good offers free or low-cost smartphones and plans, also to youth aging out of foster care, among other vulnerable groups. And then aside from our For Good programs, we also make substantial investments in Indigenous communities and areas where we operate. So in 2021, TELUS became the first technology company in Canada to develop a reconciliation action plan. And through our world-leading network technology and collaborations with an Indigenous advisory committee, we're leaning into connectivity as an underpinning that's linked to positive economic, social, health, and community outcomes. So in other words, we believe that bringing connectivity to Indigenous areas is a key part of reconciliation. Now, bringing networks and launching networks doesn't mean anything if people don't have the skills or the means to use them. And so for that, we have Tell Us Whys, and that's a program for improving digital literacy and online safety knowledge. And we've reached over 680,000 Canadians through these workshops. And we have workshops that are specifically focused on educating teens and other youths about safe and responsible use of digital technology. And we're keeping up with that technology as well, because our workshops now include teaching about AI. Sustainability is a key point. So we're transitioning, as Greg has said, we're transitioning from copper to fiber, which is leading to a massive reduction in greenhouse gases, and repurposing thousands of tons of copper so far, and we're just getting started. So all of that is to say, TELUS, and I should say other ISPs and the telecommunications sector, we do many things to make sure that everyone stays connected. But the most important thing is you can't be connected if the infrastructure isn't there. So we partner with stakeholders and work collaboratively with communities, including many of the municipalities, like Michelle was mentioning. And we work with government bodies to co-build in some of the most rural and remote parts of the country. And so I'll pause there, but I think that's the most important way for us to contribute.
Yeah, so I'll divide my response into the academic response and then the municipal government response, and I'll try to make it as succinct as possible. On the government side, in municipal government in particular, because we occupy in municipal government anyways, we're very close to people's lives. So we tend to meet people where they are in their day-to-day activities, much more so than most other levels of government. So there's lots of opportunities there when you have a conducive political environment. So there is structural separate, much like my colleague at CRTC was discussing or describing the structural separation between the adjudicative body of the CRTC and the administrative body. In government, it's similar. You've got the elected domain and we have the administrative domain. So administratively, what we try to do is try to repurpose and look at municipal public assets and repurposing them for public good in all spaces and all spheres. When it comes to connectivity, there's a couple ways we can do that, in which we have done that. In October of last year, the City of Toronto became the first government in Canada, if not North America, to actually issue council direction to explore opportunities to enhance connectivity to ensure people are able to connect regardless of their financial means or circumstances. And that clause was critical. It's the first time that's ever been associated with broadband access in an adjudicated decision. And that's taken right from the Canada Health Act, actually. So I can't actually take credit from that. We borrowed that language and those principles and embedded in. So what does that now direct city staff to do? Well, we got to explore all these options. We have our universal free Wi-Fi program as of today. And since it's launched just over a year ago, as of today, we're at 170 live sites across the City of Toronto. So City of Toronto publicly accessible spaces where the public can go in and get free public Wi-Fi access. We are looking to work with Toronto agency partners like the TCHC and the TTC to continue the expansion of free public Wi-Fi, despite what some folks at the TTC might feel about it. We're going to keep pushing for that. And then importantly, at municipal government on the research and advocacy side, we advocate collaboratively. Big city mayors write letters for them and they send them to ISED and they send them to the CRTC. But on the research side, what we've been able to do for two versions now is we've collaborated with the Dais Institute, which they've been a great partner with the city. The City of Toronto has what's called its household broadband survey. So we do a really robust sample of City of Toronto households to ascertain and characterize the nature of connectivity barriers at the household level. And this has been really important and really instructive for us in guiding our efforts. And in terms of youth, our most recent 2024 application of the survey, and I had to write these notes down, the data points that are relevant for youth. So despite marginal improvement in the access and use indicators, we still have a sizable proportion of fully disconnected households in the City of Toronto. And of those, 85% of those households, and when I say fully disconnected, I mean no fixed at home internet access. 85% of those rely on mobile as their sole and primary form of connecting to the internet, which is pricey and not the most efficient way to do it, as reported as a lack of options. Half of those reporting punitive fees. Now, in this version of our survey, this is the first time we've actually gone and looked at punitive fees associated with maintaining what I call de facto compulsory broadband access. So what is a punitive fee? A late fee, an overage fee, a service termination fee, a fee to reconnect your service because you couldn't pay the bill, it got terminated for 6 weeks. These are all punitive fees that up until now, nobody's actually been collecting data on. So we're doing that now. And what did we find? Surprisingly, for half of those respondents report, yeah, I've had my service disconnected. Yeah, I paid overage fees in this cluster, in this range, in this range, in this range. And those respondents overwhelmingly are youth and recent arrivals to Canada. So there's a direct connection to the substance of our talk here. And while I'll end off and I'll flip to the academic side, and my own research is really focused on taking away or trying to crack the opaque glass that has shielded telco infrastructure from public view. So I use lots of creative mechanisms like freedom of information requests and things like that to actually pinpoint down to the street level who owns what in the street, where does it end, how much parallelism is there, meaning how much direct competition is there. This is all fantastic stuff that we now have access to. And once you learn that, well, then things start to make sense on a grander scale. Why in this household or in this multi-tower building, internet services cost this much? Well, there's only one competitor there. When you go across the street and you've got competitor A, B, and C, all with fiber strung in that building, well, price for the exact same service is half. And now we can correlate that and look at, well, it's because incumbent so-and-so is the only one who owns anything on that side of the street. This starts to make more sense. So with that data and with that information, cracking that opaque glass, we can now work with policymakers, draft interventions at CRTC and say, look, you guys have not been looking at this information, and here it is.
Wow. My brain is going like, this is so good. My brain is going, but I'm also trying to think of what I'm supposed to say. Okay, so for North End Connect, very relatable to what you were just saying too. So North End Connect, it's a fairly new project. We just got funding, shout out to the MasterCard Foundation, as of August 1st. So I've been volunteering for this project. There's been a very small team who have continued to make this project happen. But what's really unique and unfortunate about this is when we look at connectivity for youth and specifically Indigenous youth, a lot of the projects are community-based, which means rural, which means, out of town, which means a whole other set of issues. But the one that we are looking at specifically for North End Connect is we're in the middle of a city. And it's not that there is no access. It goes down to the many different, the intersectionality of all of the barriers of being able to have a phone, being able to understand how to use a computer, being able to pay even $15 a month, which is what another larger telco, not present, offered us. We can give people phones for $15 a month, and that's great. But for many of us, that just means we don't get a coffee and a croissant this morning. But for someone, within the North End or a newcomer to Canada who is on a fixed income, that's their way to get to work. That's their groceries for the week. And so when we look at how we are improving access, especially for North End Connect, it's less about, of course, we want to provide the highest quality, but I know I'm never going to be able to compete with the larger companies. I want North End Connect, as we build this organization, to be more community-owned and community-led. So there's different models within the sovereign nation of Hawaii, NYC Mesh. There's other models there. And so what we are going to look at is how do we take those stories and see their successes, and how do we mold it to fix or to fit within Winnipeg? And yeah, we are going to be a low cost or preferably no cost if possible. We've heard competition a lot, but just in my background with community, what we are doing and what I fully believe in is building a community over competition, over raising profits. We're never going to be a multi-million-dollar company, or maybe we could, but that's not the point. The point is just to create options and affordability and give people the chance to just not struggle as much. Times be tough. And like it really is, right? If we can just make someone's life easier, if we can make the little cookum who lives at Keynote Center, if we can give her her tablet and she can log on to her social services and get her pension, or if we can get someone access to their EIA worker with a wireless internet access, why not? Just so she doesn't have to go wandering in the neighborhood. There, like that is a thing that people do. I also just want to highlight one of the first things we did with North End Connect is research. So while I'm from Winnipeg, I'm not coming into this community and assuming that I know what the solution is. So we did research in partnership with the Manitoba Research Alliance, hired students from within the area, young Indigenous women who people would feel comfortable talking to, right? People sharing their sometimes very difficult, hard-lived experiences. And so we are just really here to help build a community and get people access. That's just what we want. And, you know, my idea for North End Connect is also, it could just be a stepping stone. Maybe, you know, once we get set up, you're on it for a year. And then maybe you are in a better place where you can go sign up with, well, not TELUS in Winnipeg, but the other companies in Winnipeg, right? It's, again, just providing people options and helping alleviate the struggle. Thanks.
I always have a tough act to follow when we go this way. So, and I've forgotten the question. So I think the question is, what can we do for you? And, you know, I think the CRTC is kind of a magical place in that area, in that these are decisions that are made by people. And quite often what informs those decisions, so not quite often, all the time, is the record that is in front of them. And so the CRTC is a forum where you have the ability to put your views in front of the decision makers. And not only that, you can come down and you can show up at one of our hearings and you can look them in the eyes and say, this is what is important to me. This is what you need to be thinking about when you are making your decision here. And it is incredibly, it's surprising. I've only really done one major proceeding there, but how much the oral testimony of people coming to Gatineau, showing up, looking commissioners in the eyes, how much that resonates with people. And so I think this is a two-way street. I don't want to imply that this is you know, oh, you haven't showed up, so it's your own fault. That's not it at all. It's actually our problem, our fault in not cultivating an inclusive enough opportunity for where people feel comfortable to come and do these things. So one call to action is form a public interest group. Represent your community. Put filings in with the CRTC. CRTC is a court. And just like any other court, you have the ability to come and put a filing in and say, hey, CRTC, I want you to think about this. I have this problem. I want you to solve it under the bounds of the Telecommunications Act and the powers that the CRTC has. There's a really good quote from The West Wing, which unfortunately is probably an out-of-date reference now, which makes me very sad. But it's decisions are made by people who show up. And so, I do have some stats here. So internet competition proceeding, major proceeding that has an effect on literally every single person in Canada that buys wired internet, at least fiber internet. There were 22 witnesses in that week-long hearing. Of those 22, 14 of the witnesses were providers. And the providers' views are super duper important. They need to be there. We live and die on that evidence. But that means there was only 8 that weren't providers, weren't people that are selling you internet. There were 2 government groups, including the Competition Bureau. There was an academic. There were a couple individuals, and there were 3 consumer groups. I bet you, and so that's what, 2/3 was providers. I bet you if you go on volume of pages submitted, the disparity would probably be even larger. And so that's my thing. I know it's hard. The CRTC's website is very difficult to navigate. You need to study for years just to be able to figure out what's going on at the CRTC. Here's your solution. Hit me up on LinkedIn. Greg Lang, same face, same profile picture as what's in your program. Once we start proceedings, it's hard for us to talk to you because we have a duty of fairness to everybody. So if we say something to you, we need to say it to TELUS as well. We need to say it to everybody. So your best strategy there is to engage early and engage often. This is what the government is here for, right? Is to help people out and to move us all along as a society. So you're not inconveniencing anybody by reaching out and saying, hey, I've had this issue. I'm thinking me and my friends are getting together. What can we do that would be interesting? We can figure that out together. So that's what we can do for you.
Thank you everyone for sharing those thoughts. So Jewel, I'm going to go back to you. Where do you foresee emerging opportunities for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities to drive innovation in the broadband sphere while also being able to advance economic self-determination? What is the role of youth in that?
Well, the youth. Well, when we look at the roles and responsibilities, what I've noticed just as an Indigenous woman who's also reclaiming my identity and reconnecting, is that youth have, if I've taken a step in understanding myself as a Dakota woman, the youth have been like running with it, right? And we heard that from, I don't see him here right now, but the cousin who was speaking earlier, right? Like everything he was saying, I was like, this is amazing. And I see that often, especially with Indigenous youth. All my other cousins not in here, Loretta, Majida, it's definitely empowering the youth to take up this space and to learn and to just try. The internet is a resource that needs to be managed. When we look at the Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and I fully believe, again, it's community over competition. It's about building something that we all have access to and can share and have access. But really that is the role of the youth. And so when, looking around at the youth in here, and even if there's youth listening or youth anywhere, it's like, you just got to try. Or the showing up thing. Showing up is one of my favorite things to do. And I think that's how I'm on this panel right now, because I'm like, yeah, I'll show up. But also just understanding, give it a try and understand. If you don't, one of the aspects of North End Connect is we have a partnership with Computers for Schools, a 6-month internship. I want community to show up and try, right? Sometimes we can't all commit to a 2-year college program or a 4-year university degree. But if we make opportunities like this accessible for youth, then maybe they will understand that they want something in tech. Maybe they do understand that they want something in building computers, or just creating those opportunities and getting people to try. I felt like there was more. Can you repeat the question again? I know I'm missing a really good point.
Yeah, so the question again was, where do you foresee emerging opportunities for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities to drive innovation in the broadband sphere while also being able to advance economic self-determination?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I covered it now. But really, like, the emerging opportunity is for youth to manage it and it's mostly taking up this space and integrating, again, the ways of knowing and being in managing this resource, because it can go a few different ways. It can go, you know, in a way that is strictly for profit. And then we are going to continue to see people left out, people with no access, people in the middle of a city who can't afford internet. We will continue to see that. And so the role of the youth is to, again, continue taking up that space, using their voices and pushing forward for, you know, digital equity. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you for that. So this question is to Vitaly. Where do you see emerging opportunities for companies like TELUS to further drive wireline and wireless broadband competition and innovation across Canada, especially in northern and remote Canada?
Thanks for that. Before I launch into the question, I do want to add one thing to what Jewel was saying, and just to reinforce how important it is with maybe a little bit of numbers. So bear with me. So investment in telecommunications and bringing telecommunications services to people who didn't have them before has what we call a multiplier effect. And I think that's what, Jewel, I think that what it comes down to, that's what you were talking about. The positive aspects that come from, by some estimates, a 10% increase in broadband penetration. So whether that's new networks reaching new people or new people using existing networks through things like access to technology, to computers, through things like digital literacy. So a 10% increase in broadband penetration can boost annual GDP growth by 1 to 1.5%, which is huge. Yeah.
So the word that I was trying to describe, very similar to, is, I know it as the social determinants of health. Yeah. And so that in partnership, but I think in your world, sorry, I just want to say social determinants of health.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, so it contributes to economic well-being. It contributes to health. So there's really all kinds of reasons to be interested in getting more people to use the internet. And so to go to Kevin's question, to what is TELUS's role in that? You know, there are two themes in the question, right? Like the question was competition and the question was innovation. So I'll touch on those in turn. So as an initial matter for competition, I will say competition is currently intense, and we're seeing it in our prices. And prices have been falling, right? Like if you look at wireless prices, they're down more than 50% over the last 5 years, right? High-speed internet prices, so your home internet, those prices are down more than 20% over the last 5 years. And this is prices going down in real terms. And this is all against the backdrop of historic inflation that we've been seeing over the last number of years. And these decreases have been driven by providers like TELUS competing aggressively against each other. And we're now taking competition to another level. So I think Greg mentioned that the CRTC is opening up fiber to resale. So TELUS is entering in as a competitor in Ontario, in areas of Quebec where TELUS didn't provide service, and in Manitoba as well, and in other areas of Canada that TELUS didn't previously serve. And we're giving Canadians more choice and further increasing competition in what is already a very competitive environment. So that's how we're contributing to competition in Canada. Now, in terms of innovation comes down to research and development and to trying new things. So TELUS, for our part, we're the 4th largest spender on research and development in Canada across all industries. So, for example, in October of 2023, TELUS was the first Canadian telecom to use satellite connectivity to conduct voice calls and send text messages between smartphones. And we're exploring the possibility of offering these services publicly, which would enable wireless voice connectivity anywhere in Canada, including areas that are not currently served. There are other things that we're doing that are more technical to bring down the cost of service, which is going to be hugely important to getting people who are currently having trouble connecting to getting them connected, because it'll be cheaper to deploy to areas that don't have networks. And in areas where there are networks, that means that with lower costs, there's obviously an opportunity for lower prices as well. In addition, what we can the other things that we can do for competition innovation is actually enable, as I talked about Indigenous reconciliation, but enable those kinds of outcomes for Indigenous peoples who many of whom have previously been shut out of these kinds of opportunities. And so with TELUS's Indigenous Reconciliation Action Plan, we're increasing connectivity in Indigenous communities and contributing funding for various community connectivity and other initiatives. The last thing I'll say is public and private collaboration is essential to see progress on this. So the government of Canada has set a goal that 98% of Canadians have access to high-speed internet by 2026, and 100%, so every last person in Canada, should have access to broadband by 2030. And to achieve that goal, it's important that government policy provide incentives to continue to build to areas that currently don't have connectivity, which are the hardest and most expensive to reach with existing telecommunications technology. And we've seen the government step up in a very real way. So, for example, the government of Canada in 2020 created the Universal Broadband Fund. Greg, you talked about the CRTC Broadband Fund. And so both of these funds, as well as many other funds from provincial, municipal, and Indigenous government partners, have contributed to many projects that TELUS has undertaken and have brought connectivity to many people who were previously unserved or underserved. And that's enabling the types of outcomes that I've been talking about, the social determinants of health, the economic growth, and the Indigenous reconciliation, among many more.
Thank you for that. So as we wrap up, could each of you briefly share what elements of Canada's existing telecommunications competition framework you think are successful for youth access to the internet? And what are some examples from other countries that Canada can learn from in moving forward on this policy front? And I think, Jewel, you mentioned a few examples earlier, but maybe we'll start with Greg and then move our way down.
Cool. So this one's a bit of a tough one for me to answer because I'm just a guy. I'm a guy that works for an organization. I'm not a commissioner. I don't make decisions. And so me sitting out here in public and saying, well, the CRTC, Bram really should be actually thinking about this. He's doing this other work, but this is where he should be focused. So I'm going to go more general rather than specific necessarily to the types of things that would be within our mandate. Although I'll start with one that is, and I think it was mentioned earlier on this panel, and it's the idea of co-investment. There are other countries that are doing interesting things with co-investment frameworks. So this is the idea of when TELUS wants to go out and connect a house with fiber and it's going to cost them, I'm not joking, literally 20 grand because it's so far out in the rural and remote areas, that there'd be an opportunity for other people to chip in some money as well. And as a result of that, get co-ownership or usage agreements or whatever it is for there. So sort of like more market-based approaches to those sorts of problems. Some more policy things outside maybe the CRTC's remit would be, if you look in Europe, there's some interesting work being done on spectrum sharing. I'm an economist, so I think about everything from an economic lens. And so when I'm thinking about these things, I'm thinking, telecoms are incredibly high barrier to entry industries. It's great to say we want to have more providers in Canada. The free market economist in me would say if there was a business case to do it, somebody would be doing it. If you especially like these are very, very costly businesses. So things like that, policies that tend to chip away at those barriers to entry, make it easier for new forces to come to play and bring innovative sort of new offers to market. I'll stop there for now, just in the interest of brevity, but I've got other ideas.
Look who has a tough act to follow now. It's me. This is also a little bit difficult for me to respond to just based on my whole beliefs and how North End Connect has been set up. There's definitely going to be like a need for competition. And there's always going to be businesses, and that's just a lot of my philosophy is you need everyone. But for like the framework internationally, NYC Mesh is a community owned and led like co-op out in Manhattan. And also, again, just shout out to the sovereign nation of Hawaii. They're also doing really, really good work. But yeah, just looking at the framework, it's a little bit hard for me to answer. So shout out to those people doing great work.
Michelle?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's no shortage of regional and highly localized examples of startups that are supported typically, back to shout out for local government, to support youth connectivity. Until recently, there was TO Mesh. Unfortunately, those folks are no longer around. In Ottawa, you have the National Capital Free-Net, which I know provides specific resources for youth connectivity. There's tons of examples. I think the risk to them is continuity, though, because without ongoing committed source of not just capital, but operational support, what the literature also shows us and what history also shows us is that things start to, from a priority side, especially in a triple P or private partnership model, partners tend to deprioritize issues like that once the glamour and the fanfare has faded. And so who is the only entity left standing with not just the potential resources, but the actual mandate? It's their job to ensure continuity of programming and services that are not contingent on market imperatives. What's the entity that does that? It's government, right? It's government that's supposed to do that. And I'm not even suggesting federal government. I just want to make clear, it might sound like I'm anti-telco. I'm not anti-telco. Vitaly mentioned lots of great examples where healthy competition between telcos is a good thing. I know in this city, which is probably arguably the most valuable telecommunications market in this country, is this city right here. I know, again, at the building level, just in Parkdale, I can point out one walk-up building and another walk-up building. One has single fiber provider, the other has 3 fiber providers. Same service, half the cost in the multi-provider. Yeah, competition works. So this is not about jumping down the throat of the telcos. But unfortunately, what we see in this country, and going back to the continuity and who's going to support it, we have existed in a regulatory environment where public interest in telecommunications infrastructure is at the municipal level. We are at best, we consider ourselves supplicant entities. In practice, municipal government, because in this province, there are no provincial concerns with telecommunications except for MTO. We are non-entities. And why I'm drawing your attention, or I want to draw your attention to this is really important, because to maintain continuity or to inject that, it's not about displacing the telco market. It's about leaving space for public interest in telecommunications without being fought and dragged through the courts tooth and nail by, TELUS, without being fought at every step of the way, as if we are an exit, like a little municipal network in York, Durham region. These are just local municipally owned public broadband networks. They don't even have access facilities yet, but they know. Calgary, Dave Basto, great guy out in Calgary. The only thing that's preventing him from deploying or extending Calgary's public fiber broadband network into homes and businesses is what he's going to face from the telcos. He knows that. He does not want to get lobbied into the dirt again and taken all the way up to the Supreme Court like they were in 2005. Another big win for TELUS in 2005. So what I'm trying to say is we need space. It's not about elbowing out or displacing the competitive telecom market. That's necessary. That needs to be there. But that can exist with space and room for public ownership of critical broadband infrastructure. This is really important. And I think with that in place at the municipal level, we would love, as the City of Toronto, so we have the new Indigenous Innovation Center that's opening up on Dundas Street. We would love to have ConnectTO be able to drop fiber to that facility and provide consistent, reliable, ongoing, with continuity, service to that facility, but we can't. We can't. But we would be the only ones who would have that responsibility because our imperatives are not the same as our private sector colleagues here. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. From our perspective, and again, I'll remind the audience sort of what the question was. It's what elements of the existing telecom competition framework are successful for youth to access the internet? So I'll focus on that part of the question, like where have we succeeded? And I think it's worth sort of stepping back and looking at some of our successes. So Canada's networks are a success story, and I won't go through too many statistics because I can throw out numbers, but that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is that Canada's high-speed broadband networks deliver speeds that are on average quite a bit higher than the G20 and more than double what if you look at the sort of global median. We also have nearly universal mobile coverage. And in fact, the CRTC's own statistics show that there's less than 100,000 people in all of Canada that don't have access to a mobile network. I've already talked a little bit about pricing. Prices are coming down, and when you consider the cost and the quality of our networks, Canada has among the lowest wireless prices across advanced economies. And again, that's not comparing the absolute numbers. That's accounting for the cost of building a network and the quality of Canada's networks. We have some government policies that are enabling and encouraging sustainable competition. So Greg talked about one, which is allowing fiber access to wholesale providers. So people like Tech Savvy. And as I said, TELUS is using that framework to bring competition as well. So that's a success. And in order to continue that success, we need to have government policies that continue to incentivize investment. And it's important that the government maintains incentives for carriers to bring high-speed internet access to areas in Canada that don't have it. We know that Canada's geography and its low population density make it economically challenging to deliver networks where they don't already exist. And again, I can name many examples, right? We have to, in TELUS's wireline serving territory in BC and Alberta, we have to go through the Rocky Mountains. We have to go through rivers. We have to go through forests. We have to go through forest fires, right? So all of that is an economic challenge, and we need to have government policies in place that can step up and address that challenge. And I think that's what's going to continue this success story.
Can I jump off that for a second? Just with some stats that I think are helpful and motivating, because a lot of us live our lives in cities, and we've had high-speed internet since the dawn of time in cities. And Vitaly spoke about some the CRTC's targets for universal broadband access by 2030. And it's worth touching in. These numbers are a couple years old now. I think the latest numbers that we have published are 2022. The new ones are coming. We're at 93% of Canada. If I got 93% on an exam, I'd feel pretty good about myself. But let's break that down a little bit. When we move outside and look at rural and remote Canada, I don't know the exact number. It's something close to 2/3. If we go to the far north, I don't think it's 60%. If we look at Indigenous reserves, it's barely 50%. That is the real challenge. You know, we like to talk an awful lot in the cities about price. We're incredibly fortunate to have the connection in the first place. And if there's a spot to devote thinking to, absolutely, the competition stuff is critically important to that 93% that are connected. But those remaining 7, it's about 1 million homes that are still do not have 50/10. It's one of the things that I think we get lost a little bit sometimes when we just because of who we are. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And thank you everyone for your remarks there. Just to close something off from Greg's previous point about just being in contact with the CRTC pre-hearings and during a hearing, we have a note from the Zoom room from CRTC Commissioner Claire Anderson, who emphasized contacting regional commissioners with your thoughts. So just to leave that with all of you there.
And one is in the room, yeah.
Oh, and we have another one right here for Ontario. So I think we have a few minutes for questions and answers. So thank you all of you for being with us today and for sharing your inputs. So we'll turn to the audience now for any questions.
Hello. Greg, you mentioned earlier when you were discussing connecting homes in the very far north, ISPs might be spending as much as $20,000 to connect a single residential, more than $20,000 to connect a single residential unit up there.
Yeah.
In light of the recent discussions in the Commons about the loan, I think it was $2.4 billion given to Telesat. Do you think it is more cost effective on a per household basis to use traditional like fiber or wireline technologies, or for Canada to be developing its own satellite connectivity network here domestically? Or alternatively, as the opposition might recommend, using a third-party provider?
Yep. I mean, that's a very difficult question to answer. I think we talk a lot. Absolutely, those numbers that I was speaking about earlier, the fiber deployment numbers, they can be more than that. That we published our grants under the Broadband Fund, and so we'll say it's connecting this many homes and this many miles of road, kilometers. And here's the total product, and here's the number. That you could do the division and see those numbers, and they're stark. That's a really open technological question. How much bandwidth do we need, and how much are we going to need in 20 years and 50 years? If we look at low Earth orbit satellites, there's versus fiber in the ground. We know that fiber is going to be more capacious. We know fiber is going to be lower latency. We know there's some benefits to that technology. But you're absolutely right from an economic perspective of at what point, like I would attack that as an economist and say, okay, at what point does it become cost advantageous to lay fiber versus using LEO? How long is LEO? There's a lot of uncertainty in answering that question. How long is LEO going to be here for? Are we going to get to a spot where the cost of deploying fiber, I don't know, miraculously fall to a level where LEO no longer is a thing? Are we going to put so many satellites into orbit that they crash into each other all the time and LEO gets degraded? Are there, other extraneous things that are going to soak up a lot of LEO capacity? These are all really, really tough to answer questions. And so, I think a lot of our focus is at CRC is 50/10 connectivity, whether that's coming over a satellite, over a wire in the ground, over fixed wireless, whatever it is. That's where we're focused. The specific technology is going to come down to a lot of really, really contextual factors.
Hi, my name is Ahmad. I just want to ask to increase connectivity in rural areas. You think private sector investment and public partnerships is like the best way going forwards? Because some people argue that private sector innovation is needed, but do you think maybe those deals need to be structured a certain way to, prevent monopolies and stuff like that?
It's a good question. You're looking at me, so I'll answer first, and if other people want to answer, that's good too. So I'm not on the hot seat all the time. The private sector is not enough to connect all people. When we're talking about, you think about your own home internet bill. If you're thinking it's going to cost a company $20,000 to connect your house, and you're only paying $2,000 a year in revenue, how many years of payback is that going to be? And we're talking the financials of some of these investments people are making, talking payback periods in 20 years. They're very, very challenging for private industry to do. And that's the $20,000 house. I'm not talking about the $50,000 or $60,000 house. And so there is a role for government funding. Governments across Canada are stepping up in that regard at all levels to provide funding and make funding available. I think Vitaly highlighted a couple of those programs. In terms of access, I mean, those are public policy issues for sure that I think that everybody sort of needs to turn over in our heads. Whether you put an ex-ante rule in place that says, we're going to give you money, but you must conduct yourself in a certain way with the network that you deploy, versus ex-post rules that are more focused on, if you act poorly, we will do something to correct that action. It's more of a philosophical type of a policy question, I think.
Yeah, and from our perspective, rather than answering it philosophically, I'll answer it in a very real way. A lot of these funding contracts and funding programs that I referred to earlier and that Greg was referring to do come with the kinds of conditions that Greg is talking about. So, for example, it's not uncommon to see a condition that retail prices have to match what you see in a city. Or, for example, that if you build this partially with public money, you have to open it up to your competitors. So, there's definitely safeguards that can be put in to make sure that, people in remote areas aren't paying $20,000 a month for internet. But there's also a bit of a practical reality, right? Like if a company builds, let's say it builds to a remote community, right? And then tries to charge, $600 a month for internet. How many people in that remote community do you think will sign up? Right. And so you really you've spent a lot of money without solving a single problem. Right. So, I think as between the funding conditions and the practical realities, I think there's definitely a place for the types of partnerships that you're contemplating.
Hi there. My name is Andre. I'm with the Dais, the Director of Policy and Research. Thanks so much for the collaboration on the Toronto report and also for the great sort of synopsis of it. This was an awesome panel. I also loved that there was a little bit of spice throughout, and we've also done some great work with TELUS. So I know the framing was, wireless versus wireline, or sort of focused on the infrastructure aspects, but I find that these conversations are very much focused on access, on costs, on competition. But work that we've done with TELUS, for example, where we went across the country to talk about digital divides, revealed a whole number of other issues, digital literacy for youth, but also for seniors, for other population groups, access to devices as a big issue. And I think what we've seen in other countries is pushes on how we're generating more social, economic, cultural benefit from a lot of this infrastructure, from our connectivity. And so I guess the question I have is if anyone wants to weigh in on some of those other issues and almost on how, do we need to be sort of broadening our call it our national strategies on connectivity to, I know we still obviously have, access issues in rural and Indigenous communities and in other places. But, what I've been wondering is how are we inserting some of these other big sort of digital divides questions into our broad thinking about our strategy? So curious about the panel's thoughts on that.
Me. Hey, thank you. So with the project, with North End Connect, we are very cognizant of the other issues going on. And so one thing that we've been implementing is not only digital literacy classes, but also when we hand out free technology, like free hardware, there's the very basics of how to plug in your computer, how to turn it on, how to use a mouse, really addressing just those issues that a lot of us, we probably know how to plug in a computer, or at least set up a keyboard. So we also do, it's called I forget what she called, a mobile hub, where one of our instructors will drive around with about 13 laptops, and every Friday they're going to be at this community center, and then whoever shows up, will learn how to use a computer, how to be safe online. One thing that has been very successful for us is the community-led Tech Tuesdays. So sometimes being in a classroom can be re-traumatizing, very difficult, or we don't all learn within the same way. So we've seen a lot of success with the drop-in Tech Tuesdays where, hey, you come and bring your device, you work with another community member, maybe, hey, you know how to do this? Maybe you do. Maybe you know how to do this. And that is where we've seen the most success. And that just goes back to what I really want to achieve with this program, and it's building that community, rebuilding it.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Thank you. So I was going to just offer my meager insight into that. So I've done quite a bit of formal research where issues around digital literacy, broadly speaking, come up, and I'm going to take my opinion. I'm going to offer maybe a bit of a different direction. In my view, your fantastic response highlights this. It is not a formal pedagogy issue. It's not a matter to be redressed through formal pedagogy. I'm not saying that there's no utility or use for training the programs. Toronto Public Library, which I know Sam and the Dais have been a lot of work with TPL. Those resources are necessary and they are important, but they are important not for their pedagogical value, because they are a trusted social source. So when you look at germ technology research, which is an area that I'm quite interested in, and I will be, Catherine, I'm going to send you the abstract for that paper. I promise. That when you look at it as a social issue, and when I say a social issue, there's lots of really interesting social theory around this, social tie-in theory, social network strength, trustworthiness within a community of peers, which is exactly what you're describing. And I saw that when I was speaking to the guys at the Native Men's Residence doing research. It's not a literacy issue in terms of capabilities. They're all smart, capable guys. They need to see its instrumentality in their day-to-day activities front and center. They need to make that connection. Oh, this is going to help me. Hey, Joe, so-and-so in the cot next to me. How do I do this? Boom. Okay. That's where the literacy and use, I think, now, problem is it's great to observe and understand that within the social milieu of any organization, but it's difficult to program that. How do you program that? You can't, aside from offering space for collective organization like this, just provide the space, provide the opportunity for community to come together on their own terms to meet where community members can meet each other where they are at. And that knowledge will be shared and it will germinate, it will percolate to the surface. That's my take. Less formal pedagogy, more allowing space for the knowledge to maturate itself within trusted community.
So my apologies to the rest of the panel. We're short on time, so we're going to have to end it there. I do encourage anybody that does have additional questions for our panelists to reach out during any of the networking breaks today. And I know Greg graciously offered his LinkedIn, so I'm sure he'll accept all the spam mail there as well. So thank you, everyone, and I'll turn it back over to Bianca now.
Thank you, Nathaniel, and thank you to all our panelists for that insightful panel. We will have our final networking break of the day. The question will be, what are your plans for becoming an internet leader? And we will reconvene at 4:05. Please help yourselves to some snacks in the back there. And yeah, we will see you in about 10 minutes or so. Hi, folks. This is just a 2-minute warning to return to your seats for our final panel of the day. All right. If I could get everyone to come back to their seats, and if we could fill out the front few rows, that would be incredible. All right. Thanks, everyone. I would like to introduce our final moderator of the day. Rida Kayan is the program manager of the Digital Policy Hub at the Center for International Governance Innovation. The panel is titled Youth Leadership in Canadian Internet Governance.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final panel of the day. My name is Rida Kayan. As our gracious host said, program manager at the Center for International Governance Innovation, also known as CG. Today, I'll serve as panel moderator. I'm honored to be taking part in this important event, and like I'm sure you have been, I've very much enjoyed and taking part today in the discussions and insights and hearing from the guests today. So to introduce the Youth Leadership in Canadian Internet Governance panel, some important context is needed. So for the past 5 years, Canada's faced a significant gap in youth representation in internet governance, resulting in underrepresentation in major forums and hindering the development of future Canadian leaders in the digital landscape. This panel aims to showcase rising Canadian youth leaders in internet governance, sharing their experiences and exploring strategies to cultivate more diverse and robust pipeline of young talent in this field. We are joined by Dana Cramer, President of Youth IGF Canada and a 2024 Global Youth Ambassador with the Internet Society. Christelle Tessono, Master Student at U of T's Faculty of Information, who also serves as Policy and Research Assistant at the Dais. We also have Rida Tahir, Policy Advisor at Innovation, Science and Economic Development, or ISED Canada, who also works to represent Canada on the Governmental Advisory Committee, GAC at ICANN. And finally, we are pleased to have Jenna Fung, founder at Gen Z Issues, Program Director at NetMission Academy, Senior Campaigner at Open Media. A quick housekeeping note for those in the audience before we kick off. Please note that questions will be asked towards the end of the panel, and you can either populate your questions into Slide or Menti throughout the panel, or wait until the end where we'll have mic runners. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. So we'll start by going around the panel and have you introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about how you got into internet governance. So Rida, if you'd like to kick us off.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for being here for the last panel.
So my name is Rida, as Rhian said, and I work at ISED, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, representing Canada at ICANN and also at the IGF and Youth IGF and CIGF, so all these great initiatives. I got into internet governance through the government when I was a student. They have a federal student work experience program, which is similar to doing a co-op and a really great way to try different areas of interest and engage in a team and get some practical experience while you're in your studies to see if you actually like what you're studying, as I did when I was at U of C doing my undergrad in international relations. And I just found a really genuine interest in the field and decided to stay along.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Christelle, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a tech policy researcher and I hold multiple hats as a student, but also as a policy research assistant at the Dais. I would say that I got into internet governance by way of working in Parliament as an intern through the parliamentary internship program. I remember sitting in a committee hearing where they were debating facial recognition technology, and I felt that the committee hearing didn't represent my concerns as a Black Montrealer who had seen what over-policing did to my community. So I decided to apply to a bunch of fellowships, notably one in the US at Princeton University, where the goal was to build a public interest technologist. So for 2 years, I studied various issues in digital technology, notably artificial intelligence, broadband connectivity, and I sort of developed an expertise on understanding how technology works, what types of harms emerge from those technologies, and in turn, how to develop policy interventions to address those harms. And yeah, I'm looking forward to learning from everyone on the panel.
Hello, my name is Dana Cramer. Sorry, you've seen me a lot on the stage today. So I got into internet governance by way of telecommunications policy. I had it when I was younger. My family moved from Calgary to rural Alberta. And the thing about rural Alberta is that broadband connectivity, at least at the time, was terrible. We had ExploreNet internet, and if you ever lived rural and used old satellite internet, I think a more effective communications technology is 2 cans with a string than that one. And so when I entered university, I was really quite passionate about digital divides because I was so frustrated by how I grew up in my formative teenage years with poor broadband connectivity. And that actually really impacted my schooling because I was one of these students who had to have flipped classrooms, like many youth nowadays, where you do the homework as videos at home, and then you do the homework in the classroom. So you needed YouTube access. And so when I ended up getting through my studies, I was very interested in development and broadband development. And so I started studying that. More recently, I look more at internet protocols, and I kind of went into that by way of being interested in how we have a lot of data being used, bandwidth used with Netflix on rural systems. I ended up looking at transport layer internet protocols for my master's and started focusing on global geopolitics. So you kind of see this wide trajectory, and I've always kept a foot in telecommunications policy. I'm not just one stakeholder. I am a PhD candidate for studying. I have it that I lead a civil society organization, Dais today. And I also used to work in government after I was the youngest ever winner of the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Prize for Excellence in Policy Research back in 2020. And so that kind of just consistently fueled me to be in this space because I was part of so many different stakeholder groups throughout my 20s.
Great. It's my turn. Everyone's got a really impressive background. And then now in retrospect, I was like, how did I actually got into it? I think it had something to do with my own background. On top of what I was introduced in the first place. I was actually born and raised in Hong Kong before I moved here 2.5 years ago. So I'm a newcomer to Canada as well. Back in the days when I was still in business school, growing up in a pretty pragmatic Hong Kong Chinese family, they're like, you should not become a journalist, but go to business school, get ready for like entering the business industry or become an accountant. End up not doing it. I was struggling in school, and then I was like, what should I do? And I end up stumble on a programs about internet governance. Fancy, right? And also in business school, you try to stand out and be better than other people. I don't know why I used to believe in that, but I was like, that's a good opportunity for me to explore. Somewhat opportunist back then, I would have to admit, but then end up liking it. And then that also opens up me to different opportunities. I got different projects and then went to the Global IGF in 2018 in Paris, and end up also got an opportunity and landed a job in the space. So I was like taking care of the NetMission Academy, which is the online internet governance academy for youth in Asia Pacific right now. And somehow it's because of obligation that's keep me in the space for 6 years. But somehow you fall in love into what you do, and then you sign up for more responsibilities voluntarily, and you just keep doing it. And I got here, I met Dana and all the other peoples, and then that's how I continue. And it's such a great community because, you know, moving from a country to another, somehow the internet governance community connect me with people from a new space, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Moving to some one-on-one questions. The first one is for Christelle. How has some of your early student leadership helped to position you as an academic leader? Did any of this help inform how you put together your House of Commons committee testimony work?
Yeah, so for context, I did my undergrad at McGill. And throughout those 3.5 years there, I got involved with the Black Student Network and the Student Union as well through various roles. Notably, when I was with the Black Student Network, I ended up becoming the president for a year. And I would say that like my experience in student government, as well as community organizing, helped me understand how to like interact with community members, how to organize, how to understand the issues that like people are individually or collectively going through, as well as the processes to get change, done on campus. And I would say that those years allowed me to understand as well, like my personal boundaries, how to manage, like my limits as one tiny individual against like so many systemic issues that, I realized very quickly that I couldn't resolve on my own, nor would it be realistic to like resolve them over the course of my undergraduate studies. And I would say that like a specific role that helped me prepare for my testimony on Bill C-27 at the House of Commons was when I was co-chairing the student council meetings where representatives of departments and student associations met every two weeks, and understanding like how a room can shift very quickly when a specific question is asked or a specific word is used sort of made me understand, okay, I have a limited amount of time, I have a very limited amount of attention that these members of parliament, can give to me. So like I was very careful about the words that I chose. And I think that student government, like any, community involvement opportunity is a good way to understand how to read a room and how to intervene in a way that people are going to be able to listen to you. So communicating clearly, communicating in an accessible way so a variety of audiences are able to understand. Those, I think, are the lessons I carried onto my testimony. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And Dana, you're doing lots of civil society work while also pursuing a PhD. A lot of youth are similarly positioned in that they're trying different initiatives and careers out when they're in their 20s and balancing school. What are some of the strategies you use to allow you to bounce around different spaces and stakeholder groups?
Yeah, so I mean, my academic supervisor is in the room, so she would probably just say, stick with your PhD. I'm sorry. So one thing I started to realize this past year was I left working at the government that I mentioned earlier. And part of the reason I did was just to focus more on my specific research topic, but I got involved in more communities like representing Canada in the Global Youth Ambassadors Program at the Internet Society, and also doing some fellowships with ICANN, with the American Registry for Internet Numbers, or ARIN. And what I started to notice was these problems that we focus on in our studies and that intrigue us and make us passionate about, they're not vertical, they're horizontal. And so if you can be in more spaces, at least how I found, but on that one topic, you can understand it to a capacity that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Part of that is too, I'm a people person. I like to talk to people. And so by being involved in more communities, it helps me understand the issue a lot more in casual conversations than if I were only to study it with certain angles and in certain contexts. And so by jumping around, I actually feel a lot more prepared to talk about what interests me, opposed to not. So I think for students and anyone who's young who is trying out different identities, that you're wanting to try new initiatives, that if you find that one niche topic that you really like, approaching that topic from different stakeholder groups is a really helpful way of understanding the complexity around it, but also building your community around it too, so you know who to turn to and who might be able to update you if there is a sudden change that you might not have been able to catch early on had you not had those networks before.
Very sound advice. Thank you. This next question is for all of you. What parts of your personal story do you think have informed how you became a Canadian internet governance leader? And we'll go down the line here. So Rida.
Thanks. So for me, as I mentioned, getting involved through the student work experience program allowed me to find, by luck almost, a genuine interest in this field. Internet governance is not something I was familiar with when I was in school. Being from Alberta, you don't rub shoulders with people in this space very often, but taking kind of the luck that came my way, finding a genuine interest in it, and then running with that, I think is something that served me very well. And it allowed me to continue growing and developing in this space. And a big part of that is to find the right communities, as Dana was saying, get involved in the right spaces, like even being here today, meeting other people, learning from different stakeholder groups, getting involved with different organizations such as ICANN, such as ISOC, and all the development programs that they offer can just really help you continue to build your capacity and expertise in a field. And I think that really lends itself well into becoming, an expert in some ways. I don't think we're ever fully experts, but continuing to grow in the space.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So I was born in Argentina. My parents are Haitian, and I immigrated to Montreal when I was 8. So a lot of my life has been about translating things and trying to understand what is going on, and about access as well, because I, very quickly realized that access was very limited depending on, gender, race, geographical location, and class, and so on, ability as well. And I think that aspect of my upbringing made me realize that I have to fight not only for myself, members of my community, but also people who, don't look like me, and also experience other forms of systemic discrimination. And I also realized as well in my upbringing that community building is important, collaborating, actually trying to get to know people on a personal level is really important. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Dana.
I kind of put the cart before the horse earlier. That probably has some of those elements of the personal story. I think that one thing over the past few years that is probably relatable for a few people is the pandemic. I noticed I wanted to get involved in a lot more things, especially coming out of the pandemic, because you wanted to meet new people. You hadn't really had the opportunity to do that for like a year or two. And for myself, I was a bit nervous I was quite nervous about getting sick and then catching colds and stuff. And so being home and being able to like just constantly being in that a bit of isolation, physical isolation, that I've wanted to be more in these areas, and in internet governance was a really key space. So I think that if there are opportunities to get involved in different organizations, it's a great way to also make friends, like what Jenna was saying, like we met in this space as well. And also to the rest of the panel too. I'm really lucky to know all of these women. And so you can really find quite a few communities by just saying, like, I really want to meet people. I really want to find more communities to be part of, because that isn't just a professional trajectory, it's also a personal one too.
Fantastic. Thank you. Jenna.
I'm having a little bit of identity crisis, to be fair. Like, you know, moving, like, first of all, moving away from home, going to a new places. Somehow I got the privilege to be on this panel, maybe perceived as a leader in the space. And there are times when I struggle, like, am I a leader? I'm not doing what other people expect me to do. But at the same time, I feel like I will have to admit that I have the privilege to stay in this community where maybe other newcomers to Canada or some other communities that you identified yourself belong to do not cannot afford to be in this room talking about the things that we talked about today because they're on shift work. They can't talk about it. And so I can't let my self-identity crisis enter too often, because I have to seize this opportunity to somehow advocate for people who can't be in this room but also care about. I think that's what motivates me and keep me to being here. And it's a pleasure to be seen as a leader and taking advantage of my own experience in Asia Pacific, because I get to organize the Asia Pacific Youth Internet Governance Forum for 6 years. And I think coming from a different cultural background in a different region sometimes may offer something meaningful to Canada as well, because we are a multicultural countries where naturally everyone's will be involved to some different topics from different regions or countries on several topics we try to touch on, because that's what's their heritage, and that's not something you can just remove it. And it's not the time we would talk about removing someone's identity that way nowadays, right? So I think naturally Canada's in a really special position where we also need to take that advantage to also embrace different culture and identities. And I'm glad that I'm also part of the movement, kind of. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all for your very thoughtful responses. Rida, this one's for you. Looking back, what resources or experiences were most valuable in your career so far that helped you understand the role of government in internet governance? And how can we provide similar opportunities for others across Canada?
It's a long question, so I'll try to remember all parts of it, but I think I touched on my personal story, background in academics a little bit, so I'll maybe sway and focus a little bit now on one quality that I think is valuable in internet governance or anywhere, and that's that when I was a student or I was starting out, just connecting to people and learning from others in this space. And if you have an interest in something someone else is working in, talk to them about it, learn about what they're doing. And I think on a personal level, that really helps inform your own interests and helping you find out what you want to dive deeper into. And then extrapolating that on a professional level, like a really good quality in internet governance is that it is multi-stakeholder. And part of that is that you can engage with so many different sectors and communities and learn about what the interests are there from like academics, the technical community, government. Like it's been very representative today as well, seeing the diversity of thought in this space. And I think there's a lot of value to learning about the community as a whole to best represent like Canadian interests. And that's what I take away from it now. Providing similar experiences across Canada. I'm from Alberta, so there's obviously always a component in my mind about regional diversity and engagement in this space. And I just think like big advocate for student recruitment. Love it. Our co-op student is here today with ISED and just really trying to get people engaged from across the country to come in and get more involved in this space.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Jenna, on a similar note, you have a really unique perspective being originally from Hong Kong, quite cemented rather in the Asian internet governance community. For youth who might be international students, PRs, refugees, or new Canadians, what is some advice you could give to these youth in navigating acting as internet governance leaders across the world, as well as in their new country of residence?
I think, I don't know, it's like such a heavy questions to put on me. Sometimes it's like, I don't feel entitled to give out any advice because I don't think there's one single formula to approach things. Everyone's have a really different experience. And for people who are even like refugees or having the experience of moving away from home to a new place where they eventually need to and will call it home, somehow like, to a different degree, they might be traumatized because of their personal experience. Myself moved here pretty much because like of the political environment back home. And I was just chatting with one of the audience earlier saying how there's like always part of me that's being removed because I lost freedom of speech. I was like, will you ever think that whether you can bring a book to a certain country? They would be like, not really, but I was like, I will. And that's like some people are experiencing, and that's always in them, right? So I think for people who are in that special position, I think stay positive, try to seize whatever opportunity they have to develop themselves, because I think it's learning, also giving at the same time, being in a new place. One specific approach is that I think for people who might be a newcomer, cannot afford all in to whatever things you're passionate about, because I think this pieces of advice come from a place of privilege, because I think that group of people cannot afford being all in. They have to have a job and then juggle between things that they're passionate about while also trying to survive in a new country. So I guess one approach I personally took is to do side projects themselves, trying to make a life while also embracing something they like. That's make life easier, I think. And eventually maybe that will help you bring you back into a career or things or whatever things that you eventually want to become. And I'm glad somehow it's working on me, because I was frustrated when I first moved here. I don't understand many of the things. I don't know why there's no cell phone signals in subway here in Toronto, while in South Korea is talking about 5G. And so I was like, maybe I should start a newsletter to channel my frustration so I don't become cynical. And turns out that becomes a portfolio that I have that eventually brought me into public policy and all that. So I think for people who might be in that kind of situation where they have a reality that they have to juggle and cannot really do what they dream of doing right away, maybe there's a little space that you can find, but you have to be the person to actively seek and find. And I hope you all, I mean, not just refugees or newcomers, but everyone has that little things in their heart they want to do, right? So that's my 2 cents to add.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful response, Jenna. Shifting gears now, Dana and Christelle, for you two specifically, looking back over the past few years, what do you think were your smartest moves in becoming young internet governance leaders? So if you want to tackle that first, Dana.
Yeah. Sorry, that I'm just trying to think for that answer. And I know I had these questions ahead of time and helped craft them. So it's just like,
what you're a lot of talking about. Today. I just came up with that.
It was excellently delivered, Rianne. I think smartest moves, I think, are going to be very personal to each individual. I used to do this thing a lot where I would think of moments that changed the trajectory of my life. And how one moment can make you shift in your thoughts. Like I originally started my undergraduate in economics and was going to like minor in business, and that was my plan. My entire goal in life was to get the grades to get an internship at Husky Canada in Calgary, because they had the best co-op and internship programs in that city. And everybody always talked about that. Like Rida's from Calgary.
That is true.
The Husky
I would
co-op
also
is
apply.
very, very well known. And people, it's like if you're from Ottawa and you have like that you work on the hill and you have your hill pass, that is the Calgary version of like an oil company, though. But it was honestly the election of Donald Trump that really changed how I thought about the world. And I remember on November 12th, because it was the day after the 2016 election. And I'd been taking a communication studies course, and I was thinking a lot about my annoyance with broadband, but I was planning on studying that more from an economics lens in my undergraduate. But seeing what happened kind of like it shocked me. And I went to Vancouver that next day, and downtown, I saw the Trump Tower, and it was Not My President protests. And I thought, I need to understand information systems to a much stronger degree. I want to focus purely on areas of communications, and I switched my degree that night on like the little portal that you can do. So these moments that kind of change you, I think that when you're trying to build yourself up as a leader in any sector, whether it's internet governance or any other way, letting yourself feel who you are in every way and not pushing certain elements of yourself and what you're passionate about out of you, but instead feeling as a whole and allowing yourself to move with that wave is going to have a measurable impact. And then you'll find more like-minded people, and you'll kind of change different trajectories. Like I went to telecom policy, then went to internet protocols, now do more like geopolitics of internet governance stuff. And you're just going to move in these different ways and just letting yourself grow.
So thank you, Christelle.
I think for me, letting go of fear has been a very important thing. I remember when I was applying to a bunch of internships, I really wanted to work in government, but in undergrad, I think I only took one mandatory course on Canadian politics, and like I was barely there. Like I knew about Canadian government, but like I wasn't an expert. I didn't feel as though like I was qualified enough to even intern in the Hill, but I still applied. And I remember when I got the interview, I was like, they probably did a mistake. I'll just do the interview to be nice, I guess. And the day I did the interview, I got like physically sick. I was horrible, but somehow, you know, I was able to still put my best foot forward and do a really good interview and get the internship. And when the internship started, I was like, oh my God, they did a mistake, Christelle. Like you shouldn't be here. Like imposter syndrome like came full force. But again, like I realized that I was like I applied for a reason. It's because I wanted to learn more. And to me, being guided by my goals and like the values that I want to uphold later in life, the people I want to be surrounded with, these are the things that motivate me. And fear will always be like, you know, talking to me in my head, telling me I'm not good enough, that like this is, you know, an error on their end and so on. So I think letting go of that fear. And even when I applied to Princeton, I was like, I don't know anything about politics. Even though I worked for 1 year in government, I felt as though like, oh, maybe like, because I don't know how to code, they probably did a mistake. Maybe like I misrepresented myself, but no, like, as long as you are guided by like the values and the things you want to do, the way I see myself is like, I'm a building block. And okay, I got this experience on the Hill. Now I know how government works. I got this experience in person. I know how to do research. I know how systems work. Now I'm at UFT and I'm also at the Dais. So like I get to interact more with the Canadian policy process when it comes to telecommunications and so on. So like I get this experience as well. And I think really like building yourself up rather than like tearing yourself down with fear is like the best way to go about this.
Thank you both. Very solid advice. Okay, looping back now to Rida and Jenna. How important is consistency in developing your resume to becoming an internet governance leader? And furthermore, How important is this to climbing the ladder, or should you focus more on the career trampoline? And I know that a lot of youth in this space have this kind of tension between the two.
I can start for us. So I think it's different. There's different perspectives on this in terms of what is the right approach to get ahead or to develop your skills. There's probably no actual correct answer. But for me, consistency has really been key, as cliche as that is, because I found something that I'm very interested in and I've stuck around in the same space for a while now. I've been at ISED for almost 5 years. And that has allowed me to really develop my understanding in the files that I'm working on a deeper level and continue growing in the capacity that I'm engaging in these spaces. And so from my personal experience, staying, learning, growing, encouraging yourself and taking on more responsibility over the years as you develop a skill set has been very valuable.
Yes, thank you. Jenna.
I agree on that, but also have like a more nuance and different focus. Because first of all, I think becoming an internet governance leader itself may not have such a tight relevance to your own career, first of all, because I feel like everyone or anyone can be a leaders in internet governance itself. I met someone who's studying nutrition in the room earlier today, being interested in internet governance, because everyone's online these days and many of the things that we are talking about is related to them. So I think on that's like your background do not define whether you can be a leaders in internet governance, first of all. And to the second part of the question is whether consistency is important. I actually don't know myself because I've been pursuing a dual track of career myself since I moved here, somehow because Toronto is too expensive, kind of have to do more than I have. On the internet governance side, I've been sticking around for like 6 years, so it's pretty consistent, right? And mostly I focus on capacity building quite a lot. So even in internet governance, there's different area you can focus on. So I've been around doing capacity building related to internet governance for 6 years, but at the same time, I also take up different side jobs. Since I got here, I've been doing event management for a company that sells aesthetic machine for a year, and then I become copywriter for a company that sells cannabis for sometimes too. And now I'm with like open media as a senior campaigner. So it's pretty much a jump from different industry. And that helps me to hone in on different skills into how to maintain things. Like to me, it contributes back to my work in internet governance, particularly on capacity building, because in order to organize an event, you need experience from event committee on different things. Now you need to do campaign, you need to know how to write. And these skills do not necessarily come from one particular industry, but multiple. So it depends what you eventually want to become. So I think at this moment, there are times when I explore this kind of questions with people around me. It's like what you actually want to become and what you want to do, because it would be different. I know it's a bit cliche, but it's case by case, you know. There are times when consistency is good for certain people, but might not be good for the others. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. And it was great to hear the value of both trajectories from your responses. So we appreciate it. Final question for all of you. And before we dive into the audience Q&A, how do you think we should define leadership in youth internet governance? And we can take it down the line, starting with Rida.
I think leadership really comes from within. I think it starts from recognizing that you have a valuable perspective, you have a unique perspective, and that should be shared. The next step to that is engaging in your community, is engaging in the right forums and spaces to get connected with each other. And then finally, giving back to the network, but giving back to your community, spreading the word, engaging other people, and just continuing to build the space that you're in, just as you mentioned earlier, like kind of like a building block. I think the more people that are engaged and active and the more aware we are, the better we are together. And so, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Christelle.
I think for me, it's about first having a dialogue with yourself. What are your values and what is motivating you? And then acting on those values, surrounding yourself with people who, share those values as well. And when you show up to meetings, conferences, workshops, or even like just for coffee with a friend or someone you want to get to know more, like it also is about how you show up. So are you open to learning about people? Are you judgmental? Like it's about, I think, building those genuine connections and understanding what motivates you and your values. Yeah.
I had a bit of a story. That a year ago, I was getting a wisdom tooth out and the subway broke down. So I quickly took the first taxi I saw. And I never take taxis. I usually take Uber. But now I really want to take taxis more when I need to, because the taxi driver just kept on talking. And normally I wouldn't enjoy that, but I was still on painkillers. And he ended up saying to me towards the end of how would you define a leader, that he was actually really thinking about that. And he said at the end that a leader is somebody who has followers. But I don't know if I agree with that. Because yes, maybe that's a leader, but in a question of leadership, I don't think it's an individual pursuit. I think it's collective, that we can all collectively demonstrate leadership together. As this forum has shown, and as my organization, Youth IGF Canada, shows, leadership comes from multiple stakeholders coming together on set problems for set solutions, and collaboratively, no matter how long it takes, to bring more people into the fold. And so when we start to talk about leadership, I think it's important to think of it collectively and in the communities we come from, the communities we create, and not as much individually, and thinking less about the followers and maybe someone leading all those followers, and more about the people coming together as a whole, walking that line together in the movements that we then go forward with.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I think Dana make a really good point that helps me to gather my thoughts, because end up I would be like, I don't know. And then people would be like, why would she invite a panelist who don't know? But I think you made a really good point. Somehow has something to do with my own background. Now I'm pretty divorced from like a really structured way where this is the leader, but you make a really good point about what everyone could do to demonstrate the leadership. I think that's the beauty of being still young. Like what we heard from opening remarks, I think we should embrace this golden time and embrace our own generation being more fluid on definition, or fluid on certain ideas, and do things in a more innovative way. Because, if we just follow what other people do, we might get the same result, but then, leverage the power of everyone's. And then you guys have like million thoughts. I only have like something to offer, but if we manage to get everyone's to do something, whether within this within this community, or do it in your own circle, I think it will make that change. Because in order to make a big change, you need that small step, right? So I guess like eventually it's like repeating what Dana says, like everyone just, go out, find your own positions and roles in your communities, in your industry. I think that eventually will help us to find youth leadership, because I think our generations are able to be more open to new ideas, new ways of doing things, which I think that's the strain of our generations. So we should embrace that.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's move now to audience Q&A. We do have mic runners for those in the room, and let's start with Lane.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's wonderful to have such a great panel to end the day. My question is related to the fact that all of you kind of touched on two similar topics. I'd say you touched on your own positionalities and existence within the world of internet governance, but also within the world as a whole. And then you also talked about kind of how we need, Rida, you said that something about how we're better together. Dana, you also mentioned sort of collective processes of understanding. I'm wondering your vision, whoever wants to answer, whether all of you do. How should we approach future governance processes and future aspects of policymaking that tend to be kind of exclusionary? How can we approach them from collective understandings and considering the different positionalities or intersectional approaches? And how do we not just speak out or speak up for a group, but actually open up a seat at the table or change the orientation of the table entirely? That was a big one.
I can start that off. Back in history, years and years ago, this morning was my opening remarks. And that was a joke. Thank you. And I think there's a lot, and I mentioned in those remarks that we're seeing this moment of government steering a lot for internet regulation as kind of coming up in this past week in New York with the Global Digital Compact. And so I think that there is a lot of elements of governments looking to kind of be putting themselves quite significantly positioned. But internet governance is multi-stakeholder. And so it requires, in this complexity of problems, multiple people from different stakeholder groups coming together in order to move that governance forward. And so it can have strong pillars like government representatives, for example, engaging, like, Rida on this panel in these spaces and making sure to have that voice, but bringing people together as well in that collective element. So I think in those kind of governance pieces, it's moving forward together, not moving forward as one stakeholder group.
I have a thought to add. Sorry, we can take your question next, but to what Dana is saying, I think it's important to recognize also why the multi-stakeholder model is important or why multi-stakeholder engagement is important. And to answer that question, like, recognizing that the internet is such an integral part of our life today. It's in like all aspects of our daily life for most people. And so the more that happens and the more connected we get and the more resources that are available in the digital world, the more it's going to be important to listen to everyone that's involved with that and all the different stakeholder groups and communities that make up this online space, and then contributing to what Dana is saying in terms of moving forward together.
I just want to add something really quickly. I think the ideas about multi-stakeholderism, it's almost like an ideology. It does not exist only within the IGF space. If you embrace that, it's more so about like collaborating with like cross-disciplinary or cross-stakeholder collaborations. And I think if we embrace that a little bit more, we can do more, because I think by doing so, it's almost like we're exercising and practicing democracy. Because as someone who never really had a democracy before moving here, I think just be more active, involved in certain topics that you're interested in from your own role. It's already contributing to leading to some changes or some good things that you believe in. And it does not necessarily to be in IGF. It could be any other spaces.
Thanks. And Christelle, yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit to conclude for this question, which I thought is really like a brilliant one. I would say that in my experience in Black student organizing, we often found ourselves our backs to the wall with people expecting things from us, as if collaboration and allyship were transactional, which they're not. And I think it's something that I want more leaders to think about when we're engaging with communities, and not just leaders, but like individuals, as you know, collaborators seek professional relationships or interpersonal relationships. We need to like understand that, like, when we're contributing to a movement, to a friendship, to a professional relationship, it doesn't mean that we need to get something back from that person. And again, like, it goes back to the values. Like, my work is guided by Black feminist thought. I think about liberation and justice first. And when I think about liberation, it's not only for me, it's for everyone. And that's why, to me, transactional relationships do not work when we're doing multi-stakeholder work.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a question from this side of the room.
Hi, I just have a question for the folks that kind of straddle the academic and then like the policy civil society space. So maybe Christelle, Dana. I find that academic spaces, especially traditional ones, can often be quite rigid in its reception to kind of outside other stakeholders. How do you balance like integrating your academic perspectives into like your other policy work, and then vice versa? How do you kind of integrate your policy work back into your academics?
Maybe I can start. So I'm on the steering committee of a national coalition seeking to regulate facial recognition technology and address various biometric surveillance technologies. And I'm an academic, and we have people from civil society as well as part of the steering committee and as members of the coalition. And I would say that like my role is really to like provide the evidence and the explanations behind how systems work. And the way I try to like contribute is not like, preachy, I know best because I've read the papers, but more so like, here's how to like translate the issues that you're seeing in your community as digital rights advocacy groups or civil society organizations. Here's like the explanation. And in turn, when I talk to civil society organizations, like they're able to like look at the policy implications, the social implications behind the research that I provide. Sorry, I got lost in like answering this question, but to go back to what I initially wanted to say is you have to like extend yourself, go to those meetings and interact with people and try to understand the things that they're missing that like your research would be able to answer. And when it comes to like being involved in the policy process, I think really understanding how decisions are made and who's actually accountable really clarifies the types of interventions that you can make. I hope that answers. I got really lost somehow.
Yeah, I think like for these elements of how you're trying to get your policy work and academia together, it's not always easy because there's a lot of demands on time in both areas. Like if you're doing policy work, you're likely doing it in a volunteer capacity. And like Jenna was saying earlier, like that's a really privileged position. And like if you're a graduate student, like I'm a PhD candidate, you kind of have to wait for funding until you can actually get into that space so that you can stop working extra part-time jobs and doing TA work. And so there is kind of that element of privilege that I just wanted to note on. But in terms of like the policy space, I think that being involved in multiple things that relate back to that topic is important. What I was saying earlier, like part of being in Youth IGF Canada, we're really thankful to have a seat at the table in the Canadian Preparatory Committee to the International Telecommunications Union with ISED Canada. And so being part of that committee and hearing those conversations really helps understand better that academic focus to then also bring, for example, that awareness that otherwise would not be able, as well to kind of back of bringing in that academic knowledge to then different kind of policy or advocacy spaces. When we launched our newsletter at Youth IGF Canada recently, like one of my papers that was published with CG's Digital Policy Hub was kind of like one of the readings that our Director of Engagement and Programming put forward in the newsletter, just to try to identify if you need a bit of a roadmap, here's an open access piece for it. I did not ask her to do that, by the way, for it. But you can have it that when you're involved in more organizations, you'll find more of those synergies. And you can start to see where that communication across these different groups comes into play, and then where you then find your voice in that conversation.
Fantastic, thank you. In this wonderful paper, if you have read it. Okay, I think we have a question at the back of the room there.
In communities with limited access to technology or digital literacy, what strategies would you use to ensure that the youth are involved in the conversation of internet governance?
Great question. Dana, I see you raising your mic.
I can start off because this was actually something we really struggled with at Youth IGF Canada. When I mentioned in my opening remarks, like we offered honorariums to 20 youth spread across 9 provinces and 2 territories. And like we kind of had it that like, how are we going to market this to people who don't have access to the internet? And so we were looking at like community radio stations and like we weren't able to in the end because of resource constraints, mainly human. We were very lucky to have like a grant for this event, but it also too corresponds to, the people who can volunteer and do the work of using those systems. So I think that it's not so much the onus of individuals getting involved in internet governance if you don't have broadband access. It's organizations like mine, organizations like where Rianne works at CG and with ISED Canada, like where Rida works, to try to find creative ways to engage with communities that otherwise would have been out of that conversation. And we heard it in the last panel from Jewel. I don't see her right now, but her organization is trying to kind of make that, narrow that issue down. But I don't think the onus is on the individual. It's the broader ecosystem of multi-stakeholder organizations for getting there. And I know the Internet Society as well does a lot of work in trying to do this. In terms of getting more involved in internet governance, I think one of the best ways is try to get involved with a community network to get that internet access to a community, seeing what types, like there are government programs available, and sometimes you have to go through so many different government departments to find that one program and so many different public servants to find that one program that works for your community based off of where you're geographically located in your map in this country, whether it's provincial, federal, more municipal. It could even be a private sector or some foundation that's going and trying to put this forward. But letter writing works, talking to other organizations like Internet Society, in the last panel, talking to your regional CRTC commissioner, because they might also have those networks to get involved in that broader network ecology too, to then bring into the loop.
I think this conversation really inspired me, and then probably should put out a campaign at Open Media about it, because I do think internet access in rural Canada, it's a big issue. Probably should like put out something, and I'm pretty sure like people in this room or this communities like will be doing something to try to address that, because I think in order to do everything Dana also mentioned, resources is also a big issue into building that last miles. It's not easy. It's never easy. So I guess, now that I have something to think about, I will bring it home and see what I can do in my role. And probably you guys should think what you could do to this very topic raised by this gentleman out there too.
Thank you so much. Okay, any other questions from the audience? Either in person or online?
Can I add one thing?
Please,
going back to the policy question? I sort of want to invite people to challenge themselves to think about like which laws or which legislative bodies are implicated in whatever research or work that they do. Thinking about like 1 or 2, I think, is a great way to connect what you're doing with policy.
Sick. Thank you, Christelle. Okay, last call for questions. Going once, going twice. Bueller, just kidding. Okay, so we can wrap up this panel a bit early then. Before closing remarks, I just wanted to say it's been fantastic just as an audience member and a moderator taking part in this first Youth IGF event. And I think that this panel was a fantastic way to wrap up a wonderful inaugural forum. So if everyone can join me in giving a big round of applause to our panelists today.
Thank you to our final panel and to Ms. Kayan for your moderation. We really appreciate it. I would now like to invite Commissioner Bram Ambrose from the CRTC to the stage to provide our closing remarks.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Excellent. I was going to at some point invite you guys to email me if you had questions and say that my email address is firstname.lastname@CRTC. But if you do that, you should use less M's than there are in the last name, and you can just look me up on the CRTC page. My name is not as advertised. So look, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here today, privileged to be closing out today's sessions by sharing a few words. And it was great to see the enthusiasm on display throughout today's panels and forums. I shared your same interest in communications and governance early in my career, eventually leading to me being appointed as the CRTC's Commissioner for Ontario last year. And this is not the speech that I wrote. Okay. So I'm going to wing it a little bit. Look, it was a great day. It was really interesting. And I mean, it's not the speech that I wrote, but it's true. It really was cool to see all the enthusiasm and interest in this area. It's interesting. When I've been doing this for a while, and weirdly, my career has kind of paralleled the rise of the internet. One of the earliest tasks I remember doing was doing a chart of, this was when I was working early in my career in the late 90s, early 2000s in Washington, D.C., and I had to do a chart of the internet governance stack. Back in that day, the concern really was around, there's this thing called internet governance, and the goal was not to see it sucked into what governments do. And so when we talked about internet governance, it was very much about the different components of what it takes to run the internet, the names, the domain names, the internet numbers, the protocol numbers, the backbone, which at that time had been just transitioned over from being one government-sponsored kind of federated, but still single backbone, to this idea that you could have a commercial internet backbone, which was very exciting in the late 90s, and root servers and all the rest of it. And so, there's an interesting journey from there to what we see today, which really is, and I've been listening to the panels and they've been amazing, but all about, internet governance being sort of policy issues that are sort of related to the internet, which is a little bit different than how do we make the internet run. So, some of what we talk about, online harms is a good example. I mean, years ago we would have said, well, that's sort of like regulating social platforms that are on the internet, but we're not talking about the internet itself. So, it's been an interesting journey, just looking back to get where we are today. And it's probably a good journey. Back at that time, there was so much energy, and maybe there still is, around keeping a multi-stakeholder model, which has seen renewed energy, I think, in recent years with the US's Declaration for the Future of the Internet and all the rest of it, really trying to enshrine the multi-stakeholder model within the international system of governments, within international law, realizing that it's probably a good thing, and better than some of the alternatives we're seeing proposed. And so, all that's gone in a really good way. But obviously, the internet has become, I think it's here to stay. It's a thing. It's become critical infrastructure. It's infiltrated itself into every aspect of telecommunications, but also of all the services that we really consume. Pretty much everything's over the internet. And so, of course, the idea of internet governance is going to be different than it once was. So, I don't know if I have any especially wise words for you. I've heard some very wise ones all day, and it's been excellent. But I encourage your enthusiasm. It's great to see new generations and lots of new folks and younger folks, maybe not newer folks, but certainly younger folks, getting involved. See all that happening. Obviously, we at the CRTC are anxious, as you heard earlier, for you to participate in all of our proceedings. We ask questions. We survey the world for answers. We give out lots of money for rural internet and everything else. But we really make our decisions, like many of these other bodies, based on what we're told. And so what we're here, in fact, we're not allowed to make decisions that are not based on what we've heard, because they're not on the record. And so, part of the message I'll leave you with is, in all aspects, please do pursue it. We're one place in which I hope you will consider pursuing your interest. But that's really what I wanted to leave you with. I don't know if there's a Q&A portion, if we're allowed to do that, but feel free, or otherwise, hey, look at that. It fixed itself magically. Now you can do first name dot last name at crtc.gc.ca. Any questions? Or not?
Questions? We can do a couple for Commissioner Brian Abramson or Bram Abramson. Sorry.
Depends on the day of the week.
Oh.
Thank you. Just how do you perceive the role of the telecommunications regulator in the middle of all these standardization, artificial intelligence, cross internet governance developments around the world? I mean, I think it's like it should be complex for a telecoms regulator, like trying to identify where to intervene and how to intervene without disrupting the entire ecosystem.
It should be complex. Yeah, no, I agree with that. So you're saying there's lots of things happening in the world. Where do you guys fit in? Look, we have a statute called the Telecommunications Act, and it tells us what to do. And it's supplemented by instructions from government, and those are the cabinet directions you heard about earlier today. So in a sense, our job is to take a look at the telecommunications markets, connectivity, voice services, all that stuff, all the things that are in our legislation. And if it's working, then we don't need to do anything. And if there are problems, if there are market failures, then we do need to do something. Good examples are competition. Good examples are, things like rural connectivity, which has been a sea shift. It used to be about rural phone service, right? And those are places where we get involved because we should. When you talk about AI, I mean, it's a vast area. It's kind of like, who should regulate typewriters? I don't know. I think they're kind of used in lots of ways, or once were. So there are for sure ways in which automated applications and things that we refer to as AI intersect with telecommunications or with broadcasting, which is not what we're here to talk about today. And to the extent those affect the sort of public policy purposes for which we exist, to the extent that they are operating in markets in the way that do not achieve those public policy goals, we intervene. So general question, general answer, but happy to get specific if anyone would like to.
Any other questions?
So we have two new bills, Bill C-27, Bill C-63, that propose new digital regulators. And I was wondering, how would you, in an ideal world, create a bridge between those regulators? Because the way the bill is written, those bills are written, like it doesn't seem as though they're going to be working with the CRTC, even though the issues intersect with the CRTC.
I have no views on legislation currently before Parliament. I cannot. I am not speaking for the CRTC. It does appear that we're proposing a lot of new administrative agencies. I think there's been some frustration in the past with the CRTC and its pace of getting decisions out. Perhaps that has something to do with it. I tend to think that when things are not working as you would hope, you have to fix them. Because if you keep recreating them, you'll probably recreate the problem. Those are some observations. But of course, I have no view on legislation before the Government of Canada.
Sorry.
Thank you, Christelle, for that question. I will say that the Online Harms Act that is currently before Parliament does require in the future collaboration with the CRTC as well as the future AI and Data Commissioner. So I know you can't speak to proposed legislation in Parliament, but it's definitely something worth noting in Section 136 and 137 if interested. Are there any other questions?
Hello. So I'm very interested in getting your perspective on this, and I wonder how far we can take the conversation. It certainly doesn't have to do anything with legislation put before Parliament, so all good on that front. decentralized infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure in particular, it's proven itself a contender. Specifically a contender. I wouldn't say that it goes as far as challenging traditional telecom infrastructure, wireless, wired, what have you, but we are seeing notable examples. I'll provide Helium as one, where individuals, low startup costs, essentially build the network, and they can build community networks. We've seen industrial applications, commercial, residential applications, and so on. The question is really, given the feasibility of this technology, why aren't we seeing more support? Why aren't we seeing more market uptake to essentially build low-cost networks around neighborhoods, around rural communities with this infrastructure?
That's a fun question. I spent a year of my life as the general counsel for a multi-currency blockchain wallet company. That was an interesting year. So you're asking about, efforts to sort of create ways to incentivize people to share networks with each other and thereby use resources more efficiently. That's something that, as I'm sure you know, has been tried in different places with varying degrees of success. My understanding is the most successful effort was one, maybe still is, I don't know, one in Spain, which doesn't have anything to do with cryptocurrency, but did have some sort of means of, anyway, it's referred to as home spotting often, to the extent that we're talking about people sharing each other's Wi-Fi, but building in encryption and so on so that it's not insecure and all that fun stuff. Why hasn't it caught on? And I know there's an effort in Canada here with Carrier One, which is operated by the fellow who runs Iris Tel and Ice Wireless in the north. It's a good question. I mean, why do some things work in the market and when some things fail? It's very hard to prognosticate. But, it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of innovation in the telecom world really comes from vendors who then sell their equipment to service providers. I think it's fair to say, and I don't know if this is something that's been adopted in a big way by the major equipment vendors. That surely has something to do with it. But it hasn't, not only has it not really been adopted at scale, it hasn't been adopted much at all, as far as I can tell. You have pockets, and sort of if you aggregate it all together into a cryptocurrency in the US, like Helium, I guess it starts to look like something, but when you drill down, there's not a lot of it. I don't know.
Any other questions? No, okay, Bianca, I'll pass it off to you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Abramson.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Abramson, for your remarks and for spending the day with youth at this inaugural Canada Youth IGF. I would like to now welcome to the stage Georgia Evans from the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, otherwise known as CIRA.
Hi, everyone. I'll be very brief. My name is Georgia. I work at CIRA on the Net Good team. So on behalf of CIRA, I'd just like to say thank you all for being here today. It's been a pleasure to be able to support Canada Youth IGF through our Net Good Grants program, and to see the program come to life, and to witness all of the amazing and thoughtful and insightful conversations today. Youth are, a very important stakeholder in the multi-stakeholder internet governance world in which we all exist. You might tell by the acne on my chin, I am also youth. And so I'm really happy to be here. And it's great to see it all come to life. On the topic of Net Good, our next grants cycle will open in March, which is 6 months away. And so we'll blink and it'll be here. So if you all have great community ties, so I recommend you sort of stay tuned for that next cycle to open if you have any community initiatives in infrastructure, online safety, or policy engagement that you think could benefit from some CIRA grant support. And lastly, CIRA also supports the Canadian Internet Governance Forum, the National IGF for Canada, sort of a sister initiative to the Canadian Youth IGF, And so that'll be taking place 2 months today in Ottawa and virtually, and registration's going to open next week. And so if you'd like to continue the conversation about online harms, about the multi-stakeholder model, and everything going on in internet governance, then please find us on LinkedIn and Twitter, Canadian IGF, Canadian Internet Governance Forum, and continue your engagement with us there. And congratulations on a great day. Thanks.
Thank you very much to both of our closing remarks. I would like to also note to all the participants that for your views, we will be writing a report of today of the conversations we had, analyzing the transcripts that were generated as well, to make sure that your voice is heard in a report that will be published on our website and will also be hyperlinked with the United Nations Global IGF for us as Canada's Youth IGF Regional Coordinator. Thank you in general for spending today with us. It has been an absolutely insightful day to hear all the conversations. We've had a minister in, we've had a commissioner, we've had a senator virtually, and we've had all of you and all of our panelists. So thank you so much for taking the time out of your days. As well, I want to say a personal thank you to our wonderful organizing team spread across both Youth IGF Canada and the Dais. This event was incredibly complex, as internet governance is. We had that. There are multi-stakeholder panels. We wanted very clear government representation. We wanted accessibility. And then we flew in up to 20 youth coming in today. And I know some of your organizations also sent you as well. And so this was a phenomenal event. Thank you all so much for that. And if we could please just give a round of applause as well to our volunteers at the registration desk and who let you in the door. They are not recognized in our program because they were quick volunteers, but man, did they do some service today to the world, well, to at least our forum. So with that, I would like to now adjourn the first ever Canada Youth IGF. This meeting is now closed. Media team, you may now end the recording. Thank you all so much. Wonderful. And for those